Testing. Are we live? Oh, whoa, that was loud. Are we? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good morning. We are going to be kicking off earnings season, but today the bond market is waking up. So you're hitting 2.75 on the 10-year. Every single headline right now is all about the bonds. I mean, that is going to be the biggest key here. We've talked about it, but that's what's setting this off. Even oil is down about 3 or 4% right now. So you're actually watching that momentum slow down. We're going to get here into the bank earnings, and there's a lot of stuff overseas, but right now everybody is focused on the bond market and where does it take us. So commodities are also up, at least some materials, but then I know a couple of the agricultures are, but then you have oil down. So it's going to be an interesting mix, a very interesting move right now. I mean, 1% almost on the S&P. That's pretty big, but like we said, you're going to get your CPI on Tuesday. You got bank earnings on Wednesday, and even today we are actually going to get to hear from at least 2 or 3 Fed members. So keep that in mind, but definitely an interesting mix. We're going to have our work cut out for us. I hope you guys are ready. It is a short week, so don't gamble too hard on the weeklies. Remember, the market is closed here on Friday, so keep that in mind. But other than that, ladies and gentlemen, it's a good morning. Yes, good morning. Good morning. How are you? What's up, Samuel Chung? What's up, Jesus? What's up, Janie? What's up, Nick Levi's? Nick Levis or Levi's? I don't know. What's up, Z-Trade? How you living? Kurt McGart. Oh, good morning. What's up, Lori? What's up, Wesley? Yo, how you feeling? What's up, Mr. Pilney? I got Caribou in the house. I got Malik in here. Oh, look at that. Oh, Miguel. Oh, look at that pony, baby. Oh, the ponies look good. What's up, Jay Berg? How you living? Sean Murphy, how you living? Rusty, how you living? Hey, man, what's up? What's up? Oh, my goodness. Yo, that's Bradley Frizzle in that peach right here. Oh, my gosh. How are we this blessed this week? Oh, my gosh. Bradley Frizzle in the peach, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no, my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh man, some days are like that. Some days are you rarely see that one right off the morning, but when they hit in the morning, oh my gosh, happy Monday, right? Oh, happy Monday, am I right? Oh, good morning, JoJo, and I am Willie. You guys have to, you should bask in this. Bask in the presence of the peach. Oh, I'll take it. Early bird gets the peach. You know, that's what they say. Early bird gets the peach. What's up, Gray? It's a good morning. Hey, man. Hey, man. Early bird gets the peach. Let's do it, baby. Let's do it. So, again, I already got some of y'all. We are incentivizing the random play. So let's get this popping. If you guys want to make $100, you have to show up on here, and you have to have a good play in the options, okay? So let's see what we got, chat. Let's see what we got. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. You guys ready? Are you excited? Time for we have the Fed today, but there's a lot. Damn, 248. Okay. Lord bless it. Yeah, thank you, Alexander Ray. We need the blessings. We need to bless the random play. Let's go, baby. Make it a good one. Make it a good one. Make it a good one. God bless. Oh, he says that means it's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good one. God bless. It's already been blessed. The random one was blessed. There it is. Mo 56 call. Oh my God. You know I like this play, right? You know, because that came up. All right, Jay Berg. See, I'm gonna screenshot it. So now we're gonna have proof. We're gonna have everyone screenshotted. You see what I'm saying? And then by the time I make next Sunday a watch list, I'm just gonna go and check where it's at. If that play is up, or if we took profits before, you make money. That's it. I think it's very fair. You call that play too. That's a good play. I like it. We here, baby. We here. So we have that ready to go. Altria. That is going to be your random play. It's fair. I like it's fair. It's good. It's good, my friends. It's good. It's good. It's good. Let's go. Let's have a fun. It's good. It's going to be a good one. So let's check the news here. Futures, global markets, and bonds, they fell as political and economic risk dented sentiment, and investors awaited U.S. inflation data tomorrow. The 10-year touched 2.78, while the dollar was steady and the euro rallied after Emmanuel Macron took a narrow lead in the French election. WTI touched a 6-week low on risks demand from China's lockdowns. Bitcoin slipped. China sought to put a floor under slumping stocks by limiting share sales by some mutual funds. People familiar have said the 10-year yield may hit 3% this week, and TIPS real yield may rise above zero. Bloomberg's Market Live said, as inflation concerns mount and commentary becomes more bearish, still one thing treasuries have going for them is that higher yields may start to draw investors. The yield premium for 10-year notes versus G7 peers is the most in a year. I think our premium's higher than China right now. So literally, the United States bond offers, the 10-year offers a higher yield than China's 10-year government debt. It has not happened since like 2010. Bond market and the S&P are still too sanguine about the economy, said Morgan Stanley's bearish Michael Wilson. He pointed to extreme divergence between the internals of the stock market, which strongly indicate growth square, while bonds and the S&P suggest growth. It's not only okay, but likely to remain robust. The deviation will prove unsustainable, and cyclical stocks are the most vulnerable. I think he's talking about the divergence. War's latest, Germany said Ukraine needs military support, including heavy weapons, and Kyiv reported missiles destroyed in the airport in Dnipro, major city. Ukraine is expecting a wider offensive from Russia this week. The U.S. said it's wary of Alexander Dvornikov, the new commander tapped to Russia's war effort. Australian Chancellor Karl Nehammer is meeting with Putin today in a diplomatic push. Russian Railways was ruled in default on a bond after missing an interest payment, and governing panel said contracts ensuring its debt against default will be triggered and pay out. The decision is the first of its kind since Russia was placed under universal sanctions. Russia Railways tried to pay the coupon, but it failed to reach holders. So they tried, but it failed. They failed. So watch the transports. Again, transports still another big one we got to watch. Ukraine is pushing allies to seize and sell Russian assets like oil tankers to pay for rebuilding destroyed areas. SocGen will take a hit about $3.3 billion after agreeing to sell Rosbank to Vladimir Potanin. Who's Vladimir Potanin? So there's Vladimir Putin and there's Vladimir Potanin in Taros capital. Russia will halt bond sales for the rest of 2022 and take legal action if sanctions force a default. World Bank warning Russia economy may contract by more than 11%, while Ukraine constricts by almost half. Shopify, they are planning a 10-for-1 stock split and will give CEO Tabuki a special founder share that will preserve his voting power as long as he stays within the company. Musk declines. Twitter sank pre-market after saying Elon Musk declined not to join the board, an abrupt shift in a week-long saga that has touched off renewed speculation about the company's future. I believe this is for the best, said CEO Parag Agrawal. More corporate, NetEase surged pre-market as China is said to have ended its video game freeze with its first batch of new licenses since July. NIO and Li Auto led U.S.-listed Chinese stocks lower as car makers halted production and warned of delivery delays due to lockdowns. Tesla's China exports slumped to a record low of 60 cars in March as domestic demand sucked up most of the Shanghai factory's output. Amazon announced a dollar debt offering of up to 7 tranches with a target size of 10 to 12 billion. Shanghai COVID outbreak worsened with the daily cases at an all-time high above 26,000. Trading hub Guangzhou imposed more restrictions, risking more supply chain issues. Already dotting the sea of Chinese ports are 477. What? 477 bulk cargo ships are waiting to deliver resources from metal ore to grain. Yo, that's insane. I didn't know if I read that wrong. I thought it was the morning and I was reading it wrong. Bro, 477 ships are off of the coast of Shanghai right now. Remember ours? That was like 50. You remember all the videos last year in the beginning of the year? That's crazy. Dude, that's a lot. Bro, 470. Do you know how big a ship is? That must I bet you the shoreline has receded or something. That's wild. That's wild, man. Mm-hmm. You see it on the map. I'm sure we'll pull it up. We will pull it up a little bit later here. That's wild. Jeff Bezos' dream of Jeff Bezos' dream of a fleet of drones delivering parcels is a long way from being fulfilled. Amazon has sent more than $2 billion since 2013 and assembled a team of more than 1,000 people, but safety concerns are mounting. Bitcoin's tendency to move in tandem with tech stocks means the token may slump to 30,000 by June, according to BitMEX co-founder Arthur Hayes. He said a combo of weakening growth and tightening central bank policy will weigh on the Nasdaq, which just posted a record correlation to Bitcoin, and noted he's buying crash puts expiring in June. Hayes is still overall long in crypto. So more than half by July. Anyways. Today, 9:30, Fed Bostic, Fed Bowman, and Fed Waller speak. 11:30, U.S. to sell 57 billion, 13-week and 26-week bill auctions. 12:40, Fed Evans, another 3-year note auction, and then EU foreign ministers are going to meet in Luxembourg. U.S. inflation may have sped up last month to 8.4 from 7.9, while core accelerated to 6.6 from 6.4. Said March may prove to be the peak for the year, but warned the retreat will be stubbornly low. The data are due tomorrow. PPI and retail sales come in Wednesday and Thursday. Wall Street earnings kick off this week. JP Morgan will be the first to reveal. What else do we got? Ukraine fatigue is settling in. Investors are confident on the dollar's future. According to Weekly Markets Live survey, about 56% of respondents see it gaining again in the current quarter, while 29% expect a drop. Most said sanctions on Russia won't hasten a shift away from the dollar and central bank reserves. Most also preferred a dollar as a haven compared with the Swiss franc or the yen. Wow, they like the dollar as more of a haven than the franc. Loretta Mester expressed confidence that the U.S. will avoid recession, but said inflation will probably remain above 2% in the next year. It'll take some time to get inflation down, the Cleveland chief told CBS. China's efforts to stamp out COVID will exacerbate supply chain woes, she added. Mexico's AMLO looks to have overwhelmingly won the referendum he called on his own presidency, with more than 90% of support in the preliminary count. Repeat runoff. Emmanuel Macron will face Marine Le Pen in the final round of the French election on April 24th. Rishi Sunak sought formal review into whether he properly declared his financial assets as he tries to repair the interest from a slew of negative headlines about his and his family's wealth and the way they manage it. The UK Chancellor said he hoped this would help the public retain confidence in him. Inflation is topped China's expectations in March, with factory gaining 8.3. Consumer price growth accelerated to 1.5. China's credit expanded faster in March. Pakistan Parliament elected opposition leader Shahbaz Sharif as prime minister. Russian oil exports are showing no signs of crumbling. Shipments in the first full week of April hit almost 4 million barrels a day, highest so far this year and up almost a quarter from the previous week. Ukraine's most important crop harvest may be cut in half this year as the war and a lack of fertilizers hinders planting. The Ukrainian Grain Association in particular lowered its forecast of corn and wheat by 39% and 45% respectively. UBS trimmed its Brent forecast for the end of the June by $10 to $115 a barrel. Bank of America cut its summer spike price to $120 and said the market's staying in turmoil, though. Base metals fell in London, with aluminum and nickel leading. Palladium rose about $2,500 an ounce. Wheat extended a surge to a 2-week high. Courting Chelsea, NBA's Larry Tannenbaum and Eduardo Severin, co-founder of Facebook, will back up Bain Chamberlain, Steve Pagaluca's bid for football club before the deadline this week. Thomas Bravo will buy SailPoint, all-cash deal, valuing the company at $6.9 billion. UK and JP Morgan are readying plans for a potential listing of Channel 4 in London if there are no credible takeover offers. KKR Mirror buys UK Logistics. Trump-tied SPAC Digital World jump pre-market after Musk turned down a seat on Twitter's board. Blank check company bringing Trump's media venture has tumbled in recent weeks, partly due to competition of Musk after he took a stake. What do we got? Big Bank set to post weaker deal revenue amid Ukraine chaos. VPS Health hires Emirates MDB. JP Morgan for IPO. Apple buys property in Singapore for $40 million. Apple starts iPhone 13 production in India through Foxconn. Apple faces extra charge in EU music streaming probe. American Express cut to neutral at JP Morgan. Walgreens price target cut to 49 from 56 at Mizuho. What time? We still got some time. Be at home at Twitter. Elon Musk floated the idea of turning Twitter's HQ into a homeless shelter. Fungus that causes a fatal bat disease has been discovered in Louisiana, making it the 41st state to report it. That's weird. It causes bats to develop fat, fuzzy white patches on their noses. China's endowment, or Harvard's endowment, is considering taping over China funds. Employment among Americans in their prime working years is edging close to where it was pre-pandemic. And then on this day in history, Napoleon signed the Treaty of the Fontainebleau in 1814 with Russia, Austria, and Prussia. The treaty ended with the wars he'd wreaked on Europe, brought down his empire, and catapulted him into exile on the island of Elba. It's not widely known that Napoleon and his wife, Mary Louise, were allowed to keep their titles as emperor and empress, and Elba was established as a separate principality to be ruled by Napoleon. It wasn't enough, though. He soon escaped and rode off to meet his Waterloo. There it is. Yeah, Louisiana has the bat disease. You guys got a bat disease somehow. I know, isn't that wild? Isn't that wild, man? Isn't that wild? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're feeling good, though. I hope you're excited. Are you ready to start off this short week? Bro, you got bonds at 2.7. Oh, man. You have all that happening, and then guess what on top of it? On top of it, you live in the greatest country in the world. Oh, my gosh. And you have an opportunity to change your life every single day. Oh, my gosh. It's glorious. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at The Cult, before we do anything, we like to pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America. So, on behalf of The Cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge and special shout-out to all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, man. Just big shout-out to the vets. We love you, we love you, we love you, and would not be here without you. And big shout out to the police officers, firefighters, doctors, nurses, teachers, all the other public servants out there too, even the truckers, baby. We love you, and God bless you, and thank you for your service. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senators! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah. Oh, it's game time. It's game time, right? Oh, happy Monday. We here, Chad. Happy Monday, and we here. Oh, it's beautiful. It's glorious. It is glorious, some would say. You know that? So I got a couple of names I'm going to be watching here. Again, bank stocks and value plays. Those are going to be the main ones that we're looking at. You even got the Shopify. What is it? The Shopify stock split. Oh, where is it? Shopify stock split, the Twitter and the Elon stuff. I had two more plays. Corn, wheat, and then Nvidia, they got a downgrade, and then that's going to be it. But I think value plays, looking at inflation, looking at materials, and then we go from there and see how everything plays out. And then bonds and TLT will be key. Twitter puts, they're going to be, I think, if as long as the premiums aren't too crazy. But make sure you keep your eye out on banks too. Don't get lost in the sauce. We got nice big earnings here, so it's always going to be good. Zio breaking. How much time we got? You got 30 seconds. So, Chad, drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're positive. Have a good day today. And again, it is a short week. So today is like the power of 2 days. And there's a lot going on. A lot of different industries. And bonds are crazy. I can't believe the bonds. 15 seconds. I have no plays on AT&T. Again, I'm going to be looking at bank stocks. I'm going to be going through those right there. I'm going to play both ways on a lot of bank stocks, if anything. So then we'll be good to go. Round one. Fight. Oh my gosh, they just scammed me. They just scammed me on that ultra random play. But I got that Jay Berg. Got my screenshot. We'll come back to those. Those are expensive as hell. Bro, those ultras are super expensive, bro. I just grabbed the random one. Puts are printed. I mean, today's a very big gap down. Right now, already on the NASDAQ, we're down 1%. So keep that in mind. Let me check some of the energy plays. Yeah, even EXC is down. Again, oil is down a lot today. Oil is a very interesting scenario. Brent is losing a lot of the momentum. CCJ, EXC's down. Wheat was up. It's coming down here now, but it's still up almost 1%. We rise to short TLT. I mean, after today's move is pretty big. I mean, bonds have just only gone down for a while, and that's kind of the challenge. You know what I'm saying? It's like they can't keep going down forever, but we will see. But if you want to go for the short, that one's on you. It's a little tough. Yeah, bro. The price on some of these are crazy. Airbnb, Uber down 2. LMT is up. Baba's on the low. Yeah, they are. And then check Shopify. Remember, Shopify 10-for-1 stock split. But they're still below that 600. NVIDIA's selling off. They got downgraded. Twitter's down 1.2. LMT's taking off. LMT up 1. Let me see. Walmart's still going up. Damn, banks are getting clobbered still too, though. Banks are selling off anywhere from 1 to 2%. Some more than others. It looks like Morgan Stanley's the one that's down 1%. Very interesting. Neo down 10. AMD. Twitter's only down 1.1 right now. Casino is open. There's Twitter. Why is banks are really weird today? They're down 0.2, but some are down a lot more than others. Wells Fargo up. Morgan Stanley's on the low. XLF, yeah, wheat's starting to go up there. It should. Again, wheat is up a lot right now. 2-week highs, yeah, 1074. Same thing with corn. Corn is starting to rip up here. Again, after the report yesterday, and even Ukraine's like finance minister. I mean, I don't think the situation's got bad, but expectations have now finally dropped substantially. Tesla, Uber, Coca-Cola. Apple's down 1.2 right now. What else we got? Those Teslas came back up. The Teslas, you're down 60%, so you're down 30% on those Teslas instead of getting fully wiped out, which is good. But if you want that cash back, you could take it now. Keep that in mind. The Baba plays are still up. Silver up, Netflix down 2, Airbnb down 4. The banks are very weird. The banks, it's literally like yesterday what I showed on the watch. Bro, the puts and calls are both up. Like Goldman, Wells Fargo. Surprisingly, like Wells Fargo and Bank of America are the ones that Wells Fargo's doing very, very well. Ford, Twitter. Twitter's down slightly right now. Ford is breaking out. Remember, they did good on Friday. Okay. I got one for now. Banks rebound a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little. There's RTR for dividend. Shows I got dividend. They've had 2 special dividends. That's why we've gotten paid on those. I was looking at those the other day. Markets full on risk gamma. A little bit. We'll see. Week came down. But don't trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I did just grab a play here on, what's it called? Where was it? Shit. Scoop. I grabbed a play here on, what's it called? Morgan Stanley. I grabbed a next week call. Don't trade it. You will lose money. I kept it very small. I'm going for the pre-earnings play, but I need to go get another one right now. Let's see what else we could get. JP Morgan went up. The random was, what's it called? Was an Altria play. And the Altria is expensive right now. The random play was super expensive. Let me actually see these. Oh, there's no way we could get those, can we? They are going to scam us with this play. GPM green. Okay, no, you can't buy wheat futures. Unfortunately. Put up. SPY coming down. Oh, shit. Out of nowhere right there, low key. So let's see. Let me grab one more. A big red. Again, we're going to have a couple of Fed speakers. That's what it could be right now. I could check. I think so. Fed, Bostic, Bowman, and all of them. I think they're getting on right now.
It is all across this country.
Yeah, that's Fed, Bostic. So he's already talking, but don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I just went with an Altria call for next week. So they're already selling off here. I might have overpaid for them. The premiums are already expensive, but I like the next week short term. Yeah, I'm already down on that play, but I like the Altria idea. You could buy wheat stock, yes. That's what we are holding. Mo wheat. Like Moita. It's like Moesha. You ever watch Moesha? Okay, never. I don't know if they... Damn, corn just flipped. Corn just sold off 6 right there. MOS dropping. MOS. Yeah, MOS is down 2.2. Wire metals up. That honestly, I think over the next few days, I would not be surprised to see metals go up, food go up, and then oil kind of go down or stay down. Walmart flip, yeah. Some of the inflation plays again. Abivi, Altria. You could see they kind of did the same sort of move here, and then yeah, then Macy's is like, I'm up 5% today. It's a glorious day. But let's see. We do got the Fed right now. There's a couple of them, but we'll see what they say. I'll play them in the background here.
So we will leave that for that. So what I want to do is like jump right to the panel. And we have about an hour to go through a conversation before we move it and open this up to Q&A from the audience. So I have a warm-up question for each of you. And then once we get to that, then we'll get to the questions about...
Bro, this guy works for the Fed. Why does he sound like he's hosting this?
And
he's loving this.
So let's start.
Wild Glideman, DraftKings, Twitter.
Introduce each of you. I'm going to start on Laurel's end. And the first panelist that I want to introduce is Kate Burke. Now, Kate is the Chief Operating Officer of the global investment firm AllianceBernstein. We were looking at your building just yesterday from the Noel Hotel.
Very beautiful, isn't it?
It is a beautiful, beautiful building. Kate is the head of the private wealth, overseeing wealth advisors, client service, investment strategists, and engagement. So you guys are relatively new here in Nashville. Can you talk about what makes it an appealing home for a corporation? And then what do you see as some of the challenges associated with that?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So AllianceBernstein chose to move our headquarters to Nashville about 4 years ago. It was in May of 2018. And as we looked on, we did a long search for about a year, looking at a variety of different cities across the country. And what the factors we were looking at, like any research firm would do, we had about 40 different variables that we looked at just to start to shorten the list. And it had everything that you can imagine, from education to housing costs to commuting times, to the weather, to the airport, to the infrastructure. So really thorough search. But when we chose Nashville in the end, one of the things that really stood out to us, honestly, was the sense of community that we experienced here that was different than what we felt in other cities. Just the vision of the city, the cooperation between the state, the local city, the philanthropic community, the other business members that are here today, really stood out, the consistency in wanting to see the city thrive. And so for AllianceBernstein, looking at at a city where we wanted to be part of a creative community that was growing, early innings, we thought in their growth, it maybe accelerated a little faster than we had anticipated, was really what stood out to us. And so it made the decision really quite easy for Nashville. And it's proven we've been here, as I said, 4 years.
Yeah, watch the transports if they're popping. I just made a play. I sold one of the 2 May AMD puts that I was holding. So I got almost 100%. Made those free a little bit there with earnings coming up, and that is it so far. And then we've only grabbed the Altria so far in the other one. Altria and Morgan Stanley. And then this is like Lael's up here. I'm sure a couple of them are. We got a couple of Fed people. And for some reason, Bostic is like hosting this. It's very weird.
Not only are you seeing it across the United States, but here within Nashville, I think it's even more extreme. Even what we're finding in terms of our days to fill jobs, Nashville is about 20% higher.
Oh, wow.
So there's a significant, I think, labor issue that the city is currently facing right now. And then the impact that it's had, the growth just around everything from cost of living to housing in particular. One of the things we looked very closely at was commuting times, so that the people who were moving from our New York headquarters would be able to have better housing, shorter commutes. They still can get that, but it's not what it once was. For people who delayed their move here because of the pandemic, the neighborhoods that they were looking at pre-pandemic are now not as attractive as they once were and are starting to have to look further out. So you really have seen the city grow significantly over the last couple of years.
Well, that's rich. I'm guessing we're going to hear more about that as we go through the morning. But thank you, Kate. Really enjoyed listening to that. Next, let me introduce Janet Miller. Now, Janet is the Chief Executive Officer and Market Leader of Commercial Real Estate Services for Colliers here in Nashville. She joined Colliers in 2014, and before that, she spent 21 years as the Chief Economic Development Officer for the Nashville Area Chamber of Commerce. So Janet, you have had an opportunity to see the arc of Nashville and to its evolution today. Can you talk about, what do you think the outlook is for
Bro, I'm not listening to this. This is so weird. This isn't even like, oh, this is the Fed Listens event. That's why. No, that's why. Never mind. I just read the title. I was like, dude, what is this? It's okay. I'm sure if we get any headlines, but this is the Fed Listens event where they just like go in there like random places and they're like, we listen to you. You guys know that. We listen to you. Yeah, Ross, bro, all of the retail clothing plays are up like 4 or 5% right now. So Morgan Stanley's, bro, the value inflation plays are not having their day here today. Uber's coming up, Boeing, a couple of others went crazy there. Even Square. There's Morgan Stanley's doing good again. They were underperforming, however you want to look at it, but I'm gonna see then if we could get both ways on that one. That'll be good. DMB about to go red. Check email. You're gonna have to give me a sec on that one. Roblo bounce. Yeah, Airbnb is almost positive. Again, Square is up there. Tech is coming up. Shopify looks good, but it's not good. WBD, Shopify, the just big, it's expensive. Is WBD the, what's it called? Warner Bros? That's in there. That's great. DraftKings straight up. It's lit. Let me see. Like Shopify looks great. It's coming up there again. They got this split news. Did that fill? Okay. WB is the merger. That's good. That's good. Let's see if I get that. That'll be dope. And then Shopify, they're going now. Again, the premiums were expensive if you wanted to go a little bit higher on there, but don't trade it. Not a recommendation. I grabbed a Morgan Stanley put now for next week. So just got 30% riding that call up. Again, this is a pre-earnings play. They report when? Wednesday. I believe Wednesday or Thursday they report. So the idea is let's take advantage of all the premiums going up. I did like 30, 40 bucks both ways. And then we'll see where it goes from here. Shopify is still going. Shopify, just the spreads. It's just very hard to find an appropriate play. That's about it. I got shares. That could be good. I did not sell the calls. No, I'm going to hold both of them. The plan is to let it kind of just dance around and do its thing. So, again, there's going to be the pre-earnings move. I'm sure they're going to move all over the place. Again, they were even down a lot today. NEM, JWN, they're all up there. I got the Altria random, and then I did another Altria play, but they got clapped almost instantly right now. Already taking an L on those. Up 40 on the calls. Nice. I still have the Hershey's call. Yeah. That one, it just has a very wide spread, but it's holding up. But again, today is not a day for the inflation plays, but they're actually green still, which is good. NEM almost red after up 2%. Newmont. Nucor's going up. Let's see. I still have the CVE and EWGs. Yes. Luke Redo, baby. Welcome back, as always, my man. Shopify, more orders coming in on those. Those plays are up 50% now. Again, the Shopify's decent. Airbnb, they were up. They're looking good. Airbnb, they're the damn refund policy, they're changing that. What's my take on anyone who thinks the gold standard was GOAT? I mean, gold standard isn't bad. It's just there's just natural limitations to growth. That's all. So that's the only issue with it, is that if depending on what sort of system you wanted to run, you know, and you wanted to get out there and trade a lot and do a lot of things, then that's it. A shop. I didn't make a shop play. I was just talking about it. I was just saying it looks good. I'm looking at some of them, but the premiums are high. I don't know if I'm going to take it. They're already up 50% after this little move right here. Airbnb's getting the candle. SPY's at VWAP. We will see how it plays out. Wells Fargo's up. Bank of America's up. Goldman, JP. They actually all got pretty active there. Yeah, the Shopify just came right back down too. Premiums are crazy. Roblo. Abivide double dip. Maybe. I mean, if you want to play the options, I don't know about shares. I'm thinking the same thing with Altria, but I'd probably want to wait a little bit. JetBlue, big gold drop. EXC below 49. Yeah, today was its like big sell-off day. Thankfully, I mean, remember we took some of the profits there over the weekend, so that was good. But I still think they're going to do good. I think this week, I think oil's going to chill out, but then the rest of commodities and agriculture, I think, are going to do their thing. Yeah, MS big pop. Ooh. What was the Ford news? I don't know. Ford has literally just been going crazy the last couple days. It's actually held up very, very strong relative to the market. Yeah, EXC or MS is doing very good. Kroger, I mean, they did good on Friday. They have a little bit of the, what's it called? They got some of the buyout stuff and all of that news kind of driving them. I'd say you got to be careful, but they're good. I still have the EWZs, yes. MS up 50. Yeah, they're almost up 100%. I mean, they're what? 60 cents would be 100%, so we'll see. Hoth, penny but popping. What's the reason why it's popping? Usually the reason it's popping is going to get me more inclined than actually just telling me what's going on. You know what I'm saying? If you're like, yo, it's a good movie, I'll be like, tell me what the movie's about. Like, you know what I'm saying? Is like, what if you're into like rom-coms and you're like Gary Gensler and I'm like into like Bruce Willis type movies. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't know. You got to tell me the reason. FedEx is up. They got some medical approval. Cancer treatment. Why'd I say cancer? Hoth. $122 over 120. We'll see if it comes back up again or if there's anything with it, if they have a PRV. Would you consider DraftKings an inflation hedge? No. It's longer duration and it's not the same quality. I would consider Abivi, maybe even Altria. Altria struggles a little bit, but something with a solid dividend. Coca-Cola would be an inflation hedge. Amazon would be more of an inflation hedge. Apple than DraftKings, in my opinion. But I do like DraftKings. Apple's coming down here, surprisingly. Ford's taking off again. Morgan Stanley up 85. JP Morgan, he's starting to go now. Walmart, too. Walmart would meet that category. FedEx, double bottom bounce. IYT's up 1%. That's leading the market. So, honestly, it's kind of refreshing today. Because if anything, at least this is, you know, our markets are coming down. Bonds are going crazy. But at least these aren't going too nuts. But that means there's still some catch up. Market could come down. Apple's hitting the low. TLT, I think, well, like I said the market will probably start freaking out once the TLT gets to, representing 2.75, the 10-year. So this, I think, is bad. I mean, I think this is the real reason why we have any volatility today, but doesn't mean it has to snap the streak just yet. But pretty much the worse and worse this gets with the pressure between yields going higher and all that, I mean, it's eventually going to weigh on the market. But for now, this isn't good. It's showing that everything we've been dealing with the last couple weeks, it's just not done yet. And it's still developing, which is nuts. Wells Fargo. Yeah, Wells Fargo is leading this morning. So when we got the Morgan Stanleys, they were down 1%. But now the Wells Fargos, those are just been on a tear. Roblox, Uber. Abivi selling off today. They're not down as much, but they're definitely, they're giving up. I guess 2% is pretty big. Altria is kind of coming up a little bit. They sold off, but your value inflation plays, they haven't really been holding up with the same level of strength as a couple days ago. Yeah, banks are rocketing right now. Everyone's getting ready for the banks. The Morgan Stanleys went up almost 100% now. Even the old Wells Fargos are trying to play along. China ripping. TLT hitting another low. Baba's coming up. Baba's red, but China stocks are coming up there. Get some GOD calls. Maybe. I want a physical gold, if anything. I don't know. It looks good, though. I don't know if the premiums are low, but it's actually kind of curling up. Kind of reminds me of wheat a little bit when you look at it. It's my birthday Sunday, heading to San Diego later this week, bro. That means it's going to be damn Easter. Who got your Easter birthday? Hard. Where's San Diego going to be staying at, Luke? We'll see. I know I got the... I'm trying. I think Mama, she said she's down for Easter dinner Sunday, and then I'm gonna see her afterwards. Or we're gonna see her. But hit me up on there. I don't know if I'm going anywhere here for Easter, so I should be around. I hope. But happy birthday either way, man. That's hype. That's an Easter baby, bro. That's crazy. My 30th was yesterday. Happy birthday, Austin. This is a big one. Wow, 30. How do you feel? Do you feel 30? Do you feel weird now when you say it out loud? If you're like, I'm 30. Maybe dinner Monday. I can't Monday. I'm only weekends. Only weekends would be the only time I could be freed from my cage. Otherwise, I'm not allowed to leave my cage Monday through Friday. So weird. It's like kind of like Space Jam. My birthday on Easter, too. That's crazy. All the Easter, babe. Bro, isn't that wild? Easter's on Sunday? April South. Spy's chilling out here. Do you buy check gold? Where would you buy in large amounts? If I was going to... You could find people to buy it, but I don't know. How motivated are you to get cheap gold? So if you really want good gold for cheap, the most purest and cheapest price, you would actually need to go to Africa. If you could buy gold in Africa, that's a good... I have a guy if you want, but you have to it's really expensive. You have to buy at least 6 figures minimum, but you could get a better deal on it. No, I'm being dead serious, though. I'm being dead serious. Microsoft selling off. How would you bring it back? They ship it. It's a process, but that's how you'd have to get through to it. Big orders. Microsoft is selling off super heavy. Verizon on the high. Ford and Visa or Verizon on the high too. You guys do it. Square introduces next generation of Square Stand. Yeah, the iPad. Wait. And then let's see. Oh, shit, bro. Holy crap. We got it. Yo, we got it. That's crazy. We got our WBD. I got my WBD shares. Warner Discovery. Look at that. Yo, that's hype. See? That's actually not bad because look at this whole time we've held, what's it called? We're down $1,300, but then we just got back $800 worth of stock. WBD. So now we got almost $1,000 of growth right there. That's not bad. T's down like 20%. Yeah, but you got all that money back almost. So if our P&L is $800 on there, and then we got back and we lost $1,300, so you got like 9, 10, 11, 12. So we lost $500. Not too bad. And that's assuming it stays there, but that's also assuming we sell out right now and take it. But I think I'm gonna hold it. That's the shares you get from holding AT&T. TSM, Morgan Stanley, SPY's coming up. TLT's at the bottom. Abivi, a lot of the inflation plays just got sold today. They're not holding up like I thought they would. You didn't get it. You'll get it if you own AT&T or assuming you've held it for quite some time and you didn't just try to pick it up recently. I believe you should get it. Sounds good. And you realize you have to hold AT&T. Well, no, you could sell out now. So, like, if you want the money, like if you don't like anything related with AT&T and you're like, this is trash and you got the shares, you could just sell out and take the money if you want. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, if I really wanted, it's like, okay, I had to hold this piece of shit and get clapped on it for X amount of time. You know what I'm saying? So let me just, oh yeah, wait, the stock's down $600 today though. That's why. So remember we were talking about that AT&T, you're down the exact amount. Wait, that's so weird. This is so weird, actually. Why does it say that? It says we're down $600 today. But it's the same amount of shares, right? It gapped down, but why are we still down? It still says this. It says the stock is green on the day. AT&T drop. AT&T says it's up. Oh, there you go. It says it's up 5, but yeah, no, it dropped. See, so it dropped the same amount that we got practically. Yeah, no, it says positive, but they're assuming it from a $19 price target. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. But either way, but then that means you lost a little. We should have made more money, essentially. Because if it was, should have been priced in most of it, but I guess it wasn't. No, not bad, though. But if you want to take the money out and then hold the loss, you could get paid $800 here. Already down $1,300, minimize the loss, and then ride from there. Yeah, we did the random play today. It was Jay, what's his name? What was it? Jay Berg. See, and I'm saving them. I'm saving every single one. So we're going to know who it is. I'm going to check on Sunday Watchlist. And now you get paid $100 if you hit. So there's a bonus. You get a signing bonus. If your random play hits, you're walking away with extra hundo. You're walking away. Jesus, Paige. Good morning, baby. Hard up. Hey, man. And email stream alerts. You'll get responded to usually anything within like 24 hours on that. You'll be good. No worries, my friend. No worries. Dow is dumping. Where'd my thing go? Apple's selling off. So Apple's been down all day today. I don't know if it has to even do with some of the China stuff. Ford's still on the high. VZ call premiums jumping. Morgan Stanley's coming down with the call premiums. They're up a lot on the ask there. Microsoft is getting mollywhopped, them and Apple. Where's Netflix? Remember, Netflix is going to be reporting sooner than you think. Fubo's at 5? Is it really? I feel like that's cheap. Get out of here. Bro, Fubo's a $5 stock. You know what? Let me check out their balance sheet because I liked them at that $116 point, remember? Bro, $5. Fubo for $5.95. $5.95, not bad. I mean, UMC's a $3 stock or whatever it's at. I see Fubo ads. I don't know if that helps. You added some more. Aaron! Holy crap. Yeah, see, Aaron's like, nah, man, we back in it. I like it at $5. I mean, my cheap one that has dropped super cheap now, where I'm like, damn, it's only like $17 like DraftKings. But that one is there. Wheat is hitting a new high. 1080. Yep, ZW. I don't know why corn sold off like that, but again, I mean, wheat estimates, we need to look at the China ships, and again, and none of the boats have moved. So, like, literally, people are like, so now Ukraine is expecting to plant 50% less wheat. So since the scenario started a couple months ago, the expectation for Ukrainian wheat has dropped 50%. Apparently, some farmers instead of planting, they're stealing Russian tanks with their tractors. So since their tractors could pull enough weight, they're going out and just jacking Russian tanks and selling them to the government instead of planting wheat. So again, I mean, it sounds funny, but this is what Sal was even talking about. Remember, he was saying it's like if the conflict continues, who is going to, will they be able to plant even though they're dealing with something? No, yeah, this is real. This is like, I'm not even kidding. So they're like, no, they're actually like selling tanks. So they're taking their tractors and then they're, anybody, if a soldier was killed or it's abandoned, and then they go and they tow the tanks and then they give them to the government for money. Tanks are a way better yield than wheat. And they have the equipment for it. So it's a very interesting one. Is it tax-free? Dang, they got government subsidized tank purchases. Yeah, there is videos of it. It's actually wild. I think you could see it. Ukraine farmer steals tank. So this is even a couple weeks ago. But yeah, look at they just confiscate the tanks. Y'all think I'm kidding? Look. Bro, these tractors are big, bro. Tractors can pull a lot. So they're great for wheat production, but like, I mean, it's very ingenious. Honestly, I never would have thought about this. Bro, look at that. They're just linking up the tanks with and that's it. Look at that John Deere. They're like, give me that. That's it happened like once. Well, that's just what I mean, these are all scaled out. There's a bunch of videos over the last couple weeks with it, but now that the wheat estimates have coincided, we're pretty much getting the picture a couple weeks later, essentially. So now that, the what's it called? And it's not the WASDE, it's just the agricultural minister of Ukraine. They've cut estimates by 50%, which is big. Again, if you remember the first interviews with Sal and all that, remember, production increases, decreases, that is what's driving the price of the commodity. So for them now to cut expectations by 50%, it's like we're watching now the last couple weeks come to life in terms of the numbers. Portfolio advisor targets 750 for GP-led secondary fund. Goldman's on the high. Amazon's selling off. Wheat is looking good. Morgan Stanley's killing it. That was a great one. I'm glad we got some of that. I think the puts should hold up, but we'll see if they actually get the burn a little bit. Yeah, the puts are down already a little bit, but we will see. The Morgan Stanleys are up now 100% on the bid, or on the ask. Wells Fargo's looking. Bank stocks are just killing it right now, just right off the bat. This is, bro, 3% on Monday morning for Wells Fargo. Morgan Stanley was down 1%, but this is almost 3% too. JP Morgan only 1%. Goldman 2 point. These are huge moves. Huge moves. EWG getting there. They're doing pretty decent. EWJ. Apple, Microsoft at the low. Yeah, the Wells Fargo plays from post-Fed, those are up almost 100%. So we're still riding those out. Those are in the game right now. Those are up 94%. My Verizon, I think they expired, those other ones. Yeah, I got cucked on it. We were just 1 week too early. Scammers. Microsoft at the low. Alstria's fighting. Ford on the high. Another high. EXC just sold off heavy. I think their ex-dividend is coming around. Oh, and Abivi's ex-dividend now this week. That's actually very interesting that some of them are selling off like that. That might, honestly, this might be the ex-dividend move low-key if it keeps it in this range, because in the next 3 days, even if it comes back up, it'll be at the same price. I think I'm going to take the Wells Fargo to pay for the MS and hold both calls and puts. Not bad. Again, you've seen me do that strategy many times. I did it a couple weeks ago. Remember, we had the JP Morgan, then the JP Morgan paid for the Wells Fargo. So definitely, move some things around, be smart with it. Why we received WBD? Because AT&T spun it off. They spun off certain assets, and then they lowered the dividend. So now that your dividend on AT&T is lower, they've given you a dividend pretty much of the new company that they spun off to. Because AT&T owned WBD. So you owning AT&T, if they make a new company, they spin it off, and then you get your share. It's cool, though. When you think about it, we lost some value on the AT&Ts, but now we have, the other stuff. The May EWGs, I think they're pretty much the same price. I'd have to check, but, you can monitor those places. I mean, we got ours at like 40 or 50. Let's see. Or no, that was for the July. They're the same price, 8 and 5 and 10. Same bid and ask as last time. Literally, the bid and ask on the EWGs has not changed over the last 3 days. LMT low-key killing it. Yeah, we still have that one play. I think it's up 100% still. LMT, RTA. Yeah, the LMTs are up 118% actually. Those are doing very well. Is WBD. If you want, I think it'll be interesting. A lot of people like to sell off when they first get it, and just kind of close it out, or now that the deal's finally gone through. If you don't want to hold AT&T, if you don't want to be a part of it, you can make your move now. I think I'm going to hold it. I'll take it. $1,000 of growth. Still get a 4% dividend on the other one, but it is definitely going to be volatile. Is for HBO? I don't think so. I don't know if you get HBO Plus. I think you get certain HBO rights, but I don't think you get. I don't think it gets HBO Plus like streaming numbers. Yeah, LMT's killing it. Our play's up a lot right now. Still riding that out. RTX as well, too. You get HBO Max. Are you sure? If we do, then that's easy. I'm holding that shit. But I think they're going to be weird with it. That's what I remember reading about it, that you don't you get some assets, but I don't think you get the actual streaming numbers. Or like the streaming company ownership. I'll have to double check. TLT at the low. It's only basic services. Yeah, I think so. That's why I'm like, it's not like I don't know if you get HBO Max like streaming subscriber. I don't think that's what WBD owns. I think they own HBO, but not the HBO Max like numbers. But we will see. Wait. Wheat's looking good. We almost got $1 on that, right? I guess we got it at 10.20. Shout out Friday after hours. That was good, man. It's always good. God bless you. Lily's lebrikizumab topical corticosteroid steroid showed significant improvement in disease severity of atopic dermatitis. Jeez. There's just a big one to say. Microsoft kind of bouncing. SPY a little cheek lay. Bonds are still at the low all day. The WBD, some people should have got them now. We already got ours. And the stock's already there. So we'll see. Apple's coming up now. Wells Fargo. NVIDIA, AMD. They had a big bounce there. Again, AMD's been like low-key getting slaughtered the last couple days. Mo's still chilling. TLT bottom. I think, well, we're already below it. Like 123.99. This is what I kept saying the other day. This is just like the support level of like 2019, which was the support level even going back to 2017. So, I mean, anywhere now, like 112 at the lowest, maybe like 115 on TLT. But if we go low, we might stay in this whole range, the 5-year range for a while. But now the question is, when do stocks react? Does the market pick up on the signal that this is sending? And this is sending that growth, inflation, and a lot of things are about to go crazy. That's what a 2.75 10-year is telling us. Bank of America on the high. MS going up. SPY coming down. HII's on the high too. That's defensive. Netflix coming down. Yeah, wheat's killing it right now. Microsoft and Apple, I think these ones are interesting than anything with early earnings like banks. They're already getting ready. Inflation value plays are not doing too good. Let's actually take a look at the breakdown. So rest of the world, Canada's up. China's clapped. And then here's the SPY. Let's take a look. Industrials leading, financials, materials, and everything else is red. And then tech is the real laggard there. I mean, NASDAQ 1.3. But energy's not doing good. Healthcare, I think that's part of it too. Bro, energy's clapped today. I don't know if you guys see it. Like Brent crude, even then, like I'm saying, this next coming days here, I think enough has happened where we might make that test there between 95 and 90. And then we see what happens from there. But it's definitely slowing down. I think this week is going to be an interesting dynamic with energy plays dropping and then the market having to deal with everything else. Again, China's still, bro, China's bad. I even verified it with my boy. He said it's pretty crazy out there right now. But like literally like Shanghai is still, that lockdown is still persisting. Yeah, 9 hikes is priced in. It might get a little bit worse, but I think up until May, no one's going to react just yet. You see them around. Yeah, I saw a lot of the videos. It's pretty nuts. It's like finally hitting a point. You haven't seen that happen in China in a while. Like it's kind of reminiscent of the Hong Kong situation. You guys remember like the Hong Kong protests and then COVID happened and then you didn't hear once about the Hong Kong protest ever again. You remember that? It's kind of like you're getting this same sort of, social outrage over there. Like people are like rioting and shit a little bit now. 500 shares of Airbnb holding it 10 years for my newborn's college. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Both of our kids are going to go to Airbnb University. I'm with you, baby. Let's go. I don't have a kid yet, but that's what I'm going to be holding now. I'm with you. They say the lockdown and outbreak in China is the worst one yet. It's really the lockdowns which are setting people off, because that they're not dealing with it this time around. It's like very aggressive, strict lockdown, and then they're running out of food, or the food at the very least is not being delivered to everybody. And then now, like we said, 457 ships are off of the coast of China, just waiting to unload. So just like America, China now has 400. We had 45 ships, and you guys were freaking out. We were taking pictures. Every time someone went on a plane, they had to post a story. China has 450. Imagine 10 times that amount. I haven't opened up the map for it just yet, but we will in a little bit. Let's get through this first little batch here of plays, as the market is just kind of just sitting here. We say the random play needs to hit. Are we talking about 100% or in the money? I think if it's just up by the time I look at it, I think just enough where we can make profit. Best spot to buy first Airbnb these days. I mean, it depends if you're going to, do you have people to manage it? Are you going to be in the area or not? But anywhere with a travel destination, you know what I'm saying? Like, people like to go to travel for very, very specific reasons. So anything with scenery, hiking, travel spot, partying, whatever it may be. Amazon's coming back down. MS is killing. MS is over 100%. That was a killer one. The property in Connect, was it the one that was already rented? I don't know. There was a couple that came in the other day. So if anything, I mean, if you guys did send an email or anything, I'll get back. Like, we'll talk about them probably later in the day here or anything. I mean, it's Monday morning. We're getting ready. Today's an interesting day with bonds at 2.75. But I don't have any like emails on top of my head. You know what I'm saying? With a lot of it, but I will definitely get back to you guys on some stuff, or we'll talk about it here once we just get through the first hour or two, or let's get through Euro close in an hour. Wells Fargo 100%. Sent too many emails. You might be blocked if you were the wholesaler from last month or two, and we weren't on the same page. So I'm not getting your emails if that's the case. So don't. Again, I don't know. I don't know if I told you I don't want to wholesale with you. Don't don't waste your time. Puts on. I grabbed a put on Morgan Stanley already. So, but that one's already down. But I want to go both ways on both of them. That's definitely the plan. And SPY slowly edging down. Veru on the high. MS giving up. Bonds are bouncing a little bit. Small caps. It's weird, though. I want my dividend place. They did not have any love today, especially with some of the ex-dividends, too. Very interesting. Roblo, big green. Wheat is at the high. Roblo is actually holding up. Very weird. Yeah, the airlines have been doing pretty good. Again, in clothing plays, retailers, absolute ripper today. JP, I think they're going to do good. Again, I'm overall bullish for the banks, believe it or not. A lot of people disagree, and I totally understand. It's like there was a good comment on the watch list. It was a first-time viewer. I can find it. And, he had a good look at it. He was disagreeing with me on it. But I do like his take. Let me see if I can find it. But essentially, I mean, they have a lot to overcome for earnings. Let me see. More interest, more profits. That's what I'm keeping simple and the beginning of the year. And the yields have moved just so ridiculous. We haven't really seen anything like that. That's why I'm I don't know. I think they just need good earnings. I think right now, if they're not able to move until we get good earnings, but it is an uphill battle for earnings. I'm not Like, you can't be too delusional about it, but they are, they are expected to do good. Damn, a lot of random plays on here. I need to find that. I don't know where that play is or where that comment was. But pretty much the banks, it's going to be difficult. But I'm leaning towards the bullish side. So that's what I'm expecting with JP Morgan. I mean, let's see here, give it a couple days here, or give it even by the end of today. Let these bank stocks keep going up, and we might be able to get a good play, like low key, on both sides of it. SPY new low, 442. Oh, I didn't think about that. That's not good, you guys. Just telling you now, yeah, we're entering that 4.4. Remember, below 444, because anything below, I think about 441 is next. If we break 441, 440, then you get stuck in like a 10, 20 point range between like 430, 420, and then with the CPI and earnings. So that's not too good. Yeah, industrials are bad and energy. So today you're having a double whammy with tech stocks and energy getting killed. So this isn't what we've had in the last couple days. Whether you got to think about it, last couple weeks, if energy was down, tech was rocketing, right? Or if even tech was doing good, energy would be doing good, and then we saw everything go up. So we'll see. Yeah, the market could be pricing in CPI for sure. For sure. Apple's coming down, Microsoft. And then Kira, you said on the watch, Airbnb had a shooting in Sacramento. I'm more worried about the Airbnb refund policy, bro. No, CPI comes out Tuesday. Bro, Airbnb, they changed the refund policy to 72 hours. That's so insane. I don't know how that's going to play out. I mean, clearly it's going to be, I don't know how they get away with it sometimes, but it's bad news for hosts. So pretty much it just opens up the door to more scams. Now that like pretty much people could stay at your property and they can, within 72 hours, they could request a refund or say the stay wasn't this and that. It used to be 24 hours. Now it's 72 hours. So it's very, it's not good for hosts. We'll see. It's good for the guests. So it's good for the guests now to increase demand and all that. But they don't do it. I mean, it kind of makes sense. I don't like it as a host personally. But I do know like other hotels will do that. Like you could book a hotel and cancel within like a week if it's like before your booking. But that one, it's like literally someone could stay at your house and then 3 days later after this stay, they could request a refund. It does disincentivize hosts a lot, and it increases risk for the host too. SPY bouncing a little bit. Yeah, that's the only piece of Airbnb news I really don't like. It's like eating your meal and saying it wasn't good and sending the plate back. Yeah, exactly. For 3 days. Imagine eating your meal and then coming back 3 days later and be like, yeah, it actually wasn't the burger that I expected. Yeah, when I went to poop, I realized. Here? Don't they have bio news or potential? Turtle Beach, they're up on the high. Nine houses on Airbnb since COVID, and there are many scams like that. Yeah, I haven't got them too bad, but I've had weird 24-hour cancellations before. It's just weird. 72 hours, we'll see. Here is still going. 2 big candles there at the top and getting volume. It looked like it was pretty illiquid. Check news on that. Again, they come up a lot in terms of buyouts, or like somebody trying to. I forgot somebody took a stake in them. I remember. Kind of funny how big Airbnb is and how well known, but the stock is so under the radar. I mean, if I wish they offered a dividend, but that reminds me of Abivai. I mean, you got to think, when we bought Abivai was very well known. Everybody knew it. They just didn't know it. Again, Botox, bro. Come on now. Our wheat puts expire. We rolling them over. Nah, at this point, I mean, they didn't even work too good, but we'll see after those puts expire how it affects it. But I don't think I'm going to add another one just yet. Abivai Botox was a great idea. It was a great one. So lending tips giving me crazy stats. He said for a second home right now, so normal like lending right now, he has a client trying to get a second home. Minimum requirement, 20% down, conforming loan, single family resident, 780 credit, and it's a 6% rate paying 1 point up front. That's crazy. So you're paying 1% just to get the loan, then 6% rate, and that's just, this guy has a 780 credit with 20% down. Starting again. I saw a funny meme though. It was like this. Here, I'll show you. It's like you hear that, and then these guys. So you hear those numbers and they're like, oh my gosh, rates are 6. And then these guys are like, oh, it's fine. We were paying 20%. We were paying 11% a couple years ago. That's fine. We ain't got nothing to worry about. These guys. They're like, nah, it's chill, bro. It's so true though, legitimately. Like the younger people, I feel like if you're below like 35 years old, you're like, oh my gosh, this is so expensive. And then if it's anybody above like 40, they're like, nah, man, this is chill. They're like, we were paying 11%. This old couple told me they got approved for 18%. Yeah. Oh, I feel like the older you are, the rates, you're like, that's fine. Am I bullish or bearish this next 3 weeks? I don't know. I want to say I'm kind of leaning bullishness just because earnings and CPI, but I think the CPI is not going to be good. But I think everyone's there. They've already tricked everybody into saying this is going to be the peak. They're doing what they did last April, June, if you don't remember. So if you guys remember last April, June, CPI was going crazy. And then on one of the high points, they're like, no, it's going to calm down. This is going to be the peak. So I want to say I'm leaning a little bit more bullish, but at the end of the day, I mean, we have a lot of catalysts here, and we're going to see what happens with it. But I think oil will actually chill out this week. But, like, I don't know if you remember, Benton's Blackstone is said to plan a Atlanta bid for this week. What's that? What's Atlantia bid? It's foreign. But take a look here. So, like, I don't know if you guys remember. Where was it? It was like March. Yeah, it was like April, March. It's the same exact thing that happened last time. I don't know if you guys remember. So remember like March or it was April. So then that means we were right here in March's. But remember, April's came in and they were like, oh, this is going to be the highest it will be for the year. Does anybody remember that? It was like April, May as we started getting into like 4.85. They were like, nah. This is going to be the highest for the rest of the year. The next 3 months were calm, and then the market bounced because they're like, okay, inflation's not getting higher. And then, boom, we started ripping, and then nobody really started to care after that until the Fed numbers. Yeah, so that's what they're doing this time around with this CPI. So the CPI tomorrow is expected to come in at 8.3, right? But now everybody is saying, all the economists, Bloomberg, down to just any of the economists that are looking at it, they are all saying now that 8.3 is going to be the highest for the year. So they think 8.3 is the peak of inflation. 8.3 year over year, which granted is still a very high number, because if you look at March's, where were we at March? 2.3. So that's like 10, 11% inflation since 2020. But yeah, they're saying 8.3 is going to be the top. So even if it's going to come in a little bit higher, but then what's going to happen, or even if it comes in right at expectations, you have to think about it. That means people, even if the number is bad, everyone's going to say, yeah, it's bad, but that's the top. And then it's going to give you some wiggle room into the next CPI. So that's what's going to make it confusing, but that's the get out of jail free card, essentially. So depending on how it plays out, if the market eats it up and they're like, oh, well, it's going to be 6.3, then yeah, BNS, Bank Nova Scotia, had a cheek lay and came down. You can't call the top. Oh, I know, believe me. But they're trying to call the top again. Economists are trying to call the top of inflation like they did last time. And last time they were kind of right. It slowed down and it didn't get higher. You see it was like 4.7, 4.8. You know, it didn't move too much, but then it took off a couple months later. So you got to think about it. With oil coming down now, you can like next CPI might actually moderate if you think about it. So we'll see, but that's going to be the difficult part about this CPI. So we'll see what happens with it. I do, my biggest revelation, I think war headlines are going to hit a lot less, like we talked about. I think earnings and the Fed are going to be very, very key here this week. And I think earnings, if they could give us something good, it might offer a window. I don't think earnings will get too clapped just yet. And then we'll go from there. And I think that's just going to move things around. And I think energy is going to calm down a little bit until it starts going back up again. Kind of dumping a little bit. I mean, tech is down 1.5, 1.6. SPY only 1%. CPI will be like the ship. Everyone expecting a big wreck, but it won't be as bad. I think it's going to be bad, but I think now, instead of people saying it's not going to be a big wreck, people are just going to say this is the worst of it. So I think people are going to come in and say, yeah, it's high, but it's the worst of it. And it makes sense, though, because you got to think about it, month-over-month expectations. So here's April. April shot up to like 3.7, 3.8. So March was actually still at like 3. So now it's like you're going to have the baseline effects helping you year over year, but people are expecting that. So they're going to pretty much say, oh, well, this is the worst of it. They're like, we good, bro. We good. They like to do that. There goes Veru. That one was up again. I had that up here a second ago. They're killing it. Up 75%. That Hoth play is still up 100. Can you update the website so portfolio is updated? I can, but if anything, just go on my Instagram, and the latest pictures of the portfolio are updated with what we're holding. I don't know about the gains or losses, simply because they've moved around. That's it. Send another email. If it's stream alerts, send an email. Again, if you didn't get anything back, send another email. Usually it takes a while if people do switch carriers. I mean, that's usually just the phone issue there. But send another email if it hasn't been fixed yet. The off-market house. Yeah, I liked it, but the lady just bought it. So she's asking too much for it. It's like one of those people who bought the house and then they want to, sell it for like $100,000 more after like 2 months. Something I would do. I'm not opposed to it, but I don't like to buy those myself, if that makes sense. People's psychology change with CPI every time it gets high. It is. It's like it's BS. If you haven't noticed, it's like everyone gets worried about it, and then when it happens, everyone's like, nah. It's like, okay, it's gonna be the worst, and it's like stair stepping the. It's like everybody justifies it. Honestly, we've had a we've been in inflation denial. I forgot what they called it. Some Bitcoin company said it. They called it inflation censorship. And I agree with, remember I told you guys that we talked about it like a year ago, and I said pretty much like if Google, if they just don't promote anything that says inflation, I feel like you would have a whole different like psychology behind it, and that it would change things. But pretty much that's what people have been talking about, is that like both in the media as well as like the government, and even how we know how CPI is calculated, and economists, they're calling it inflation censorship. So meaning that like people, I think it's just denial. I don't think it's, isn't that funny? Because I've noticed how some people call censorship. I think denial might be an equivalent word for censorship. Because feel with me. How many people have you heard claim something is censorship, but it's not really, and they act a little crazy? I think it's just denial, honestly, if you ask me. I think it's just inflation denial, and that's what's leaving us with this weird. Every time we're addressing CPI month over month, it's like it's always this little game of, well, it's bad, okay, and if it's bad, it's not going to get worse, or if it's worse, that means, and then it's not worse, that means it's slowing down, like we said, and then a month or two later, the situation just the chart is so easy to look, but I just think it's denial when it's all said and done. LMT, are they still going? Altria is coming up there. I don't know what the premiums are at. LMT's good. Fargo, mini pop. Trying to control the narrative. Well, it's good. I mean, at the end of the day, otherwise we probably would have crashed a while ago. Dividend, yeah, the dividend stocks are kind of waking up. Lockheed, new high. Amazon's on the, it's weird because like you're getting value pop right now. Some of the other ones are selling. Maybe better, maybe off earlier. Germany's bear box says EU to intensify weapon deliveries. Could be. That's all we got over the weekend. Germany this, NATO that, dropping off weapons. Coin pop. Coin selling off a little bit. It's insane how inflation is and people don't care. Well, people care. There's just, what are you going to do about it? You know what I'm saying? It's not like, do you want people to like riot? Do you want people to like wear a sticker that says I'm mad about inflation? That's why inflation is so insidious. That's why inflation is so weird in society and for a country, just because it's not like you can't do anything. Even then, like I believe all of us are just like, all of us see the prices. All of us think it's ridiculous. Each and every single one of us deals with it in a different way, but it's like, how are we going to do it? I don't think it's food shortages that are going to cure it. It's food prices. That's the thing. I mean, sadly, that's the sad part is other countries, like honestly, like I'm probably going to have to send a lot of money to Egypt for my family, because over there it's going to get very bad. But in America, you're going to be good, but it just, the price of food is going to get ridiculous. So like, just like you saw gas go up very, very high and you're like, holy crap. And think about it, it took like 6 to 12 months. I think in 6 to 12 months here, like a gallon of milk might cost you $15, $20. That's the type of craziness we're talking about. It's like, again, it's not like there's going to be no milk in the store, but you may slowly watch everybody get to a, and again, I'm being dramatic here with milk. I know some people are probably going to freak out, but that's what I'm trying to say, is that food prices will get expensive, but they will not be in shortage. Like, I mean, you guys just don't remember it? Like, do you guys remember in like 2019, like nice restaurants used to be like empty? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Do you guys remember like 2018, 2019? Like if you went to like a nice restaurant, you could have just walked in, you could have just got a table, like, and even then you would think twice about it. You're like, damn, this is kind of expensive. You know what I'm saying? No, I know 2020 was empty too, but like, do you remember what I'm saying? Like back in the day, like it was like 2019, it literally in nice restaurants were empty. Like it just wasn't, people weren't spending money out to eat like that. You people are like, oh, why would I eat outside? Like, and it was expensive. And now go to a restaurant even a 5-star restaurant, Nobu, go to the nicest restaurant in your town, I promise you it's packed. Probably you can't even get a reservation for 2 or 3 weeks, if anything. And it just kind of makes sense. That's what I think it's going to level. Like, what it's going to level it out is when those nice restaurants become expensive enough where it gets back to what we saw. Because think about it. Everybody has money. I asked the question the other day. There's just so much money floating around. If you weren't already like totally in poverty, you have found a way to probably touch the double amount of dollars you were touching in 2019. And that's where it's like, I think eventually food prices, I think they will level things out. I think when the price of food gets high enough where it starts like leveling things, then that's what we're going to see. China multimillionaires, yeah, they're begging for food. Yeah. Bro, Chinese people are working in their office right now. That's a different scenario, but the food thing is the key. No more dollar. There'll be a dollar menu, but there's going to be, the prices are going to change a little. I don't know, actually. I don't know what the dollar menu will be. The MOs are hitting, I hope. Are they? Oh, shit, they are, bro. Let's go. Let's go. Demand destruction, stop buying cars, getting us. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but prices need to go up high enough. That's the thing. With this much money in the system, and look at how people are acting today, when is demand destruction going to hit? Gas is at $6. Food prices is up. House prices are up over 50%, and we still have not experienced demand destruction. That's why the scary part is like, shit, we may need $20 a gallon gas. Or $20 a gallon milk, for God's sake. You see what I'm saying? But then it's like, again, like we've talked about last week with demand destruction. Whenever demand destruction starts, how do you stop it, and when is it going to stop? Russia's sending infantry to Donbass. Europe moves to harm Ukraine. Used cars, so that's part of CPI. So used cars are going to come down on CPI, at least 5%. That's gonna be what calms things down here in the next couple of CPI reports. That's where the Fed is banking on it. So literally used cars for tomorrow, that's going to be a big contributor to negative CPI on the report. And then hopefully in the next coming reports, you should expect used car sales should be declining heavily. And they should calm things down. Oil popping off of that. What does the bottom of all this look like? How does it get fixed? I mean, hopefully the government and, certain government policy doesn't exasperate the problem. That's the real risk. But the bottom of this just looks like everybody deals with it. It's just high prices, demand destruction. And then what happens when we experience demand destruction? It's either going to be severe or it'll be short-lived. And then pretty much you need the money to flow back into the hands. That's it. There's just so much money running out. You need enough time to let this money start circling around till the prices level out, and then you get demand destruction, and then where we go from there. But that's kind of how I see it playing out. He said the problem can be fixed. Well, it's easier than you think. It's easier said than done. I mean, if the problem was going to get fixed, it would still take time. It's like it's like taking a bunch of drugs. No matter what you do, it's like even if you start making good decisions today and stop doing drugs, you need to like flush out your system. So right now, there's so much money in the system, it needs to flush through. You need people to spend it, you need people to save it, you need people to lose it, and you need to see where it ends up again and kind of now limit the amount of money that's just flowing out there. It needs to end up in people's hands. It needs to end up like assets. So that's what I'm saying. It's just you don't want to exasperate the problem, but solving it is a lot easier said than done without time. No matter what, you're gonna need. It needs to cycle through exactly. The money needs to go through each of the steps. Yeah, oil's still going up. It's not too big. I mean, watch if it gets a little bigger, but I mean, again, oil's still down 3% right now. Brent is below 100. And I tell Liana, I've been listening to the Call and Future Business Leaders, only 12. Hopefully she got the long term. I know she does. That's amazing. Or nah. Oh, man. Oh, man. The Garcia's in the house. I like it. I like it. Future business leader. Amen. 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 You hear that? Future business leader. Oh, not only the select, the chosen. They know. That's good. At 12, that's amazing. That's amazing. We survived the depression. Yeah, that's what did David say? David said, we've been through similar situations in the country in the past and survived. This isn't Armageddon. Settle down. I agree. It's just a matter during these moments. And this is why I'm saying, if you're wise, be wise with your money. We will get through these situations. Usually it just creates opportunities for people to make money. That's all, any of these cycle shifts or big historical events, for the savvy person, you could come here and you could, if you could have an answer to a problem or see the problem and be able to position, that's where you could set up a good generational wealth. That's why I keep saying a lot of real estate. Love it. So like addict could take multiple years. Yeah, maybe, or at least a good solid years of rehab, and that's where Jerome Powell comes in. That's what Jerome Powell is, when they're like, we're going to raise rates 9 times. We're going to taper the balance sheet. We're going to taper off, reduce the balance sheet. All of that, that's like rehab. You see what I'm saying? And that's where Jerome is like, okay, do you think we could have rehab without sending him to the hospital? That's what Jerome Powell needs to answer in the next coming months. And that's what they need to do. Their goal is to try to give us rehab on the market, cut the interest rates or raise the interest rates, cut the balance sheet, and get us rehab without having to go into the hospital. But they are saying, hey, maybe we should just go full cold turkey, pull everything up, and then just send them into the hospital, quick little recession, and then hopefully we get them out there. After saying we didn't need rehab because it was transitory, right? Exactly. That's the thing. He was in denial, right? Jerome Powell was like any father. He was like, no. He's like, it's transitory. He'll get over it. It's just a phase. I promise. He don't need that. My son don't need that. No. And then a year later, he's like, okay, we gotta do something about this problem. I've realized it's not just a phase. It's okay. We're gonna retire that word, phase. It's not a phase. No, it's serious now. Mm-hmm. Nice way of looking at it. That's what's happening. It's a weird analogy. I know you could laugh at it. Could be kind of dark a little bit because it's realistic. But that's literally what's happening. That's why when you're seeing about Fed-induced recession and this and that, it's like we're trying to rehab the economy, get through this. But the question is, do you want it to be severe or is it soft landing versus hard landing? That's what it comes down to. So we are in the ambulance. Nah, bro, we are fully tweaked out right now. Do you not see the inflation? Are you kidding me? Nah, they're tweaking out right now, man. They're tweaking out 100%. This analogy is it is good. It is good. I like it. So we'll see. So like no one's called the ambulance. No, we have. This is way past the ambulance, man. This is like literally you have a drug addicted stock market and then you have the Fed saying, hey, in the next coming months, we're about to, we're going to start this process. And then you also have all of his friends just going crazy. Again, it's not, you're in, I don't know, maybe we're in outpatient, I'd say. For now, about to go inpatient. Arrested after jumping out the ambulance. It's transitory, bro. Transitory. For a whole year. That's why, bro, this feels just like last. That's where it's crazy. Because if they do what they did last year and it does this same March, April, May thing, bro, it's going to be a wild 2023. If everybody calms down after this one, we're going to see. But if essentially if they get away with that narrative again, I'm going to be like, yo, this is wild. Used car prices was just your messed up dealer. Yeah, it is going to come down, though. That's where some people are like, well, isn't there a lack of cars? Don't people need cars? Yes, but people are just going to stop price gouging. That's it. Is this right now the demand really isn't there. You know, it's not like the demand for cars at some crazy prices. They're going to start coming down. They're still going to be expensive. It's still going to be up, 30% year over year, but it's not going to be 50% or 45 or whatever. But you are getting some demand destruction in used car. Used car prices have been coming down, but now, and think about it now. Now the loan interest is going up, exactly. But people are not gouging them. They're not gouging the same way. It's like you got a little better wiggle room now, but it's still bad. NASDAQ same prices last April. Is it really? No way. Oh, the NASDAQ. Let me see the SPY. We're close to it. We're a little bit higher. That's actually wild to think about. Give or take, you're in the same range. The new car shortage plus higher interest rates keeping the prices up. The prices are going to stay elevated, but there's already it's not going to keep going up and getting crazy like it was. Like used car prices were going nuts. Like at one point, a used car would cost the same amount as a brand new version of that car if the dealer had it with 10, 20,000 miles. So that's the crazy part. The Urus is going up, but it's starting to chill out now. It hasn't. There is a limit to it, and other people are. And then you have to find someone to buy it. The liquidity, how long would it take to sell it? And then you have all the scammer dealerships. Again, the dealerships are all scammers right now. I'm telling you. I have one. I'm gonna make a video I think next weekend with the cars and stuff. But it's the dealerships have been scamming left and right. Like what they've been on is like, it's dirty, bro. It's dirty. Yeah, exactly. We have to get back to the normal. You guys don't remember? Again, this is what I'm saying. Like, the restaurants, like 2019, oil, it's up. It's too small. I don't think oil's doing anything right now. It's going up right now, but we're still down. We need to get back up to down 1.5%, maybe down 1%. We'll see. But think about this one. Are you ready? Just like the restaurants. Do you guys know there was a point in history? It's a very long ago, maybe Napoleon Bonaparte day and age. A long, long time ago. There was this weird, crazy concept that when you would buy a car and use it, it would go down in value. I know. Isn't that amazing? That used to happen a long, long time ago. That you would drive off the lot and then the car would lose value. And then a used car would probably, if it was the same car a year or two later, it would be 30 or 40% cheaper. Yeah, it was a weird deal where they said depreciation, it would depressurize or something like that, or something. It would go down in value. Yeah, like the car, all of them, year after year after, every single car would go down in value. It was crazy. I know, it's wild. So that's what I'm saying. Is we need to go back to normal. That's really going back to normal. You see what I'm saying? Where it's eventually you'll have, the expensive food. It's not going to be fully packed. Used cars going up in value. It's not gonna happen like that. Again, you have to realize all the cars that I own, when I bought them, I was under the impression that I was going to lose money on every single one of them. So it's until that returns, we'll see. But that's where it's the used car price is still, again, it's little by little, but we'll see if a good old depreciation comes back. Well, has depreciation heard of the moon? No, I don't think they even know about each other. We'll see. Now it's like holding a V8 backed bond. No, for real though, bro. That's it. You just have to, but you have to make the coupon payment. That's it. It's a reverse, but that's all it is. 100%. Even the G-Wagon, that's a V8. No more V8 G-Wagons. That is a V8 bond. I'll take it any day. But still, it's crazy, man. Again, that's why I'm like, I feel like even though it's been 2 years, I feel a lot of us have kind of gotten used to this wonky world. If you don't think about it too much, or when you really start to think about it, you'll realize a lot of us have been okay with this very weird world. And now it's like, you got to realize if inflation really does come down and the Fed accomplishes what they want to, we should see that depreciation and that literal, deflation more or less. It's akin to Superman's Bizarro World to a degree. It really, really is. It's just a weird shift. My homie thought it was perfectly fine getting a Tacoma 8K above. Everybody. I'm telling you. Every single car, it's like normal. And that's it. You could go into a dealership right now. Every car that's brand new will have a premium on it. And if you say no, they'll be like, okay, they don't care. And they will sell that in a couple days until things chill out. But used cars too now, it's been nutty. But why we're talking about this, because it's already, economists are expecting used car prices already from March. They should bring the CPI down 1% or like 0.8. So pretty much like if used car prices didn't go down last month, CPI would have been at 9.3. IYT is going to flip. That thing was solid this morning. It is about to go red. It was up 1%. It's not at the bottom, but yeah. Shanghai Party Chief says stick to strict COVID laws. It's wild out there. Life's been weird, but we built for this, baby. Hey, man, tell them. Tell them. Or not. Hey, man. Are we buying oil place? I'm gonna wait a week. I don't like it this week. I like the ones that we have on Oxy. With that play, we already made free, and then we got the B&Os. I'm down to hold them, but I don't like oil this week at all. It's finally, because the pressure's finally hitting. Again, Shanghai's still closed. Shanghai's getting worse. And then, 240 million and 100 million, then another 100 million. It's crazy. So it's like we're starting to see it relax a little bit. And that's where I think we might actually get a double burn one week. I don't think it'll go below 90. I think we are definitely going to test 95. But I don't think oil. I think let's burn one this week, and we'll see what happens. I would focus on financials, anything earnings related, and then anything as a good inflation winner value. But I think oil is going to be chill this week for the most part. Wait. I like agriculture, though, and commodities. I think they are going to do their thing again. That's why I'm thinking I think oil is just going to go down this week, but then I think all the other things are silently going to kind of creep up. And then Wesley sent me a nice chart here. Shout out to Wesley. He's also a new mod. If y'all don't know why, I don't know if you've ever read Wesley's comment. I thought he deserved the wrench. Just because he's always been posting very, very good commentary. I don't know if you guys have been reading what Wesley says, but he sends me emails. He puts it in the chat. Not only is he dropping news and everything, but that's what I'm saying. I know a lot of you want to be mods and stuff. I mean, that's a way to do it, man. If you guys are contributing here with like good information day in, day out, you're staying in tune with everything, and this is what he just emailed me, oats. So if you look at the production commodity index of oats, and this is compared to wheat and corn, they're going vertical right now, if anything. So I think it was a very interesting one. I like it. I like it a lot. So we'll take a look at it, but good work, Wesley. Let's see, what oats futures can we trade? Unless they're going to limit us to closing only. Let's see, Canadian, cocoa. Copper. Do they have oats futures? I thought there was. Will that affect Oatly? I don't think it'll affect Oatly. ZO. Ooh, 801. What's the day? Let's check May. ZOK23. Oh, this is a liquid as hell. Only one? No one's trading this. That's July. You got soybeans. Banks flipped red. Not all of them, really? Yeah, they did actually. They're about to. XLS about to go red. I didn't check the scanner this day yet. And let's see. I like the oats. I just want to see what they... Order... Oh, I can't trade. You can't trade oats. That's good. Tips on looking for lenders with retirement income. How old are they? Honestly, bro, if they're older than 55, 60, just go with the reverse mortgage. Otherwise, I mean, any lender, it's going to be on fixed. I mean, if they're willing, just see any lenders who are willing to, like, justify the loan. Like, you could always send letters to banks. I've done that many times. So, like, we've held, like, so I don't know I would do a reverse mortgage. I know some people think it's scammy. A lot of people don't know about it. You could email me. I'll get you more information on it if you would like. Or let me know what they're trying to accomplish, and you'll see where the reverse mortgage comes in. Otherwise, depending on it, I mean, you really just got to go to the lender, and if you can explain the income, you can justify it. So I've done that with old people before. We've helped them, like we've sent in loan applications. They would get denied, but then we would send supplemental, information to the lender and let them know, like, hey, this is what it looks like on paper, but take a look. Here are all of the ladies' payments. This is what they're doing. They're making money here, here, here. It's just not reflected because one time we had an old lady who had she got sick. She got in a car accident and she couldn't, she missed a couple payments, but we were able to show the bank, like, look, this lady was old and ended up in a hospital, but take a look at her payment history. That was a fluke, and then we were able to get her approved for what she needed. So, but send me an email. Let me know what you're trying to accomplish for them, because if it could meet what the reverse mortgage could do, I would go that route. Otherwise, we just got to get, you just got to be able to put a good story in writing for the lender. SPY is at the low right now. What are we down? 1.8. My grandma, they could work similar situations. No, they work very well. I'm telling you, reverse. We've had a lesson on this, but a lot of people think it's like scammy because it's unregulated. Because back in the day, in like the 80s, 90s, there was a lot of scammers in the industry. But a reverse mortgage is you only qualify for it if you're above a certain age. And what it allows you to do is pull up to 60% of the equity out of your home in a mortgage. So it's like if you owned $1 million house, they would let you pull out $600,000 and they would give it to you as a loan, and then you don't have to pay any mortgage payments. So it would allow the old person to live in the house, and then they pay payments on it, or they don't have to pay the payments. So they get $600,000, and then every month that comes in, you don't have to pay the mortgage payment, but whatever you don't pay, it negatively amortizes. So there was loans like this in 08. This is how people didn't pay their ARM payments in 08. So the whole point is it allows older people to live in the house, and they get cash towards end of life. Yeah, it's end of life scenario, exactly. That's where people don't realize it. And then, no, the grandkids, it's not fuck the grand. That's what I'm saying. Literally, the most people who don't like this is the entitled grandkids. because the people who think they're not getting paid is the grandkids, when in reality it's 60% equity max. So you can't pull out more than 60%. So let's say it's a 600 grand on $1 million, and then your grandparents die. The bank doesn't just take the house; they sell the house, pay back the 600, and then the family still splits up the 400. But the whole point is, towards end of life, it allows the older person to live in the house, not pay a monthly payment, and then have money to actually live towards the end of their life. So and then best part is, if the value ever drops in value, you don't have to you win. So if the real estate market drops and you pulled out 600, then you win, because then you just pulled out more than what it's worth. So it's good. It's actually even better. It's usually better, especially if people's kids don't take care of them and all of that. It's there, and it's easier to qualify. You just have to, but you have to pay your taxes, insurance, and other things. That's called a reverse mortgage. I mean, hit me. I know one of the biggest owners of one of the bigger companies there, so we've helped a lot of people with it. You email me, I'll just literally refer you to them, and they'll let you know. But it's again, it's good in the right situation. You have to be above 62. But I would do it. If they offered it to younger people, I would take it every day. But there's a lot of misconceptions about it. And a lot of people think it's one thing or another, but in some instances, I think a lot of instances, it could probably be the best. The problem is the fees. That's it. I would take it. Of course I would take it. Why not? You mean to tell me I could go and pull out 60% of equity on any of my houses? And then I could choose not to pay a payment. So I could still pay the payments, but then whenever I didn't want to pay a payment, I wouldn't have to. And then if the house prices dropped 20, 30%, and I was able to pull out more cash than what it was worth, and then if anything, at the end of the day, you could always default at that place if you really wanted to. But even then, it's a very beneficial loan. The only thing is the fees, and that's it. That's where you watch out for, and you'll be good to go. But that's just like with any loan. If you guys remember last weekend, I was going over, Daniel's loan, and I was showing you the difference in fees. As long as you know where the mortgage people make their money and you don't get scammed on the fees, it's just all about structuring a good loan for yourself. And that's why it's just very few loans offer the flexibility of a reverse mortgage. Yeah, Vero again. We've been seeing this one all day. It just keeps going. But then you're still liable if you have other assets. Yes and no. So, if you can't afford to make the payment, they just add it to how much you owe to your equity. And then that's it. So you wouldn't, but then you would still get the full rights to the property. And you'd have to live in it. That's the thing. You can't rent it out. That's where it gets a little bit stuck. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. SPY and bonds are coming lower. Couple of hype names on the high. Wheat is holding up. Bank stocks kind of flipped. End of life, next kin pays the balance and any interest that occurred. Not usually, because of unless you borrow more than 100% of the property. But even then, the people, your heirs wouldn't be responsible for the debt. Again, the whole point is they don't let you pull out more than what the house is worth. So you can't, unless the house drops significantly in value. And then if that's the case, then that's it. Then yeah, there's no inheritance if the house drops. So if the house was $1 million and you pulled out 600 grand, and then somehow the house is worth 500,000, then yeah, nobody is left with an inheritance. But grandma, grandpa got 600 grand of cash before they passed away. You see what I'm saying? But then if next of kin wants to keep the property, they have to just pay back the mortgage. That's right. But then if they can't pay that back, they sell the house, pay back the bank for what grandma used, and then keep the extra 400,000. But if you want to keep the house, you would have to refinance the loan or pay it back. So you could even refinance grandma or grandpa's house from a reverse mortgage if you choose to keep the property. But again, it's not like it's just giving the money to your grandparents or whoever owns the property first instead. So it's not like you're getting scammed on this money. It's just you're giving your grandma or grandpa money up front, and then wherever happens from there, you see what happens with value and all of that. Wouldn't 120 trigger foreclosure? I don't know on a reverse. It might, but even if it did, it wouldn't be like, again, at that point, that just means that you borrowed way more than the house was worth. I mean, good for you. At that point, you still got your money and you still get to live in the house. But I don't think they could kick you out as long as you're alive, though. So if you're old person and if somehow they were able to borrow 100, I don't think it's even physically possible. But let's say somehow they were able to, they still couldn't get kicked out of the property as long as they made their taxes and insurance payments. That's the whole point. It's meant to protect older people so that they could live in their house and have money while they're on fixed income, limited income. SPY coming down one more time, man. We're at 441. I'd watch here, or maybe like 440 flat, because if we go there, TLT, 52-week low, 123, man. I think anything below 119 takes us into a very, very lower, I think it just takes us into 415, 417. Average in on the butterflies. I'm going to play a different one. So we'll give it, I don't think, unless the CPI knocks us down like 5-6%, they scam me again. Why does it mean so much? It does and it doesn't. I mean, clearly you've watched over the last month or two, stocks have ignored TLT. They've ignored bonds. But the whole point is it's the rates. It's the longer-term interest rates. And that going up, it's telling you about what people expect for growth, what they expect for inflation, and even just relative economic safety. You know, the bond market is a guaranteed income. So when the yields are going higher and higher, it is implying something about how the overall market is feeling towards certain investments. Veru halted. God bless Chattadonia. Let's see here. Are you guys ready? Do you know I love you? And do you know I have something for you today? It's positive message time, ladies and gentlemen. Positive message time. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I need your help. Okay, we are at 1,000 like resistance. Okay, I can't do this without you. I need your help right now. If you hear my voice, I need you to hit the thumbs up button. This is how we do attendance in the morning. I need you to check in and let me know you're in the game. If you can hear my voice, hit the thumbs up button. It's very, very simple. You hear my voice, you check in. It's minimally invasive, no purchase required. It's very, very nice. But if you hear my voice, you hit that thumbs up button. Okay, I need to know who's going to hear this message. It's a good one. It might make you giggle a little bit. But I just need to know who's going to get it. Just check in the morning. Let me know you're in the game. Let me know you earned that GG at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? Oh, let's go. 250 people. Oh, 300's coming in. There you go, Chad. Amen. You hear my voice, you hit that thumbs up. Oh, run it up. I heard help is on the way. Let's go, Chad. Amen. Amen. This is how you start Monday. Short week. You got to check in right now. Let me know you in the game. Otherwise, you faking it. Stop faking it. Hit that thumbs up button. Let's go. Wake up. It's Monday, baby. Wake up. Good morning. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Good morning. Let's go. Are you here for it or not? Come on. I know you hear me. Attendance. Check in. You remember when you were a kid, you used to love to say present. Present. You were like, present. Come on, be present. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Show me you're here, baby. Oh, my God. 500 people. We're stopping at 600. There's only room for 50 more of you guys. I'm sorry. Okay, only room for like 20 or 30. That's it. The final 20. 10 more. 10 more. Okay, I know we're going to get it, so I'm going to start, baby. Listen. I say this every day. If you missed out on that Friday one, man, I hope you didn't. Man, Friday's after hours was dope, bro. So I just hope you guys realize there's a reason. Every single day I tell you, you have a purpose, okay? You have a purpose. Just don't forget about that. I say it every day. Veru is unhalted, okay? I'm just saying, man, it's very, very simple. You have a purpose. Otherwise, you would have been born on the Mayflower. You are here in this generation right here, right now for a reason. There has to be a reason that you matched up for this time frame. You know what I'm saying? So let's go, baby. Make the most of your gifts, your skills, and your abilities. Oh, I hope they feel me. I love this quote, though. I got another one. It's a simple one. You may like it, you may not. It's a Dalai Lama quote. This is what the Dalai Lama says. He says, if you think you are too small to make a difference, try sleeping with a mosquito. That's it, man. I wanted to start with something funny this week, you know? So you understand you got a purpose. Understand you can make some moves. But you know what? I think the little funny ones make you realize it's true. Honestly, I hate mosquitoes. They scared the shit out of me. So I think, honestly, I'm like, facts. Just facts, bro. Facts. If you think you're too small to make a difference, try sleeping with a mosquito. Oh, my gosh. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Even though it's small, it's true, honestly. That's it. That's it. I like it, man, because next time, if you're like, oh, I can't make a difference, okay, go sleep with a mosquito then. That's fine. Go catch a mosquito and lock yourself in. That's really deep, bro. And mosquitoes scare me. But that's your positive message, chat. God bless you. I hope you're ready. Happy Monday. I'm really excited for this week. Remember, it's a short week. We got CPI tomorrow, and we got earnings season, baby. This is everything we could have asked for. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my God. And it's Easter coming up, man. So I hope you are ready. Mosquitoes killed more people than any other insect, yeah. And you know, mosquitoes only bite, though, if they're pregnant, I think. I don't know if that's fake or not, but I heard that. So that means it's like a small percentage. They're not usually always feeding on you. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. If you want an updated long portfolio, the latest post should have that. Okay? I love you. God bless you. Say something positive in the chat. Post any plays. And here's Bloomberg.
Debt, which many people have been watching very closely because ultimately it may be a precursor to that larger Govy sovereign default that many people are focusing on. Let's bring in to talk more about this Bloomberg opinion columnist Marcus Ashworth, who has been writing about this very subject, I understand. So he'll be well versed in the arguments. A, loving the headphones. B, what is your conclusion here? Ultimately, is Russia going to default both at a corporate level and at a sovereign level?
Yes, it is. OFAC, the Office for Foreign Assets Control, it's closed everything down, and it's most certainly going to keep on squeezing until Russia itself defaults. And the fact that the finance minister has basically come out and said they're going to sue, don't know who they're going to sue, best of luck with that one. And the fact they're not going to raise any bond sales this year is both one, slightly amusing, and two, just admitting what's their fate. I mean, they're never going to raise any bonds this year outside of Russia. They're not even going to be able to do it inside Russia. As he said, the cost levels will be cosmic.
Marcus, talk to us a little bit about if you're not going to get your money from bond sales and these energy payments are going to be eventually cut off, maybe not by this year or by next year or whatever the timeline is on that, where does Russia actually get its money from? If it's not able to access the capital markets of the West and arguably Japan as well, which I believe is the third largest credit market, where does Russia go?
Well, either to China, possibly to India, but really nowhere. And that's the whole point. They're going to be out for many years at this rate. This is far worse than the 98 crisis because this is where they failed internally and were picked up externally. Now they are failing externally in every sense and internally soon to be as well. Yes, they've got plenty of money in theory for the short term, but that will run out. And it's just literally closing down all the various avenues. And it's been very skillfully done by the US Treasury. And what it is to have done, basically today is just announce formally how it's going to be settled, which will be done by cash rather than by bonds. Normally there's an auction default, sort of everyone finds the right security to bring the cheapest.
Yeah, so we'll see. That's a big one, but it's like slow and surely. They did recently the, what's it called, clapped. That was this morning, the train station, or one of them. So that's the only thing. But we'll see how that... It's been scary news for the last couple of weeks, but it just hasn't, done it. It's weird. They've been finding ways to get a seed. Limited. It's not an ETF, is it? I don't know if it has an ETF, if it's holding... Literally, the only reason I bought wheat shares was because I literally could not buy the futures. So keep that in mind. That's why it's like I wanted exact exposure to a specific contract. The only way I could get it would have been through wheat. So like any of the ETFs, if you want to play anything, I mean, just make sure it's an ETF. So seed, I don't think it is an ETF. At least it would probably say, but we could check. It should say fund or something. But even then, check the holdings and see. Let me check. Bro, the open interest on this contract is 8. Bro, that means nobody is trading the oats. So the oats, that's for the like July contract though. I need to just put it up on here. Those have 19 days. ZOU22 or ZOZ22. Yeah, this is why these are so scary, bro. Bro, you could get burned out on these. You have like a two point spread. This shit was yesterday at 585. Nobody's willing to trade it. LT. No, we did not add there yet. Not yet. Veru going nuts. Still. Although the United States produces some oats, Canada is the world's largest exporter and supplies 70% of oats imported into the United States. Wow. It's good. TLT, another low. Jeez. Pepsi is the oats play. They own Quaker. Yeah, I do like, if the oats come down a little bit, I think this is going to be a commodity move here. I wish I could get wheat. Corn is holding up decent. Get wheat, it's scammers. U.S. India will continue consulting on war in Ukraine. I thought we're mad at India. ECB is here closing spreads for now. China video game move fails to offset COVID bloom or doom. ARK Innovation has given back its pandemic gain. Tech leads slumping equities as risk off prevails. LMT coming back. Yeah, banks came back down. That was the first one. Even wheat a little bit. Biden live right now. Can you guys handle it? Is it going to be good? How will Oatly do all of this? Oh, he's holding a virtual meeting with India. No way. Yeah.
We hope that the ongoing discussions between Russia and Ukraine.
No, Chad, feel free. Members, please comment as you feel, but just be positive. Don't be negative towards anything. Don't make it political. If you try to start a political argument, you will be timed out. And thank you.
Unhindered supply of humanitarian assistance to them. And you mentioned this, in fact. On our part, we have sent medicines and other relief material to Ukraine and to its neighboring countries. And on Ukraine's request, we will be sending them another consignment of medicines very soon. Excellency, at the beginning of your term in office, you had used a very important slogan, democracies can deliver. The India-America partnership and the success of the India-America partnership is the best means to make this slogan meaningful. This year, India is celebrating 75 years of its independence, and we are also celebrating the 75th anniversary of our diplomatic relations as well. I am confident that our friendship with America will be an integral part of India's development journey over the next 25 years. Once again, my thanks to you for organizing this event.
Prime Minister. We're going to hold for just a moment, Mr. Prime Minister, while the press leaves the room.
Man. So there you go. There you go. See? Look at, not too bad. Not too bad. Real quick. Real quick. See? Easy. Okay, we'll just get our headlines. No end scene. What was the point? I have no idea. I wish I could tell you. I thought it was a big deal because we were clapping at India last week. Bond auction or 6-month bills. You're getting some updates there. Watch TLT to see how they react. And then again, we should be having a couple more Fed speakers, I think, throughout the day. Charles Evans is going to be at 12:30, so in an hour. Elon buys Twitter. I don't know. I don't know if the board seat. I mean, because again, he would have to be a fiduciary. So I don't know how they're playing. I don't know. I don't know if the SEC's giving Elon shit or anything like that. It's hard to say. A little pepperoni. A little bit off the bottom. I mean, we're not down too bad. I mean, tech 1.6, but we started there. 1.1 on the S&P, 0.5% on the Dow. Yeah, India's been buying a lot of the oil, and then we warned them. But now they're saying that they're still sending medicine and aid to everybody. So that was interesting. TLT again, 6-month bond auction. NEO's climbing back up. They were on the low earlier. They're still down 2. Ford, Thessalonian. He tweeted it and then, wait, what did he say? I know, it's funny. D-Walk was up. Actually, D-Walk went down. They were up on it. Just this emoji. Oh. Speaking at the same. No, a different one. Charles Evans or Charlie. I don't know what his name. But he's coming on his own thing. Elon wants more than 15, possibly. But I don't know if the SEC is going to give him shit about it. But I know if you're on the board, you have different requirements. Like, again, you're a fiduciary of the company at that point. Walmart sold off. Abivai. JP Morgan. Only Morgan Stanley. And then I think Altria. Those are the only plays we made today. And then we got our free shares there coming from the AT&T. And that's about it. And there goes Seed. You tells OPEC it could provide more oil output from spare capacity. OPEC documents seen by Reuters. Did you drip? Yeah, always, always. I think we should have got it in there. I didn't know. I will check. Are you almost exclusively options outside of the long term? No. I mean, I'm willing to buy anything. Yeah, I got the dividend. It hasn't came in yet. It's pending. But, I mean, we've been trading some futures. I mean, we'll do a lot of options. I'll even buy shares if I need to. But I do own a lot of shares. I mean, we have a lot in the long term. I don't know. It's like, dude, the long term's kind of big. I didn't really realize that till I started looking back at it. But it's like, so we have a lot of shares. We trade a lot in options there too, but kind of open anything. It just really depends on what's going on with the market and what instrument makes the most sense realistically. Walgreens instead of JP Morgan. Walgreens is still up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So that's the problem. So like on the long term, Walgreens is still up 24% on the big one. So remember, we averaged down on it. I did buy Walgreens like back in the day, and we're still down on it. Where's that one? This one. Remember, we bought that on the November 2019. It was like buyout news, and then it got clapped. Do you remember that? So it's like that play is still down, but ever since the average down, we're still up 17%, so 25%. So I see that as risk. So I like Walgreens a lot, but the point is it's still up. Now, granted, I'm sure from the same time period, JP Morgan is up too, but then JP Morgan, at least over the last 12 months, is negative, which I do like about it. So I do like Walgreens. Again, it is, depending on their earnings too, it could end up getting a little bit worse, but you can see here, I mean, they're down 17% in a year, 17% in 3 months, 5% in 6 months, and then 5% in a month. And then JP Morgan, they're down 16% in a year, 17%. So it's actually roughly the same, but then JP Morgan in 6 months has dropped a lot more. So Walgreens has been a little bit more stabler, but it's around similar percentages. And then in the last 6 months, there's more of a discount on JP, but I like both of them. I'm probably just going to wait for the earnings. That's why I think if JP Morgan gets cheaper, I'm definitely going to buy more. If not, then I'm probably going to go with a growth stock for this deposit. Yeah, Overstock, I was considering it, but then I'm down way more on DraftKings. But I do like Overstock, but then we also have some of the Coinbase exposure. But I would probably take DraftKings over Overstock for now, just because there's a way bigger discount. But then I'm also looking at Roblox, Uber, and Airbnb, and then one more. I think DraftKings, that was it. Fubo at $5. I mean, that's a good one. Shit, I might have to put that on there too, but we'll see. Again, little by little, if it could stay at these prices for enough time while we follow our rules, I'm always open to everything. So we're just going to see how it plays out. Ride the next pop and want to sell, wait for inflation. Yeah, and just go after, I mean, just, you don't want to buy onto the highs and try to, unless there's something you really like, and then that's it. Did I meet my mom this weekend? I didn't get to go see her, actually. I was actually pretty busy, but we got to talk on the phone for a long time. I made sure I wasn't able to go walk on the beach with her, so I gave her a phone call. We were talking some Bible. We were talking a lot. Do you specify when you trade options on long term? Yes, we don't really trade them though. I mean, I've done a couple of covered calls. I may be open to do a couple of covered calls. Again, like we could do an ABVI covered call, but I haven't done it too crazy there. It's kind of cloudy here today. It was like super hot over the weekend, and then or like Saturday it started cooling down, and then yesterday was kind of cloudy, and then now it's like kind of cloudy again. Cover call lessons soon. We could do it. I mean, Uber is the one I'd want to, because if I buy 30 more shares of Uber, we'll have 200. I think ABVI would be a good cover call sell, but I don't know. Like, what could we get for like a year contract? I guess we could get $500, $420. That's like 20% of our dividend amount. Just by selling the 200s. By the end of the year, 200, and then we'll get back 420. Maybe we could roll over a little bit too. I don't really sell covered calls on the main one too often, or if I do, it's very, very passive. Like we'll do it a couple years at a time, and if it makes like a lot of sense, I could always roll out of it. But I do like, I don't know if I want it to turn into the Snapchat situation. Average on IMMX. No, I'm gonna wait for that one. Wait, we need that. At least they didn't do any offerings, but wait till they make the next FDA approval. Just like what's it called? Just like young Longeverant. Lending Tips is freaking out. Any mortgage brokers, are you guys all freaking out on what you have to explain to people every day now? Lending Tips said another client today. He just called to refinance an investment property. He closed in October, 3.125%, no points. I just gave him a quote now, 5.75 with 1 point cost. He said, imagine if someone's trying to buy something now. Taxes doubled and payment doubled. Womp, womp, womp. But why would you want to refinance after closing in October? TLT this morning, I mean, bonds went crazy today. The bond auction wasn't too hot there, but that's not the big reason. Just in general, literally from last night, futures on bonds just started surging. And then that's it. I think it could be anticipation to the CPI and everything else. I had to hear, well, Dago. Gallbladder went well. Happy to be back with the call, recovering that faith in God. Shout out those 6+ hairline, bro. You already made it back. Back on the chat, baby. Oh, nah. Oh, man. Amen, amen. Because he can't afford his payment now. This is literally all. I don't think that's why he wants to refinance. I could ask. Let's see. Why does he want to refi so soon? Can he not afford the payment? I'm asking your question. No. He said cash out. He says he wants to cash out, refinance it, and property value went up. So reverse. You thought it was '08 crash. He can't afford it. My man's is still in '05. He's like, yo, man, this shit just went up another 20%. I'm going to cash out, refi that shit. That's why they raising the rates, so that you guys slow down. You see what I said? He's like, yeah, man. Nah, he's like, I need another one, bro. So, yeah. Doesn't look like payment is the problem. He just wants more money. He want more leverage, son. He ready to go. Watch Ura and then uranium. Everyone think they have equity, but everyone doing what they're doing. Take out every equity. Yeah, but that might spur everything for another year. So that's what happened in 05, 06, where it wasn't like, I feel you, I understand what you're saying, but it's just like, does it make sense why they're raising interest rates? Like, think about it now. But it doesn't stop anything, because now it's going to cost him more money for the payment, but he doesn't care because he's like, I could still take out $100,000. And then it's going to start turning into this way up. Where, again, people start pulling money out in the later stage, and then it leads to all this FXLV chatter on CNBC. F45, they're decent. I've at least seen their shop. I've never been to a F45. He's still going to do the deal at new rates? I don't know. We'll find out. I probably wouldn't. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of the cash out refinance. I mean, especially Deutsche Bank getting clapped. Holder to sell 72 shares of Commerzbank. Dude, there's a CBK. It's German, though. Check Germany, but Deutsche Bank getting clapped. Big block sale. Oh, wait, no. 116 million shares of Deutsche. Remember, we played this news, not too long ago? I'm pretty sure we saw this one, right? Did I get filled? Yeah, they got me. I got it. I got a couple. I kept it small, and it's related to banks. We saw this news not too long ago. You guys remember that? Is it still government? It bounced last time, and then the next couple days it started going. So it was one where like it moved a little bit on the day, and then it was like by the end of the day. You guys remember it was a couple weeks ago. So that's why I was like, all right, let's go for it. I bought a play on it. The chain's already crazy. Do not market order on that. You will lose money. The chain it's at $2. The one I bought. I just bought them for 15 cents. I grabbed next week puts. For April 22nd, not a recommendation. You will lose money. If you market order, you will get scammed on it. So be very, very careful. Down Friday, down Monday. Maybe if we close out like that, we'll see if it continues or not. Filled at 50. Now, I don't know if that's a good play at 50, man. Again, all these, you could have got 50 at the other ones. That's what I'm saying. Just be careful on them. It's either you snake them or they're not there. I got filled at 15 cents. $200. We'll see. Again, it'll probably have its bounce, and then this one will play with earnings and everything else. You let this one go over time, but I think that they'll hold up for a little bit. With growth stocks, any ones that we're down on, DraftKings, Uber, Roblox, it's another growth stock. I think that's it. Those are the ones I like so far. Put in a sell order for $1.23. They'll fill it. I doubt it. I mean, I'm down. No, they came back. They're only up there. It's leveling out now. It's at like 25 cents. That's like an appropriate price. Yeah, Vero's still going. Yeah, it's came down to 20 now, so they calmed down. That's I think that's a reasonable price. Just for 1 week, and I'm factoring in earnings. EWJ at the low. Did we keep those? I don't think I sold those. Damn, 1%. I sold out the turkey ones. I still have one turkey left. Recall, yeah, that was big news. Commerzbank and Deutsche Bank. This one, it'll probably take a day or two now to develop, but still keep your eye on that. Yeah, we got 80% on the EWJs. How long till we are in an environment like we were 6 months ago? Money was hot. You'll never see that again. I mean, we will be in a environment that, I mean, things can still go up, but you will never again see that much hot money unless there's stimulus. That's it. That will never happen ever again. Where you see that many people trading how they were, that amount of money, that many people with, I mean, literally what, a 37% what's it, a 37% savings for the United States? You know what I'm saying? Never, ever, forever, ever. Never say never, but that part of the catalyst. No, I don't think so. I think unless we get some other crazy level of like stimulus, I doubt it. Like, but I don't think we'll ever see anything like that again. Never say never. You said Dogecoin wouldn't go up. I mean, technically I was right. I was just off by like 6 to 12 months. And then you guys had a billionaire and it's still, you know what I'm saying? But don't get me started. But again, that's just my opinion. Let me have my own opinion. If you disagree with me, it's not going to change the world. Relax, okay? So don't worry. That's just my view of it. I don't think you'll ever see it. But we could all agree to disagree. People buying the dip on Doge. I got my homies buying the dip on Doge. My one good friend who would always buy Doge, I saw him the other day, and he told me, he was like, bro, Doge is finally below the price that I bought it at. And he bought it in very, very early. And I was like, no way. And I was like, are you going to go do something else? He said, nope. He's like, I'm ready to buy more. So everyone still buys it. I mean, it's still up a good price. It went to 11 cents, still at 15. Definitely higher than where I would have thought it would be, but for the most part, I mean, it did what everything else does in that nature. Must backing off Twitter board opens door to hostile takeover. Hot dog. Is Twitter... I feel like that's going to be the hype news for communications. If they could get a second week out of it. Those on CNBC early this morning. DB coming down. Facebook coming up. They just tweeted it again. Crowd. Am I take any profit today? No profit. Not yet. MT, too big block. Bro, it's any block trades are not good. I feel like we've seen it on a lot of financials, but it's MT materials. A lot of financials have been having it. Twitter calls printing right now. If that hostile takeover news, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it'll like force things to go crazier if it gets people excited, but I mean, that would be a reason for people to buy it. Oh, I didn't see that. Andres, you just noticed you got the new badge, baby. Andres, God bless you, baby. Horn. I don't know if I missed that one when the plays were there. I just saw it. God bless you. God bless you. My swole friend. XLF strangle. It could be. I like that play. I'm down with both. That's why I strangled MS. But I'm down with that one. See, Deutsch. Where was it last time I had that drop? I want to say it was right here, right? Or one of these. Ferrari on the high. Race. Yo, Race is rocketing. Kind of. It looked just like it was printing the high ticker. Yeah, there it is. Little candle there on Race. Ferrari. Ferrari periodic report on buyback program. Let's see. So May, June, July, August. So this is their, what's it called? This is their buyback program. In euros, number of common shares purchased, average price per share, consideration excluding fees. So May 4th, they're pretty much 10,000, 14,000 shares. So that's off of the buyback. That's why they're popping. Roblox in the money 2023, nice spread. Sorry, SPY's coming down where you didn't get any real meaningful bounce with all that, surprisingly. UNH is down. Altria. Deutsch is going down. Those plays are holding up now. Now the plays have appreciated naturally. I think, right? Did those not go up? SPY. Amazon, Apple still struggling. Tesla's coming down a little bit. Old Mate Williams. I should be actually. Is it 12:30? Not 12:30. 30 minutes. But we are going to get fed very, very shortly here. Charles Evans. I keep calling him Charlie. Deutsche Bank, there was first it was Commerce Bank, and then Deutsche Bank, it was a 115 million share block sale. Remember that happened a couple of days ago, and we played it too. So it came in early. We got it within like the first couple of seconds. So we were able to snake the chain on there. On Kuyo, I'm not too familiar with Kuyo. Saito, or is that the one? Saito. Altamara Therapeutics up 80% right now, hitting a high. It's a low volume runner, or like a low price runner. Indicate Reddit's having problems. Ukraine's mayor of Kharkiv says constant shell in a city, multiple casualties, including dead child. It's Saitama. Altama. Same thing happened when Bill share. It did, honestly, and there's been a lot of bank stocks that have been like having block trades recently, or at least European banks. Bro, Turkey's up another 3%. Damn, maybe we should have held that one. Bro, that Turkey plays wild, low key. They're up at 190 now, 111. We got 160. HSBC play. We still have it like ghetto spreaded, but potentially yes, unless anything comes back up. But it's funny because HSBC, not only do they have the China exposure, they also have a lot of the Russian exposure now too. Corn about to go sub. I thought you were talking real corn. And I was like, what? And then you were meant Bitcoin. I was like, oh, okay. You said farm? Is it ETF? Why can't I spell it? Oh my gosh. Farm. Farmer Bros? Bro, I've never been there in my life. I've seen it, but I've never been there in my life. I will go get it in the next couple days for you. And we'll see. But I don't know. I've never been there. So I know I'm a weird person. But I can't make a long-term decision on a food place if I've never been there. But if I eat it and it tastes good, I've seen them around for a long time, though, but I don't know. The thing is, though, any food companies, especially if they don't have sourcing, like, down to a T, the big risk is that they're going to, they're going to have higher food costs. So that's going to be the only issue there. Frozen was dope. It was. Are they related to Dutch Bros? I don't think so. I've seen them my whole life. I've seen farmer bros everywhere, like just driving around, but I've never been to them. I'm just never been like, yo, I want farmer boys today. That's never happened. Coinbase needs to launch the NFTs already. They're playing around. I don't know why they've waited this long to launch the NFTs. Palo Alto on the high. China avoided. China's in the middle of collapse right now. They didn't avoid it. They just delayed it. Again, until there's a credit event, they avoided any credit event. It's just like the situation here with Russia and all of that. Coinbase NFTs delayed another month. Scammers. It was just engagement farming the NFT community. I know. I don't know why they didn't get it out yet. I feel like it was months ago we were talking about it. TGT almost green. That's good, especially with Walmart struggling a little bit. Yeah, TGT's looking great. KSS, RDHL. This is another biotech, right? Yeah. A lot of biotech movers right now, honestly. Overstocked at 28. Good morning. Good morning, Steven. How you living? Ooh. It's 11. Wheat's at least holding up. Again, corn was an interesting one today. Soybean. Let's see. Tags. China in the 2006 compared to, I think they're in 07. I think 06 would have been there, was when Evergrande was last year, right? That's like 06, and now it's been a year, and that's just literally how Lehman collapsed too, right? Again, I have a video on this related to it. I made it during there. I said, Evergrande, once there's a real credit event, then you will watch the collapse. But until then, they've been able to delay it. But that's what happened in August and 2007. Lehman Brothers was in hot water in 2007. It wasn't until August 2009 that they had some level, or 2008, that they had some level of bankruptcy that let everything down. Actually, even after their 07, with things going down, they've shot up at one point, and people bought the dip on Lehman because of the buybacks and all this other stuff. So it's pretty interesting how it all played out. Yeah, 2008, and then it started like 2007, 2006. But Evergrande is still there. But that's the thing. Without Evergrande, Evergrande hasn't had what's it called? They haven't had a credit event. But if you go look at China's real estate over the last couple of months, it's been destroyed. China's real estate is collapsing right now. So it's not really it's not really good there. So that's the thing. But it's not like the real Evergrande collapse hasn't been triggered as of yet. But China's doing very bad right now. There's a reason why they are in lockdown right now, trying to play this little game, because I think their economic data, if they didn't go into lockdown, it would have been miserable, and people would have really been like, yo, okay, that's a problem. How do we move after CPI? Depends. I mean, we should go check March of last year. That'll probably give us the best look at to it. It's hard to say. Honestly, this CPI is going to be nutty. What? Why won't it show me the... So last April, I need last March. Yeah, last March when we hit a high and then peaked, it went up. April was negative, and then May when it wasn't there. So then June went up. So we might actually do good last March, because then it was April when it topped out a little bit and people like kind of believed it, but then we ended up right. That's the first 30 minutes though. Yeah, let's see. So March ended up positive. April ended up, it started negative but ended negative. Yeah, I think. And then May, when it was kind of up, we dropped. But I think we're going to kind of reflect March, April, to be honest with you. But usually it's been bigger moves. I mean, lately the moves have been big. I mean, last March, you can see that we were down, what, almost 0.75%, and then ripped positive. February, we dropped 1%. And then January was very neutral, and then December was positive. J&K, no thoughts on it. I'm just watching the overall bond market until something actually responds. I mean, stocks aren't responding or anything, so, I mean, we will see what happens. Yeah, DB, it's coming down, but the premiums are just kind of holding now. They're, like, going very, very slow. I think they're kind of scamming. I'm just going to wait a little. There's only one on the ask, though, so wait and see. India, they keep close consultation on Ukraine with Biden. The chain is very, very weird. It's moved almost another 50 cents, and they stayed the same price. So I think it's just the volatility and everything. And then, again, I think it's just going to slowly develop. Apple. Wix is on the high. That's a website maker. They're still at $98. That's great. Yeah, it's weird what's positive today. Any correlation with CPI and food prices? Not really. Again, if anything, because remember, they look at the CPI and they will exclude food and energy. And they're going to do that this time around. I mean, just get prepared. After tomorrow, everyone's going to talk about used car prices. Then they're going to talk about the impact of energy. And then they're going to say, and food's been up. So, people are going to try to, pick and choose what they're going to focus on. But as far as like CPI responding like the WASDE report and like those NATO food reports, I think it's going to play out a little different. Yeah, Vero, that thing's still going. It's like a COVID pill. They're up 200% now. There was Vero and then Hoth, then RDHL. There's like a bunch of little biotech runners. RDHL came down. Tom Lee stated market is bottom on CNBC. DB still dropping. Yeah, we played this a couple weeks ago. Again, it was a big, 112 million shares at $10 a share, $12 a share. It's pretty big. Now, Microsoft coming down, a little bit of a cheek lay here on this SPY. What time is it? 9:03. Dollar. I still have the UNG. I think they're up like 150. They're doing pretty good. Is that the Turkish? Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're up 150%. UNG, we're still good. I think we're almost in the money. I don't know. Are we? What do we get? We got 25 calls? Yeah. And they got a lot of time. UNG is crazy. DB for 250, baby. Shout out to fastest news in the world. Amen. Amen. God bless you. That was a good one. We were fast early. There was some cheap plays. We were able to snake the chain. I like it. Deutsche. Is TikTok ever going to list? I don't know. Own world. Yeah, it's just because remember, UNG was in its own. They took turns. So while oil was going crazy, UNG did nothing. When commodities and wheat and corn were going crazy, UNG did nothing. And then now, what do you notice? They all chilled out. Oil's coming down, and then all of a sudden, now it's U.S. natural gas's turn after we've found a way to push our UNG over to Europe, or at least get some of that contagion. Yeah, we already made UNG free. We're riding it out. It's a big position, still $1,000, but it's all free. I mean, we have a lot of free plays. We got EXC, $2,000 for free. UNG, $1,000 for free. You got the Oxys for free. A Turkey for August for free. So there's a couple of good ones there, and that's why they have time. Make sure you take profits too, again, because they could always flip back around and you could lose that money. So those are profits, but it is on you to take it. Made it free, but at this level, would you add more? I don't know where they went to, but no, I wouldn't. After day one, I'd wait a while. Hey, remember, they have earnings, ex-dividend, and earnings. So you have a couple more catalysts there. Let it do its thing. I mean, we can't, just reasonably, don't ever expect anything to just go straight up or straight down. You know what I'm saying? At one point, it will, finally hit a cutoff point. I'm in a coat. Hey, happy holidays. TLT's still at a low. Broadwind Inc. up 20%. That thing's running. UNG still going. Spies at a low. Butterflies are clapped. Unless we get a 5% CPI move, they're going to be done. Honestly, I may want to even look for another set now just in case, because I have a feeling after that expiration, it's going to clear a lot of movement. It's like we're already coming down. Again, even if we sell off below 440 today, this just isn't good. I mean, I don't know if you guys see it. We're right back at the danger zone now on the S&P. There's a wide point range. I mean, we're definitely not feeling as good as we were 2 weeks ago. Or hopefully you could at least recognize that. TLT, I think it's going to come down to like 119, 115. I think it's just going to go to a 5-year low or 5-year high, technically, for rates. Again, I mean, we're not really watching it as much in the bond market as much. Like, you don't see it on, like, treasuries. But at the end of the day, I mean, this has just been the fastest move on mortgage rates ever. And, I mean, mortgage rates are going to factor into all of this stuff. But you see one big move like that, I mean, it's hard to assume you won't see the same crazy moves elsewhere, essentially. Flash crash, I mean, again, like I said, I think I'm early, and I'm waiting for the divergence here. I think we might even get a little bit of bounce. Like I'm saying, if we bounce up and then the whole situation deteriorates, you're going to get your flash crash in no time. But the metrics that could cause it are still all in play. It's just everything's moving slow, but yes. Any event, just a couple of Fed speakers. Charlie Evans comes on in 15 minutes. You might get one more Fed speaker. Biden announcing a new action against gun crime, and I believe that'll be it. And then other economic data, and then throughout the next coming days, we're going to get some more economic data. Again, PPI, ISMs, Europe, Germany, GDP. You're going to get European Central Bank this week. We got a lot, actually. Everything you've been saying would happen has happened, but faster. I'm afraid it might be true for everything else. Well, we'll see. Again, I mean, even then, if it happens faster, I don't think it really hurts us too much, but I'm I'm totally cool with being patient and going slow. And I don't underestimate for things to slow down in a heartbeat. So that's why. But we'll see. Things play out fast. They play out. But I'm very patient, and I have a lot of opportunities that I feel like my eyes are it's so easy to focus right now, and I think we're going to be we're just going to get served up one opportunity after the next, just because of this environment. So that's why I'm not really tripping on the speed of it, because I do think the opportunity is it's going to hand itself over on a golden platter. But the timing of that's we know what, but not when, and that's all we need is what. I mean, actual flash crash or what we saw at the beginning of the year. I mean, like, it could be either, I don't know how, because sometimes it depends on the plunge protection team, but either something like the beginning of the year, but more so I was thinking like 3 days drop 10% type vibe, type beat. Like a real flash crash where legitimately in 3 to 5 days, you will watch the divergence close, is what I'm trying to say. That's what I mean by flash crash. You see how they're like hanging up here, and you see how there's some difference? I mean, like, imagine 3 candles to close this. 3 to 4 candles to close it. That's what I'm talking about. That's scary. Nah, I've lived through it. 2015. It's happened before. It'll even be more frustrating. It's honestly not as good as you think. You said flash crash was due last month, 2 weeks ago, never happened. You didn't. I don't think you watched the video on it, but I feel you. Again, that's what I even said in the video, the timing of it. But everything else in that video, every single little factor from a month ago, tell me they all haven't hit. Tell me now, a month ago, nobody talked about Europe, and you saw it again with another run-up in oil, commodities, agriculture. Every single one from that video they're all doing good. And even then, I mean, you even watched like mainstream media pick up on every single play from that video. So we dropped the VGK and EWG plays. We were a couple of months ahead of that, or a couple weeks ahead of it. Pull the trigger after 3. You can, but again, I even said it in that video, I'm expecting it to be slow. I said I know I'm early. I'm usually early, but I just wanted to put this out there so people could understand, what's really happening and what's primarily important and what I'm looking for. That's it. And again, too, I said it in the video, I'm not doing this stuff to be right or wrong. You know what I'm saying? So, like, if you guys want to highlight what I've hit or missed, that's totally cool. I can't control what you do. But, I'm here to just post my plays. I'm going to post what I think is going to happen. I'm going to post my plays, whether it's right or wrong. I mean, I think I'm budgeting appropriately. Even then, I'm not advocating anybody to go in on 10, 20 grand on a single option trade. But I know I'm going to be wrong on this, but it isn't here to... I'm not here to say I know everything. I'm not here to say that every single play is going to make you a lot of money, that my way is the right way. If you don't do this, you're going to lose all your money. It's like, that's not really my attitude towards it. Again, I love what's happening in the world right now, and I think it's very important. So it's just, I feel like I'm obligated to document it. And if I have a feeling, like when I have something in the back of my mind saying something like that, I'm going to put it out there, and I'm putting it out there for myself and everybody else who wants to listen. And I really believe if you're smart enough, you could use my videos to make a lot of money. I think if you could free think, and I put you on the signals a week, 2 weeks, a month ahead of everybody in the market, and you're able to plug that into your own formula, you will make a lot of money with it. That's what I know I'm good at. I could get you this stuff and tell you what Wall Street is going to look at well before everybody gets it. You know what I'm saying? So, but it's on you. It's like, yeah, if you want to follow every play down to it, there's going to be some winners and losers. Again, I have my money in long term and everything else, and the plays have been good. But again, I'm looking at the bigger part of it. So that's where I hope it is. But please, I hope you guys realize, I love these theories. I would love to go over it, but I'm not trying to say I'm 100% right. I can't be wrong. You're this, you're that. It's like, that's not what I'm doing. So I encourage you to take whatever analysis or ideas as you can, but don't, you know what I'm saying? Don't play me on that and try to make it like that. And don't, like, 'cause I'm not trying to even fight you and have it like that. So just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. But the theories, I like them. I got to keep giving them to you. Again, even the war slowing down, that's controversial. Again, flash crash. I think we're going to see one by the end of this year. I don't think 2022 goes away without a flash crash. Some level of very, very quick drop. Again, we've already seen it. If the beginning of the year starts like this, it's going to end like this. I don't think that's crazy to say, but I could be wrong. And I'm totally okay with that. And I really, my thing is, like, I hope you are too. You know what I'm saying? Where really you're good to go, and hopefully you're always going to have the hunger in you to keep thinking and having ideas rather than not. Alcoa, I'm waiting. I wanted that one a lot. I think, did those expire yet? I think it might be good. I like Alcoa a lot. They've chilled out finally. When's their earnings, though? That's the thing. Are you sure the war is over? Well, I mean, I don't know if you watched the video. What I mean is that the war is over in the sense of, I don't think the market is going to respond to it, except for, like, we might respond to a war headline once every 3 to 6 months, is my opinion and my expectation. But I think, I mean, again, obviously the fighting is continuing. They're going to fight, but I don't think, like, when you hear a peace talk, or if you hear peace talks, or if you hear a big war thing, unless it's like a nuclear power plant on fire, then yeah, I don't think the market's going to react to it anymore. Because I just think it's been there for a while, and then I think I think the war is going to extend for a long amount of time. That's why. And then I think it's going to be it's going to be the thing that of war, commodities and all that. You're wrong, because Putin can use it to affect the market. Well, maybe I am. We'll see. If I am, just watch the video and see, and we just go from there and see what happens. That's you asked my opinion. I gave it to you. Some people disagree. Some people agree, and we will see what happens and get a long term. Midterms is in November. That's going to be another cap. That's what I'm saying, man. This whole year, it's going to be fun. 210 chart. I think it has inverted, or it's re-inverted, so it's not back there. Yeah, I like them. I like anything country related. Again, we've hit every country play for the most part, so I like them. But EEM it's just they're going to move slower. But I think once we get confirmation on a lot of stuff, and we'll see if the market's going to respond to bonds, then we'll have an idea. But yeah, 210s is back positive, so that's at least somewhat chiller. We haven't had that event happen yet where it like finally stays. DB new low. They won't hit the ask. What price would you? Anything below where we're at. Anything below 131. That's why I'm like saying if earnings is bad, we're good to go. We'll buy more JP. Give me some of that divvy. Give me a little bit of growth on the upside. We'll be good. Canary in the coal mine, massive economic decline, second largest economy in the world. China, pull up the Hang Seng. That's our future path. I'm with you. Like we've said, it's always one to look at. Even the even the Shanghai Composite. I think it hit its low now again. It's coming right back down to that earlier low. Hang Seng is clap, but Shanghai, I think it's a pretty good indicator to watch because you could even see how stable it's been in the last, this is what? This is a 5-year chart. But right here is when it gets, again, remember when I made that video, again, beginning of March? It's going to be right here again here too. So that's even the 2020 high, and then that correlates with the, where's the 2020 low? This was it right here. So if we get back to that level. But again, it's timing. That's just the thing. It's timing. Slow. It could take a year, 12 months, 18 months, 24 months. I was even talking to my mom about this. Me and my mom, we were discussing stuff. It was funny. It's related to the PHILO, but it's it's just time, a lot of time. What do you think about the first-time buyers going to a 5-year fix with a 25-year amortization? Since all of this will be over in 5 years, we're seeing supply. So like a 5-year ARM, pretty much. So adjustable rate, or 5 years interest only, and then 25 without interest. Is that what you're saying? But even then, you still are going to have some level of interest. It could be good. I mean, I don't know though. If you step outside of anything traditional, it usually comes with either fees, rates, and all of that, but I'm not a big fan of ARM. I think if you could get it fixed, there's that, but how much more would you really save versus just take the fixed one? And then again, if you get fixed at, the thing about 5% right now is that if it goes up higher than 5%, you're safe. That means you're going to be happy in the future. But if it goes down, you could always refinance, and then that's where you have the opportunity. So it's fixed, but fixed rate, but it's adjustable after 5 years. So yeah, 5 years fixed, but then it switches. So whatever the terms and service, I mean, if it makes sense, do it, but I don't think it would be my first choice. I like it to just be traditional. I think you could do interest only if you really insist, but that's usually for flips. Otherwise, I would take fixed mortgages. I have not done an adjustable rate mortgage or anything like that ever. The only thing I've done is interest only payments, and that's for house flips. Warren, no. I mean, he bought a larger stake in HP than Elon bought in Twitter. That's what I thought was interesting. SPY slowly edging down. It's pretty slow. What time? It's 9:30. AT&T, you should have got your free shares, the split company. Crickets for Buffett. I know. That's why I bought the Buffett play. I was like, yeah, let me get some of that, man. DB contracts are weird. It's because they moved. I remember it played out like this, though, last time. This situation, it like low-key feels like deja vu. I got my 2 free shares. Yeah, it's good. I got a decent amount. I got like 30 shares of it. It's worth like 800. But then our AT&T shares dropped a ton. But not too bad. Now we got a little bit of growth in the portfolio. Peru president vetoes bill suspending tax on luxury food items. AT&T reached spin-off levels. I don't know. People are buying it now, but now we'll see. It's going to be a new company, but you'll find the sentiment and attitude out very, very shortly. I'll give it a couple weeks. PG&E settles with 6 NorCal counties over Kincaid and Dixie fires. And then SPY 441.7. Remember, if we start hitting 440, that's it. It's a different ball game at that point. Neo's coming up. What are your thoughts on stock trading courses? Most of my friends think they need to learn them. I mean, I think nowadays with YouTube, you could get everything for free. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Not everybody learns a little different. That's why I have the best answer for all of them. No matter if you're learning or not, the learning curve on the long term is very, very low. So whatever you're going to do and however you're going to plan to do it, I would just start a long term right away. And then however you want to learn, whether you buy a course or not. But usually, if you took that course money and just put it into a long term, 2 to 5 years later, you would probably be excited that you started your long term. But just start a long term in the meantime. That's what I would tell them. Let them do whatever they want, and then just long term is where the money's at when it's all said and done. Long term of real estate first, whichever one it is. But if you're going to say, oh, I want to get real estate first and then use that as an excuse to shop around for 6 months and then not have a long term, you're doing it wrong. So I would start the long term first. Get your long term, get that money working every month. And then whenever you find a house, feel free to sell the whole entire long term to get the house. And that's it. But a lot of people, just like watches and other things, people will justify certain things, or you'll be like, oh, I'll get a house first. And then you'll still end up in the same position. Spent 6 months to a year looking to get a house. Didn't put the money in the long term. You didn't have any growth, no dividend, no nothing. And then, you know what I'm saying? When do we say fuck it and buy the bonds? Very soon. A lot of people, probably like anything above 3%, that's when everyone's going to start being like, yo, their bonds are getting very attractive now. It's actually crazy. It's actually crazy. Let's see. The yen, 120. Bro, the yen is skyrocketing. So this is the weirdest thing ever. Yeah, yen is scary. Makes sense why the EWGs are going up so much. But Japan's having a lot of problems. Mortgage rates will go lower. Not anytime soon. They're going to hit a point where they chill out, but it's going to be like gas prices. So you remember a couple weeks ago when gas prices first surged above like $6, and then it went to like $6.30, $6.40, and everyone was freaking out. And then you were waiting for next weekend, and you're like, oh my gosh. Yeah, SPY's about to butter here. Let's see. It's kind of fighting. But that's how mortgage rates are now. It went gas prices, now it's mortgage rates. Mortgage rates are shooting up. They're going through 5% like it's $6 a gallon gas, and it's going to stay up there. It's like it'll eventually chill out. It's not going to go to 7%, you know what I'm saying? But it will stay elevated for at least a couple weeks, I'd assume. But granted how fast we moved up there, maybe they come down just as fast, but, who knows at this point. But point is, I mean, this has been one of the fastest moves in mortgage rates ever in history. Nobody ever alive has seen mortgage rates go from this low to this high in that period. You've never seen mortgage rates shoot up 3%, 4% to 5%, 5 and change in a week or two of time. Microsoft DB bouncing a little bit. They're dropping the bid. Boeing's still holding. LMT came down. Passed my real estate exam, baby. Let's go. It's game time. Or not. Woo. That's why TBT's just following TLT. That's why, I mean, they're doing the inverse there. What was that? Man. And Lending Tips keeps sending me all these. He sending me the TikToks. Bro, Lending Tips on these mortgage rates today, bro. I feel like it's bad. He's only texted me like once. He's sending me everything. We missed the TBT. I was just thinking about that too. I was like, bro, they just expired right before it all started. I'm like, oh. I still have one old TLT put, but those are still kind of clapped from when we bought them because time decay. But eventually, I mean, if this keeps going up, it'll just go crazy. EWG, same thought. I think it's going to move slower, though, with oil coming down. We're going to see. But I'm still into those plays. Still like them. White House, we're expecting elevated CPI on Tuesday. Oh, screw you. They did that last time, and I don't even know. That's it. Maybe this time they're going to drop it big, but last time they did that, remember how paranoid everybody was? And then it was super chill. And then it was like, it wasn't even like, oh, hell no, screw you. I don't want to hear. I'm ignoring it. I'm not even going to act like I'm just, either way, let's see what happens. Whatever. Scammers. Straight just confusing. Add a little doubt into it. Get some, front run some expectations a little bit. I see you. It's a smart move. It worked last time, remember? 100-year amortization with higher rates, or interest rates go negative, and then they offer you like a 0.5% 100-year, because it's still 0.5, but then the rest of the rates are negative, and then you're paying 0.5 interest for 100 years on a mortgage. It's like, that's how they'll do it. I feel like that only happens with negative rates, though. So we'll see. Again, if the market crashes before they could raise the rates or whatever, I don't think it will. But if it ends into a short tightening cycle that leads to a quick one, then that's it. You just get the, that's it. Your views are tanking like the markets. I know. It's fine, man. One thing you'll realize, though, and you should realize this one too. None of us are important. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm not that important, so I can't affect the market. Even then, whether people watch it or not, I'm not that important. But you should take the same advice too. It goes a long way for your peace in life. You know what I'm saying? I inherited this mortgage from my father's father's father. Yeah. Real yields, it's important because then that means people could start making money off of fixed income, which is going to be a lot better. I'm still here every day for the last 2 years. Amen. Me too, baby. Amen. And that's what you will realize. We are here on the stock market. We are here every single day, baby. It don't matter how many people click on it. It don't matter how many people hate it, how many people love it. Oh, we still here, baby. God willing, and God is good. Hard. Oh, man. You got some people out there still reacting to their environment. You know what I'm saying? They don't feel me. They don't feel me. Live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. What keyboard? Those are the it's the Bloomberg keyboard. It's a overpriced piece of equipment, but it looks cool. I'm here every day. I know who's here. I mean, I don't know who you are, whether you're on there or not, but I know for the people who ride with me every day, that's why I say thank you every day so much. But just understand, I mean, that's what's going to make you good at something or good in the game. That's all it comes down to. Do you stay in no matter what? I mean, if you think I stay on YouTube for the amount of clicks and the amount of people watching, my behavior would be a lot different. You know what I'm saying? On all sides, it don't matter win or lose, up or down. I'm saying I love this shit. I'm here for the game. Some of y'all ain't in the game. You know what I'm saying? But like some of you really are, and that's why big shout out for you if that's it, and hopefully you recognize the importance of that. It goes a long way, man. Again, we the cockroaches, baby. It goes a long way. Micron is up right now. Let's see where AM Dizzle's at. Nah, NVIDIA's in the gutter. AMD still. That's weird. Micron's up a lot. Twitter's still up. Crop survey. Oh, we got another one. U.S. progress condition survey before USDA report. U.S. crop progress and condition are based on a survey as many analysts as Bloomberg. At 4 p.m., the USD is scheduled to release the report for the week ended Sunday. Corn plant seen advanced by 2%. Spring planting seen at 6%. Winter wheat seen unchanged at 30%. Good, excellent. Following tables. Damn. They expect a 30% increase in wheat So then that's coming out today. Today at 4 p.m., another USDA report. Let's go. We got him on deck, baby. We got him on deck. Micron at X dividend, I know. 441.70. We're still hanging out at the bottom. Haven't broke through yet. Market down. I mean, bonds and energy is dropping, and then tech. And I think people getting ready for the rest of this week. But realistically, it was bond and real yields just shooting up, and that kind of spooked some people. And then now that pretty much bonds hurt tech. Tech went down, and then at the same time tech was going down. It's also a bad week right now, or starting the week for oil, and then oil was dropping too. So now the two industries that were battling back and forth, they're both down today, and then everything else is getting clapped with it, or just not doing as good. Worker, lurker, as often, we love you. Josh, have I told you I love you? Told you there's no one else above you. You fill my heart with gladness, take away sadness, ease my troubles. That's what you do. Honestly, that just, you know what that reminds me of? Just finger to the sky. There is someone above us, baby. And it's the same feeling. You know Amen. Amen. I had that talk with my mom, too. We were talking. I got good PHILO for you today. I'm so excited for today's PHILO, bro. I'm about to give you such a good PHILO. You have no idea, man. The PHILO, I'm so excited for it. I am so excited for it. I am so excited. You have no idea. I'm going to give you an age-old, beautiful-ass story. You're going to love it. It's going to be just, it's good. I should probably start sparking up the pre-workout. Or no, not the pre-workout, the carbo. See, I'm calling it pre-workout. I'm excited. I should honestly start running it up right now, man. I really need it. It's a good one. It's a good one, but it's like it's going to be a reality check. I'm excited for it because it was, I had to talk with my mom. My mom just said some weird things yesterday. It was weird. My mom was saying things to me that like, have you ever had your parents say something to you and you're like, that don't sound like my mom, or like, that don't sound like your dad? That's like if your mom was like, yo, just go YOLO all the calls. You know what I'm saying? Or it's like, I don't know. It was weird. It was like the moment my mom told me, she was happy I didn't become a doctor or a lawyer. And that happened at one point in my life. So like the first like 99% of the time that I made money and I became successful, mom was still mad I wasn't a lawyer or a doctor. And then one day she was like, I'm glad you didn't become a lawyer or a doctor. And I was like, what? I said, this is crazy. It's like, that's not my mom. Somebody did something to you. This is weird. This is very weird. Yeah, or if my mom was like, go have fun in Vegas, like, yeah, I'd be like, hold up, skirt, switch gears. A little bit of a cheek lay, but remember, it has to break the 50 point, and then we got to get to 440 flat. I mean, we've been going slow here, and over the last week or so, we've seen a lot of, we've seen that 50, that half point mark hold very well. I'm in med school right now. I should have gone the business route. Nah, honestly, bro, you got to realize you got a gift, okay? You know what I'm saying? Don't let I hope you were there for Friday's talk. You should go listen to the Friday after hours. But for real, man, you got a gift. If you've already made it to medical school, you've made it this far, don't throw it all away because of a couple of tickers. You know what I'm saying? For real, just get that long term. Finish it through med school, and then you could reassess after there. Again, Michael Burry, he is also an MD. Don't forget that. He went to med school. He got all of that done, and then eventually he was like, I'll go start a fund. You have that you have that power. Trust me. If you're smart enough to become a doctor and go through med school, pound that out, finish it, and before you'll be smart enough to start your own fund too. I promise you that. So, but don't ever regret that. I'm proud of you, honestly. I'm saying that to you because that's good. That's good, bro. And if you have that in you and you got that gift and it's been called to you, you know what I'm saying? Just like run it, bro. Run that path if you're already there. That's what you need, man. That's what you need. Oil, I think, is going to be done for a week. I am still trading the futures. I have a couple of them. I have, just one. We only have corn. 2 corn futures. Appreciate Everyday Live, of course, baby. Like every day, no matter what. No matter what. And I hope you adopt the same mentality. That's it. Get a long-term. I'm not saying you have to be on this stream, but I'm just saying, I mean, if you've seen a behavior out of me, you see me, it don't matter. Again, it don't matter how many people click on the video. It don't matter how many people are happy or sad or what's going on with the market. I hope you could attach this to your life and just always, no matter what. Woo! I hope they feel me. Semiconductors, that's going to be a question for earnings. Kind of like banks. If the semiconductors come in, they get solid earnings. People like it. It's good. We're bouncing off the bottom. It feel. Fed bids 3-year notes total $11 billion. Just get ready. I mean, give it. Maybe it takes a month. I don't know. But if the rates, like we were just saying, before you know it, bonds are going to be very, very attractive. Evans is live. Fed Charles. Why do I call him Charlie?
Inflationary pressures.
Oh, look at him.
They've come at us from many different sources: supply chain issues, semiconductor chips, labor force.
So this is Charlie Evans. We heard him the other day. Charles Evans.
And the unemployment rate.
But we'll give him a couple minutes.
A pretty good 3.6% right now. But I do think that these high prices are going to persist longer, certainly than I anticipated. I thought it would be more transitory than it's been. I don't think they're going to be permanent, but I think it's going to be a while. And the Russian invasion of Ukraine puts added pressure. Agricultural prices, energy sources are going to be redirected and challenging. And so I think that that's going to be tough. And this is just a time where the Monetary Policy Authority, the Fed, has to be on top of this and reposition ourselves.
And why do you think it wasn't transitory? What were a couple of the factors that made things different than many had expected?
Well, I think initially some of the reports were, the car companies were having trouble. They couldn't complete assemblies. They didn't have a semiconductor. You kind of found out that these chips are in more places than you ever guessed. They were in the, if you want to move your seat a little bit, they were, there as well, not just in, sort of GPS and things like that. I think there was initially reason to believe that, the global COVID pandemic had shut down assembly in Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, and there's sort of a two-part assembly for this, and so the chips themselves made maybe in Taiwan, then shipped to Malaysia. It took a little bit longer. Maybe that would work its way out more quickly. It turned out to be much more challenging. Then there's some industrial issues, which I just don't understand well enough. When the car companies sort of delayed their orders back in the spring of 2020 because who knew what was going to happen, right? People wouldn't be buying cars. Then before very long, they put in more orders. It's kind of like, oh, other people got in front of you, consumer electronics. There are all kinds of people at home playing electronic games. And did you know that the markups on those chips are more than the car company chips? And so I'm always amazed that the car companies were able to get as many chips. There's relationships and everything that works with that. But I mean, it's just a longer story. It's taking longer to play out. And there are many other things going on. Then there's getting goods into the ports coming across the Pacific Ocean, and there are never enough truck drivers. We've kind of known that for a long time, and now you hear it even more. You've got Amazon warehousing, and there's a whole secular change in how consumers are buying goods. Do I go to the store, or do I wait for Amazon, the delivery truck in front of my house, to show up and deliver things? And so there's a lot of transition going on, and prices have been high for a lot of that.
And for consumers, I think they really want to know when they're going to see more relief. More relief at the grocery store, more relief at the gas pump. We're starting to see a little bit of that here at the gas pump, seeing gas at $3.99 this weekend. It had been $4.25 in certain points. But where do you think we're going to start seeing some more relief when it comes to prices?
50%
and
off
here's
for
the trick
me.
question with that one. When? When and where?
I just think it's hard to forecast. I've kind of, if I initially thought that these were more transitory effects, I've learned that they're more persistent, and then there are new sources of unease coming from
Did you just say he
Russian
gives up
invasion
on
of
guessing?
Ukraine, all of the, Russian oil, even if we weren't buying so much in the U.S., other people were, how much is going to be rediverted around the world. And so I think supply pressures are just, more intense than I expected. Will they, show some relief before too long? Hopefully. But, either oil tankers, there are only so many tankers. If they've got Russian oil, unload the oil, then that's a tanker that can't be used for more deployment. And so there's just a whole lot of issues. I'm not an expert on the logistics side of that. And so I think we have to see it play out. When we actually see prices come down, that'll be an important part of that, and understanding the reasons for that. But I wish I could offer more confidence in that regard. I do believe that by the end of the year, we're going to know a lot more about the persistent properties, and I'm hopeful that they'll be receding by that time frame. And I think that's the time frame over which we'll be adjusting monetary policy and still be able to make choices about more or less in terms of restrictiveness.
And the Fed next policy meeting is in May, 3 weeks from now. The Fed raised interest rates the first time in 3 years, more than 3 years, in March, up a quarter. San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly told the Financial Times April 1 that she sees a case for half an interest point increase instead of a quarter. What are your thoughts? Are we more likely to see a half going forward? And will we see rate hikes in between meetings? Or give us some kind of idea of where you think the trend line will be.
So I think so a couple of things are very clear. Interest rates are very low. They've been low for 3 years, as you mentioned. We only recently took them off the bottom, and we raised them by a quarter of a point. We need to position monetary policy much closer to neutral, some neutral setting relative to where we are. We don't need, as one of my colleagues has said, we don't need an emergency setting of monetary policy anymore. The economy's doing well. The labor market is at 3.6% unemployment. Growth should be good. We might see a quarter of not so great growth in the first quarter, but that's partly the Omicron and some other inventory issues and things like that. But there's still a tremendous amount of momentum. So I think the economy should do well, and a neutral setting of monetary policy will continue to be consistent with growth and a vibrant labor market. I would say a neutral setting for monetary policy is somewhere in the 2.25% to 2.5% range. And I would say that it would be good if we got there, well, most recently, I thought by the end of our next March meeting would be a time when we'd be at the 2.25% to 2.5% range. If we accelerated that so that we were there in December, that would be okay too. I don't think it's going to make a lot of difference those 3 months. I think that by the time we get to December, we ought to see whether or not we see some rollover in the inflation data, whether or not some other shocks make their way into our forecasts in ways that I never envisioned but could be problematic for policy, or whether or not they mean that some vibrancy is being taken away from the labor market and businesses. And so I think the optionality of not going too far too quickly is important. So I would focus the attention on where do we want to be at the end of the year. Now, the next meeting is part of how you get there and how quickly you get there. 50 is obviously worthy of consideration. Perhaps it's highly likely even if you want to get to neutral by December. That would probably require something like 9 hikes this year, and you're not going to get that if you just do 25 at each meeting. So I can certainly see the case, but I think the real discussion is about how you want to be positioned by the end of the year.
Is there a danger of going too high? I mean, when you start raising rates, what's the trade-off?
Yeah, SPY coming down a little bit. Just wait till it breaks 441
right
flat, see if it butters here. But we're coming down. I was just looking at the boats. That's crazy.
How much higher does the unemployment rate go when you talk about that many rate hikes in, 6 months or 9 months, whatever?
So I think the first thing I want to say is I think that the policy approach that I just mentioned, that getting to neutral by the end of this year, I don't think that there's a great risk to the economy of doing that. I think that's getting off of the emergency setting for policy and getting to something that's neutral, that is neither propelling the economy further forward, nor is it actually expected to be holding it back. Now, The question is going to be whether or not inflation continues to be high and is expected to be high into 2023, and so we need a more restrictive stance of monetary policy. And if we have to be very restrictive, then obviously the way that policy would affect that inflation outcome would be in pulling back on the sources of demand. It would be in making businesses, reconsider some of their growth opportunities, hopefully into, a nice glide path so that we're still at sort of potential growth. But if you really have high inflation, you probably need to restrict the economy more. Now, I don't see it coming to that at the moment, because I think that many of these supply-driven relative price increases are going to give up some of those increases, lead to reductions in those segments of the CPI and PCE, and will ultimately get to a point where not too much of the increased inflationary pressures bleed across into other broader goods pricing. But that's the risk. And so there is a risk if we have to tighten too much. But there's also a risk if inflation continues to be too high, much too high, for too long. At the moment, I don't think that'll be the case, but we have to be eyes wide open about this.
And sitting here in Detroit, I've got to ask about car loans. I mean, it's a rapid increase in interest rates. It makes it more expensive to borrow. The average rate on a 5-year new car loan was about 4.15% a year ago. Estimates are that it could hit about 5% by March. And people I talk to say that might be $15 to $20 a month on a payment.
Wait, they talking about cars at 5% now?
15 to 20 a month on a payment.
I didn't even think about that.
Except,
man.
One of my favorite people that I used to interview, the late Hoot McInerney, a local car dealer, once told me, he let me in on a little secret, that he didn't sell cars. He sold car payments. That's how people make judgments. They make a judgment based on that monthly payment. And the car companies have benefited a great deal from this low rate environment. If you go back to the 9/11 crisis, 0% financing was part of the catalyst that helped the economy recover. So I must ask, how much do you think higher rates could help or could hurt auto sales, could shut down auto sales from here? What is the concern with higher interest rates on car loans?
You described it very well. That is one of the transmission mechanisms. If we were to tighten monetary policy a lot, bind ourselves with very restrictive financial conditions, then consumer loans would be more expensive, and auto loans are a prime example. Suspect number one, perhaps even, in terms of what its implications for the economy. I almost feel like I haven't been doing my listening job adequately as I've talked to car experts over the last couple of years, because for the longest time I have also heard sort of, people come in to buy cars and they kind of have this $500 payment a month in mind, and if it's more than that, well, maybe they need less car, or maybe they don't buy a car. Or they need less auto loan, so you get the lengthening of the auto loan to like 84 months, and you kind of go, gosh, that's a lot. But it's the auto loan being sold is a very common type of story. I haven't heard very much of that recently because you can't get cars, right? You can't see them on the lots. You can't, and so when. I'm old enough to remember back in the 80s when so many of the Japanese name plant
Oh man, I thought they were about to censor him because he was about to be like, "Yeah, we never bought Toyotas back in the day." That shit was crazy, man. We used to hate the Kia.
And these cars and whatnot. So people have been willing to pay whatever it takes, but that gets worked off, and you're going to get to the payment-sensitive buyer at some point, I would guess. I don't know where we are, how soon that'll be, but that's part of what, if we had to reduce demand more, we'd have to know more about where that point is and how it plays out.
Where that choke point is for the consumer.
Exactly, and it works out with home purchases as well, and construction, and all of that. Mortgages are more expensive now. And it's all very important. The future interest rate environment becomes important, right? I mean, I can imagine a conversation with somebody about, is this a good time to buy a house? Well, it never seems like a good time to buy a house because prices are always, too high, but you have to actually do this, right? And maybe mortgage rates are too high, but you do have the ability to refinance
Come on, what's going on, bro? I know we could refinance. We were just talking about it. Don't worry. I want to.
And you could refinance.
I'll cut him off
PHILO
in a
too.
second
So
for
many people
PHILO,
do that when
and
their
we're getting a
credit
bounce.
improves, and maybe they've gotten a double-digit rate on some lots. Where do you think, you mentioned the cars not selling above sticker price. One thing that surprised me about this economy is the bubbles. I see them as bubbles as a consumer and as a journalist. Housing prices, car prices, the stock market, virtual currency. I don't see how prices can keep climbing in some of these categories, but what is your view? Where do you see bubbles in certain areas, and were you surprised at all that prices would go up this much, given where we started 2 years ago?
I hadn't been paying attention enough to forecast the price increase that we have seen, so I did not forecast that. I have been persuaded by a number of analyses that I've seen, read about, where after the mid-2000s, when there was a lot of home building, where there was clearly a home price bubble and overextension with exotic mortgages and things like that, and that came crashing down, that after that, the housing market really never got back to the construction pace that would have kept up with population growth, household formation, and so there'd been less and less excess housing, however you want to describe that. And I think all of a sudden then you get to the COVID world where it's kind of like, oh, I'm going to be working from home and I don't have enough space. Maybe I need. You had a lot of people who, their preferences for more housing. Maybe it was. I never get the age cohort exactly right. Millennials or whoever who had been holding off on buying a house. This was a trigger. They were going to pull the trigger at some point and maybe move to the suburbs or buy more home in the cities and other places. And so I think that finally happened, and home prices went up a lot. They went up around the country, which which is different than the mid-2000s, right, where it was sort of a coastal and sand state kind of phenomenon to a large extent. So I don't think of it so much as a bubble. It is a period of high prices, and it's extremely excruciating if you find yourself, a buyer. It's a seller's market at the moment, but those things kind of tend to turn. They don't necessarily have to be, a truly adverse unwind. It could just be part of the normal cycle.
And I want to go back to 2 years ago. At the start of the pandemic, we had a massive economic shock. And, the Fed stepped in, massive federal efforts, including the stimulus programs and the easy monetary policy. Quick rebound, much quicker than many people even imagined. And even now, we're witnessing pretty good employment, despite those supply chain disruptions and a war, which is sort of amazing in and of itself that we've got this robust hiring. But what is your view about how the economy is doing today, including the Midwest and Michigan? What kind of grade would you give the economy at this point?
Well, I think the economy has been doing very well. I think that the spring of 2020 was just
I would give it a PHILO rating. Mm-hmm. Ladies and gentlemen, I did not want to delay. I want to take advantage of the little bounce that we got. It says no, right on the dot, right at 10. Before anything goes crazy again, we got our moves so far. We just went on the bank stocks today. And what else did we grab? We grabbed one more thing. I forgot what it was right now. Oh, Altria. So we got time if things go up here. Again, we know we're focusing on, hopefully already today's all about the bond moves and anything related to tech and energy. But I have such a good one. Today. I have to give you an old story, my friend. We are going to go over a very ancient parable. Now, I've read this one before, and we've talked about it, but, the book is living, my friends, and sometimes when you go back and read it again, it's very, very interesting. So I'll tell you, because I forgot what happened. I was driving yesterday, and then I was thinking about the parable of the talents. So that's what we're going to cover today. And I forgot what it was that I had like a whole conversation with myself in my head, and I was thinking back about the verse, and I was like, I was like, that's a good one. I was like, that one, I don't know. I was like, it's always a classic, right? And then I got home a couple hours later. I start talking to my mom on the phone, and we are talking about all sorts of stuff. And I'm trying to, here's my Egyptian mother. She's not really too financially savvy, but I'm over here trying to explain to her the yield curve, and I'm trying to tell her, okay, how I expect some things are going to play out, because we were talking about real estate. So she was asking me about this house, and I was telling her some of the other stuff I was doing, and I told her, I was like, yeah, I kind of want to, I let her know the plan about being kind of conservative, right? I was saying, I said in the next 12 months, 12 to 18 months, we're going to see. I said, I'm only going for like the easy deals. I'm not doing anything crazy. You know what I'm saying? And it was very weird because all of a sudden my mom's like, nah. She was just like, nah. I was like, wait, what do you mean? She's like, no. She said, no. She said, why would you be conservative and wait and this? And I was like, what? I said, what is my mom telling me? Right? I said, no, Mom. I was like, that's why. I was like, you want to be smart in the next, you got to be a little extra smarter in the next like 12 to 18 months. And then she's like, nah, like this, that, like, and then literally it just came out as nah. And then she was like, do you remember the parable of the talents? And I'm like, oh, crap. Because I was just thinking about it. And I was like, interesting, Mom. And then she said, what do you mean? She's like, I feel like you've already been shown that when you keep working and put something to work, I mean, she said, obviously be wise. But she said, don't pull back. In a very weird way, she said, no. She said, what happened with the man with the talents? The one who she told me the one who hit it got nothing. And she said, remember, you're not doing anything at the end of the day. It's all in God's control. And I was like, wow. I said, that is a very interesting approach. Yes, she said, don't bury them. So I had to go back in. After that call, I reread it again. And I reread it again. And there's a couple of things that stuck out. So I just want to read it over with you one more time, just so you guys could get this. And I think it brings up just a very valid point about a lot of things, even with this market, even with handling yourself, where to go, how to go about it. And it's not to say don't be cautious, but it is saying don't be so easy to find an excuse to get you to kind of hide it more or less. Again, do not hide the blessing that you've been given so that you could use what you have to keep reproducing, my friends. So let me read this for you, but I'm going to start. It's Matthew 25. But here's the thing that actually stuck out to me. It's what leads into the parable. It's actually the parable of the 10 bridesmaids. And that's what got me. So let me read this to you. Parable of the 10 bridesmaids. Then the kingdom of heaven will be like the 10 bridesmaids who took their lamp and went to meet the bridegroom. 5 of them were foolish, and 5 of them were wise. The 5 who were foolish didn't take enough olive oil for their lamps, but the other 5 were wise enough to take along extra oil. When the bridegroom was delayed, they all became drowsy and fell asleep. At midnight, they were roused by the shout, look, the bridegroom is coming. Come out and meet him. All the bridesmaids got up and prepared their lamps. Then the 5 foolish ones asked the others, please give us some of your oil because our lamps are going out. But the others replied, we don't have enough for all of us. Go to a shop and buy some yourselves. But while they were gone to buy oil, the bridegroom came. Then those who were ready went in to the marriage feast, and the door was locked. Later, the other 5 returned, and they stood outside calling, Lord, Lord, open the door. But he called back, believe in me, I don't know you. So you too must keep watch, for you don't know the hour or day of my return. So I think this is an interesting one because it leads into the parable of the talents. That's why I'm reading you this, but I don't know. I just rereading this one again, it stuck out to me because I didn't realize the breakdown. The breakdown was 50-50. There was 10 of them. 5 of them were wise. 5 of them were unwise. Isn't that weird? I always thought the road was narrower, is what I'm trying to tell you. Oh, y'all don't feel me. But maybe I should have told you this prior. This might be a reality check, yo. This whole parable, well, it should wake some of y'all up a little bit. It should really give you a reality check. I mean, you don't think it's weird that a book written thousands and thousands of years ago, that people will argue and talk about what's in it and all of this, but isn't it weird that they were mentioning a human situation where half of the people know how to prepare for the long run and then the other half don't? I don't know. It was weird. Because again, it leads into the parable of the talents, but first, it's just starting off and saying, hey, half of y'all are going to have what it takes to actually get to the end of the journey. Half of you won't. Half of you will be wise about it. Half of you won't. This is just basic human nature, even since back then. So this is, it really got me because I was like, man, I've always forgot I always remember the parable of the talents, but I forget what came first. So that's where it starts. And now here's the main one. Please listen. I really hope you guys get this. Because I don't know if even the other one, if y'all can relate it to life, real life. I don't know. Have any of you ever failed to plan for the long run and then winded up knocking at the door, but then it's too late? I don't think y'all feel me. So be selfish and take care of yourself and do not share your oil. As much as I want to say amen, that's just not what the book said. Isn't that funny? The book is advising you to be wise and plan ahead, and then it's just showing you how humans are going to treat you. Oh, man. See, y'all will realize this one in life, too. You'll notice you will probably even have a good friend. You will probably have a lot of friends. But if it came down to that situation, do you really expect them to give you their oil? Humans are crazy. But it's telling you how to avoid that situation. Be wise. Prepare for the long term. But man, this one now, this is the parable of the 3 servants. And again, like I already said, some of you have already experienced this knocking at the door. I think we all have. So that's why I think it's funny how before he tells you what to do with the talents, he just reminds you of being wise and thinking about the door. But here it is again. The kingdom of heaven can be illustrated by the story of a man going on a long trip. He called together his servants and entrusted his money to them while he was gone. He gave 5 bags of silver to one, 2 bags of silver to another, and 1 bag of silver to the last, dividing it in proportion to their abilities. He then left on his trip. The servant who received the 5 bags of silver began to invest the money and earned 5 more. The servant with 2 bags of silver also went to work and earned 2 more. But the servant who received the 1 bag of silver dug a hole in the ground, and he hid the master's money. After a long time, their master returned from his trip and called them to give an account of how they used the money. The servant to whom he had entrusted the 5 bags came forward with 5 more and said, "Master, you have given me 5 bags of silver, and I've earned 5 more." The master was full of praise. "Well done, my good and faithful servant. You have been helpful in handling this small amount. Now I will give you many more responsibilities. Let's celebrate together." I love this one because if you ever know that whole good job, my good and faithful servant. Well done, my good and faithful servant. You've probably heard that quote. That comes from this parable. The servant who had received 2 bags came forward and said, "Master, you gave me 2 bags of silver to invest, and I've earned 2 more." The master said, "Well done, my good and faithful servant. You've been faithful in handling this small amount, so now I will give you many more responsibilities. Let's celebrate together." Then the servant with 1 bag of silver came and said, "Master, I knew you were a harsh man, harvesting crops you didn't plant and gathering crops you didn't cultivate. I was afraid I would lose your money, so I hid it in the earth. Look, here is your money back." But the master replied, you wicked and lazy servant. If you knew I harvested crops I didn't plant and gathered crops I didn't cultivate, why didn't you deposit my money in the bank? At least I could have gotten some interest on it. And then he ordered, take the money from this servant and give it to the one with 10 bags. To those who use well what they are given, even more will be given, and they will have an abundance. But those who do nothing, even what little they have will be taken away. Then it says, now throw the useless servant into outer darkness. It gets aggressive after that. But I love this one. I know it's a great story. There's a lot of points I could highlight on it, but let me just read you the end real quick. If you don't get it. To those who use well what they are given, even more will be given, and they will have an abundance. But from those who do nothing, even what little they have will be taken away. So I love this story, and it is great, but I really hope you get the reality check. Like, think about it. Bro, this was thousands of years ago, and this attitude is still the same. Isn't it? I think it's funny that the person with the littlest amount was the one who acted scared, who didn't want to do, and he assumed about the person. He said, oh, you're a harsh man. Oh, you invest this. Oh, this is what these people do. This is what these capitalists do. This is what this guy, hold on. Isn't it funny how it was a mix of both having a little bit and then how he viewed other people, which resulted in him doing nothing with it? But it was funny because, like I said, I had this talk yesterday. And then this is what my mom is saying, where I'm telling her, I was like, baby, I said, I want to be cautious. I want to be cautious. I want to be cautious. And I think what my mom was saying, I don't think she was telling me to gamble, but I think she was just giving me a little reminder saying, hey, make sure you put what you got to work. Don't fall for the trap of doing nothing. Oh. Amen. I love this one. Because Chad, he trusts in you. I trust in you. This don't apply to just me. This applies to everybody. God is a respecter of principle and not people. You see what I'm saying? So for every person, if you identify as people right now, you are here to receive the warning of be careful of doing nothing. That's what it is. It does not matter what it looks like. It doesn't matter how it feels. That's fine. It doesn't mean you got to go all in, but it's very simple. Watch your back and don't be afraid of a human. Don't be afraid of the world. You see what I'm saying? I'm saying watch your back. What you should watch out for is something that is going to try to slip you into doing nothing, to get you to have some level of resources equivalent to your ability, right? Isn't that how it started? Isn't that what he said? How he gives the servants, each of them to their ability, right? So some of you have more, some of you have less. It does not matter. It's very simple what matters. Be careful of doing nothing. So I think it's a very pervasive little guy in the back there that creeps in and tries to get you to do nothing. But this is kind of one, I hope it gives you confidence. I hope it gives you something. But ultimately, I don't want to see anybody in here let their mindset morph into something where you're viewing other people and viewing all these things and being so scared you do nothing. Isn't that wild that even 2,000 years ago, you still have this same dynamic where he said, if you had something, you'll get more. If you have a little bit, you'll have, even if you had a little bit and did nothing, it'll still be taken from you. Man, it's wild. Again, I can read this verse every single month, every single day, and it's wild how much it changes, but even more wild is just how it's so applicable. And how even from the bridesmaids down to here, I feel like all of us could relate to this in our own little way, whether you're thinking about yourself or thinking about somebody else. But I really do hope that you get the point here. It's just saying don't be scared. But more so, what you should really be scared of is doing nothing. So I thought we should start off the week like this. Because I don't know what's going to happen. Like I've said many, many times today. A lot of people don't. But it doesn't change the fact that we should all be ready to work. We should all be ready and taking account constantly of what we have at our disposal and putting it to work wherever we can. It's saying we got to be wise. We got to be smart about it. But you got to be careful of taking your talents and doing nothing with it. Again, it's funny. Back then they called it talents or silver. But think about what it's saying. Don't do nothing with your talents. So I know each of you has a different ability. We all do in here. But just don't forget that it's all, you are only really expected to make do of what you have. That's how this life works. We all get a set of cards. It's not your job to have the same game as somebody who had more or less cards than you. It is your job to take the cards you've been dealt and play them. And do the best of what you can do with those cards. But some of you are sitting with 2 aces and you don't want to bet. And you're still worried. And instead of worrying about putting your talent to work, you're worried about what happens if you lose. Now, again, this is very dangerous because I'm not trying to encourage anybody to just, hit the switch and just start be like, okay, we YOLO in it all, Josh. No. I think you know who I'm talking to. I think all of us has a little one talent person inside of us. Oh, yeah, don't feel me. I think all of us has a one talent person inside of us. I think all of us has a 10 talent person. All of us has a 5 talent person. And we all have a 1 talent person inside of us. You see what I'm saying? You get confident. That's the 10 person, the 10 talent. He like, yeah. Oh, no, we going to do this. We going to hit this. And then you got the 1 talent. He's like, nah, man, just don't do anything. Nah, man, because you know what's going to happen if we lose. And then if it doesn't work like this, and then we got to take it a step back a little bit. But maybe if we did nothing, we just waited. And we'll wait. So I'm just telling you to balance it out. But I'm telling you to watch out with what Mr. One Talent brings with him. You need to find the balance. But ultimately, though, it's very simple. I'm going to say it again. Be careful of doing nothing. That's what it is. Honestly, I'm going to tell you right now. I believe whatever is going to happen is going to happen. But tell me how you would feel. I would feel worse doing nothing. Personally. You mean to tell me something's going to happen? I don't care if I go all in on something. I'm not even talking about the stock market. Whatever it is. Anything in life. Rather than just saying, well, I didn't do anything. And I just sat and I waited for it. But be careful. I think this is so important because even then, even I guess how I was talking made my mom bring this up to me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure all of us at one point, I wouldn't doubt it, in the next 1 to 2 years, are presented with the opportunity where we're going to have to decide, are we going to make the most of what we have? Or are we going to do nothing? So the choice is yours, my friend. I hope you choose life. But take that to the bank. That is your philosophy. Make sure, guys, you're subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out that Chad. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Script Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trade Day Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. PHILO came down. Perfect timing. Perfect timing, bro. Perfect timing. You know what I'm saying? Let's see if we take another low. Yeah, I'll go pee. We got Saki live. Oh, actually, I'll give you Saki live. Actually, we'll give you one uncle and then Saki. We'll be good. That's in bed. Show me your mind. Hey.
I got options, bitch, talking like Honda, right to got some shit. I'ma get pushing cars on all my stocks, I hedge my shit. Vested in everything from value tested dividends. Living in houses in the hills, my life is different. Businesses, I've been doing that since I was little, yeah. Bigger than that, I'm doing the same thing on the biggest scale. Listen here, I can make $1 million anywhere. This ain't fair, I don't show my face cause I am everywhere. Let me in, you don't gotta like me, but the message ill. This is real, never make investments based on how you feel. Pick a field, but you cannot quit it till you get a deal. Need a will, otherwise you'll waste your time just spinning wheels. I do this opposite shit, they thought it was easy. Like I got here without reading, like I didn't give up sleeping. Tell me what the fuck's a weekend, tell me what the fuck's your reason for this dream you keep on dreaming. It's gon' leave if you don't lead it, huh? Got $1 in a dream, I need a couple cents. I'ma go and sell some preem, pay my mama's rent. But I bought that shit, watch me call the top and shit. I'm confident the cycle ends, and when it does I'll buy the dip and then I'll get a nicer whip. The guy disliking all my vids will probably be a lot more pissed, but I'm just gonna pray he blessed. Wish I had time to hate this shit. I'm busy chasing greatnessness, I'm trading when the fade begins and selling when they don't kick it. I be talking options, I got lots of those in life. I could get you started, but I can't teach you to drive. I turn on my monitors and swear I come alive. Cash is always liquid, always dripping, never dry. I got options, bitch, talking like Honda, right there, got some shit. I'ma get pushing cars on all my stocks, I hedge my shit. Vested in everything from value to dividends. Living in houses in the hills, my life is different. Businesses, I've been doing that since I was little, yeah. Bigger than that, I'm doing the same thing on the bigger scale. Listen here, I could make $1 million anywhere. This ain't fair, I don't show my face cause I am everywhere. Let me in, you don't gotta like me, but the message ill. This is real, never make investments based on how you feel. Pick a field, but you gotta get it till you get a deal. This is real. Yeah, pray for all of y'all. I hope you never lose your goals. The mock is valid, don't be afraid to take it slow. It's as impossible to make the money if you broke. And mine's the obstacle, the strangest secret that you know. Adaptable, I had to go DiCaprio, plain as the wolf. Subtract the host, but add some dough. The rooster didn't come to roast, about to cope. But back with folks, it's rapid growth. I have a coat, I have a rose, I have some homes, I have to go contractual. Selling those, but not my soul. I sell the clothes to buy some more. I'm with my bros, divide the dough. My high and low, my favorite hoe. I hit it when she drop it low. I'm never at the cop it close. Only buy options as homes. You don't got those, leave me alone. Hey man, it's a cop. Bitch, I'm popping every quarter, bitch, it's earning season. Like I'm chewing on the mic, I know you heard we eating. I don't do the pretty lines, I trade a different reason. You don't like what's on my mind, you can mute your TV. They buying THC, we buying TLT. I could go and change your life before, not third day. You should go and change your mind to buy ACB. You should do the right steps, it's the ABC. Talking AKs and 22s, what? I'm talking AKs and 10 Qs, hey. Or the best play, the slow move, hey. Want my whole life a damn school. So sit your ass down while you ass to quit the speed. You gon' get your ass clapped cause you confuse what want with need. When they think I bad down is when I'm rising to my feet. You saw me do this shit for free and still make 100 G's. I'ma pull up in a Jeep, one that's made by Mercedes. I'ma buy it when it's cheap and sell it for a preem. Know that water kinda D, so I'm so mad while I think. You gon' probably need a team if you gon' run it up on me. Don't bring a crew to a cold fight. Better buy some more time, hold it till there's no time. Meet me at the goal line, dropping this like oh nah. The devil on my phone line, but haters kiss the decline. I'm buying contracts at the money, they said that I'm stupid. If you really think that you should short it, you won't do it. There's a fine line between affording and stupid. Anything I say, please don't do it. I'm just trying to be professional. Living through recession, bro. Kinda feel depressing, huh? You should watch the estimates. Company consensuses. Earning season, set it up. I'm about to hit consecutive. Bitch, I'm popping every quarter, bitch, it's earning season. Like I'm chewing on the mic, I know you heard we eating. I don't do the pretty lines, I trade a different reason. You don't like what's on my mind, you can mute your TV. They buying THC, we buying TLT. You could go and change your life before, not third day. You should go and change your mind about ACB. You should do the right steps, it's the ABC. Got a house up in the hills, but I don't really like LA. You know I got a couple mil, but still it's 20 on the play. I break it down 100 ways, I'm talking 50 different plays. Assume a lot of them gon' miss, but one gon' keep me in the game. Damn, now can you get up off my back? back, they say they making lots of money, but they talking non-gap. Never thought I'd make a million, now that's what I pay in tax. You ain't really gotta feel me, cause I know God got my back. Don't talk much, if it's a done deal. Plays I make are unreal, but the money's so real. You could hate it uphill, but the plays ain't conceal. I know you heard my mouth swear, you crackhead, you got no chill. I'ma never give this up like the girls I went to church with. Maybe I'll retire when a hostile take Berkshire. Don't fuck with your retire, I got Mivga on my shirt, bitch, but I didn't need an image, put a thumbs up on the Forbes list. Ha.
Ha. Oh, they don't know. You guys are going to hear that one a lot. You don't know why? I'm really excited about it, but it's earnings season, baby. Oh, yes, it is. That's it. It's here, baby. It's here. First the banks, then the chips, then the techs. That song is called Earnings Season. Just earnings is it. That's what we here for. Earnings season. That song is literally called Earnings. It's the anthem, bro. We ready to go. I listen to it at least a couple times every earnings season. You know, it really gets me in the mood for EPS. It reminds me of the pre-earnings run-ups. Reminds me of a lot. Interesting day so far, but we are back. I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're feeling blessed. Shopify's continuing again. Remember, they announced a 10-for-1 stock split today, so keep that in mind. UNG went up, chilled out a little bit. I mean, SPY's still hanging out at lows, but there's like a lot of fight, like Affirm and Square at the high right now, just ripping through. Roku, a lot of interesting names right now. Uncle's literally alarm music. I feel. Bro, my alarm didn't go off today. It was weird. I was almost late today. I almost slept. Bro, I had the full ability to sleep in today, but I was just ready to go. I said, good morning, world. Blessed to be alive. God is good. Let's go. ASON at 3.08. TLT going lower from here to year end. It's hard to say. I mean, it has to eventually stop, and the next level is that if TLT keeps going lower, it's going to be very attractive. Somebody even asked why. They said, why would the bonds dropping, the yields going higher, why would that make people buy them? Because the yield will be very high. So you got to think about it. It's like, imagine the 10-year yield goes up to 3.5, right? Are you following me? Like TLT, well, no, they'll buy physical bonds. Big money will buy physical bonds. Hear me out. So let's say it goes up to 3.5. Let's say it goes to 4. I don't know. Can we do that? Are you guys, I don't know. Is that reasonable? Again, I mean, bond yields are already at 2.75 today. Let's say by middle of the year, end of the year, bonds at the 10-year at 4.55%. Is that too crazy? Or 4%, excuse me. Is that, can we, 4's reason? That's pretty, it's like high, and it's like, I don't know when the last time it was there. 10-year buy. So let's go. Let's say 4 years or 4%. Okay? I would cry. Yeah, mortgage rates would be high. Let's say 4% now. So let's say the bonds come up to 4%, and that takes 6 to 12 months. At that point, or at some point, depending on the economic data, CPI, let's say we start to watch inflation actually come down. So inflation is going to be 8.3 tomorrow. Then let's say over the next few months, it starts going lower. It's still high. It goes to like 8.0, then like 7.6, and then 6.6. Do you see what I'm saying? Let's say, though, it doesn't mean it's going to happen like this, but I'm saying this is how people are going to make this play. Because what's end up going to happen if you could guarantee yourself 4% inflation, and then you think the Fed is eventually going to switch course, or that CPI and inflation is going to fade, and then the yields do come back to neutral at around 2. Now inflation drops back to 2, and then now you're making 4% on your bonds. That's why that's why people would want to buy it now. Before, pretty much they would try to front run inflation coming down. And that's what you could use as a signal. So literally, if the bonds start catching a bid, whenever the bonds start catching a bid, that's when you could reasonably expect maybe that inflation might start cooling down. because then that's why people would be buying the bonds. If based on the data, what's going on, if they're like, okay, well, now the yields are this high, we think in the midterm or longer term it's going to go up, they're going to be like, okay, we should buy the bonds now. Inflation is peaked, it's going to come down, then we'll actually get a good yield in the longer term. So that's realistically, if the bonds chill out now and like we start seeing them get a bid and people keep buying them and buying them and buying them, that may be the sign for a shorter term bottom, if anything. How do you play that? You would buy bonds. You would buy TLT. Higher yield, cheaper price for bond. You get back more at maturity. Yes, exactly. And then if you expect the inflation situation to die down, then it makes even more sense. Because again, if pretty much it's like if the yield went to 4%, but inflation is going to go higher to 10%, why would you buy a 4% bond? Why would you pay to guaranteed lose 6%? Right? But if it's at 4% and now you believe inflation is like actually going to come down, then you would buy it because then you would get the higher yield. And then as the inflation starts to cool down, your return in the long run would actually get you something. It's front running deflation more or less, not inflation, because you want inflation to come down. So if you're saying, okay, I think it's time we buy the bonds, or whenever you start seeing the bonds get bid up, then that could be a signal that inflation is probably going to cool down. Heinz will play a crucial role. Increase of what? Heinz like ketchup? Lowell, yeah, I think Lowell, you got a response actually. We were saying let us know the price and everything in more details. I think that's we did get back to you on that, but I don't know. Have you gotten a price or a discussion with the person yet? And Microsoft acquiring Zella. I feel like we have heard something. I don't know. I feel like that's a rumor we've heard many times. A lot of small cap plays are up today, but a lot of biotech seem to be the runner. Heinz like ketchup, Kraft Heinz. They spell the Hines. For Baba, I don't know. I'm kind of worried about China. And then what I was looking at this, I think China might weaken. I think they want it. I think China wants to lock down so that they could weaken their currency. And then if the dollar keeps getting stronger, it'll weaken the currency. Euro drops, it strengthens the dollar. And I think it's about to weaken. Honestly, so I don't know. I think they want to weaken it. It's hard to say, but China's big. So I don't know if you guys saw this. I pulled this up. Do you see this? Bro, all of these ships are anchored. So most of the ships on this screen, there's a couple that are moving, but I think we could probably, I could probably count them all. Like these, there's a lot that are like actually moving here. So you could see it, but I'd say half of the ships you're seeing are anchored. Anchored or moored, or they have no status too. Underway, sailing. But right here, it's like, yeah, pretty much a little bit more than half. Literally more, and these are all bulk carriers. So they're carrying any bulk. It's not just dry bulk. Like, I don't even know what that even accounts for. That's like bulk, dry, other dry, dry and liquid, self-discharging bulk. There's just any pretty much items. It's not energy related or anything like that, but pretty much more than half of these ships you see, all of these blue ones, this is China right now. They are not moving. They're literally anchored or moored. No unloading or unloading. I do not believe so. And again, I mean, you could just see how many there's a lot that are at the ports, but there's also a lot that are kind of just in the middle. So this is, again, we talked about this today, but this one's like absolutely wild. That's why I was like, I think China and Baba, I mean, it's going to be an interesting one. China would want to weaken because if they weaken their currency, it would make them more competitive. It would bring they want inflation. They want to ease. They want their currency to weaken so that they could spur economic activity. Because if the currency's weaken, it's cheaper to buy and sell from there. Again, it's just like us. I mean, when our dollar is weak, it spurs the economy. And then again, you're watching the dollar get strong. Things are kind of slowing down a little bit. It's their turn to print. Yeah, they are easing, but essentially, yes, that's you've been paying attention, my friend. God bless you. But yes, I mean that's how it works on both sides. We both can't be easing. So now we're raising rates, they're cutting, but even then, China would want a weaker currency. Can't we just give them some of our inflation? Unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. Our inflation is what made their currency stronger. If you think about it. Or it's made their currency stronger, excuse me. Because literally our currency would get weaker and weaker. Everybody had all these dollars. You could have bought that's why I literally take a look from 2020, 2021. The yuan has just been strengthening. It's not good for them. Strengthened economy means your economy is strengthening currency. You could almost equate to your currency or your economy slowing down. Like literally, look how weak it was in 2019 and then 2020 leading into COVID. What did you notice? It strengthened very, very heavily. And then they started a weekend, but then by the middle of 2020, it was the strengthening cycle. Our inflation is bad for them, yes. And that's why now they're like, okay, screw this. We need to weaken now. We need to ease. And if we're going to tighten, they want us to tighten more or less. But now it also brings up some issues with other emerging markets and everything else. But we do want to, they do want a weaker currency right now. Gave them hiding pain from QE through lockdowns. I believe so. I think China, as long as they're locked down, we don't really see the full scale of what's going on there. But I believe their economy is a lot weaker. And then if you do these lockdowns, you could push things, or you could at least buy some time. Yeah, IVDA, Ultra Utilist Smart City product, sees attention inflows. It looked like NVIDIA. It's IVDA. I saw it on the high ticker. It's going crazy. Here's why Nvidia shares are rising. That was earlier. Well, the news was from earlier, though. And it's, what's it called? I don't know. It seems kind of pumpy. Just like a news press release, though. They have something. And they have they're above their IPO. How else would they weaken if COVID? They could weaken and bring it about, but the rest of the global world doesn't like that, and it would just be too obvious. Because last time China weakened their currency, their whole fucking economy crashed in 2 weeks, and we had a flash crash in America, in the whole world. So, and then it led to a whole nother 2 years of people saying communism doesn't work, the financial system. So they're trying to do it where it looks natural, more or less, and they don't want to deter anybody or any investors. Because in a weird way, China has also became a safe haven to a degree besides these little lockdowns. C 5.81. I was getting another candle there. Corn 763, wheat holding up. CPI, it's going to include food and energy, but core CPI will not. But then a lot of the analysts, from economists to damn CNBC, even I bet you like $1 million the White House. I'll bet you $1 million the White House is going to say that the inflation was high, but it's because there was an unusual effect or a more bigger effect on oil and food. And they're going to say, if you do notice, though, used cars prices have came down, and this is a signal that inflation is actually going to return to normal. And this is why most people expect that to happen there. So there you go. I could that one $1 million. I would bet $1 million on that one. I would bet $1 million on that one. Maybe, but even then, I don't even care. I want to be wrong. I don't care if I'm wrong or not. That's it. 'Cause I know some people, they get hung up too on anything. I'm just trying to get the point across so you understand, or could at least so your expectations can be tempered coming into it. That's it. But we'll see what happens. But the food and energy, it will be on the report. Core does not include it. And given what happened in those areas this month, that's where everybody in the world is going to try to defend or oppose their position by using those metrics on the CPI. I think that's the best way to put it. I'm trying to lock down the most recent one. It hits market less. Well, not less, but it hits us last. So if you remember, even in the beginning in COVID, it hit China first and then it came here. Again, China was reacting to COVID from January. We didn't respond until March. It took 2 whole months, some volatility, a little volatility down. The market went up to all-time highs. YouTube calling me crazy, demonetizing me. And then it came right back down. So that took months, but that's the thing. You gotta really, really keep that in mind, is that anything, even China, that's what I'm saying with all of this, the war, China, it's like we, in a weird way, a lot of things have moved fast, but like we kind of need to slow down here or expect things to move a little bit slower because so much has already happened. And now the real developments may take little by little. YouTube did that. Yeah, I posted a video in January 2020 talking about how COVID could crash the market. It said the Fed can't fix this, and we talked about travel stocks dropping a minimum of 30%. I compared it to the market effect of 2002 with SARS, and I got demonetized because of that for a period of time. Because they said until and then it happened and then everything else. So it was a good video though. I know a lot of you, that was even your first introduction to the channel too. So it was cool, but that was back then. I mean, what's done is done. And even then but it took 2 months. Again, we didn't react till March 6th on our stock market. That's really until we went down. Turkey pushing up. Is it still up? No, the video is still up there, but they just put like a warning label under it. You should sue them. I mean, I don't care. I mean, at the end of the day, I know at least like 10,000 people at the time. They got that probably the best information at the moment. They reacted to it, and mission accomplished. Mission still there too. I could even still, my job and my goal is to document it all. So, we still have documentation. People were able to benefit from it, and it's even up there. So it's a good story. It's a good story. White House press, bad news. I want to put it on, but I don't. I don't really care as much. I feel like any big headlines we will get. I know Biden is going to announce something with guns today. And then, yeah, that's it. I don't think we're going to get any I don't think there's any big updates from the White House. I mean, the Supreme Court thing was big, but I don't think we're going to get anything that will push the markets now. Right now, dude, you're in bond land, bro. You're in bond land. We're waiting for Powell and the Fed, and then whatever the commodities and energy does as a result of any conflict or even supply scenario, that's it. But we're in bond world right now, man. Your bond yields are back to the levels of 2015 or 2019. Mortgage rates have never moved this pace ever on the upside. You got the biggest bond move in first quarter since the Civil War. I think we're in bond land for the next couple of weeks until earnings hits, and then we're in earnings mode, and then everyone's like, screw everything. Earnings is great. We got another month, baby. Because that could totally happen. Don't forget that again. Because now with things happen, that's what I mean with things happening so slow. We know what the big risks are, but they may be slower. You may not see it reflected in this month's earnings, and you may not see it happen for a little bit longer if you think about it. Ummu on the high. AMAO. Ummu. It's kind of like it. I mean that a lot of the market, the real main thing that's going to happen is whatever could affect bonds or how the bonds move. I believe that's going to have more of an impact than what Jen Psaki has to say. But it's slower. Jen Psaki's more entertaining, but bonds are just slower. Contrarian says TLT might rally instead of the market coming down to match it. And that will happen if the market believes inflation is going to peak. So if that CPI comes in and everyone's like, yeah, no, this is the peak of inflation, TLT will rally. Well, get me back an email with that and we'll make sure we'll follow up with that. But yeah, that's like I said, all we need is that information and then we could go from there. You did not get banned, my friend. Inflation will peak when the Fed has to cut rates to 0. Maybe. And that's when TLT will go up. Say the land is leased on VA. I sent you. No. They have to own the land. Owning, if it's a mobile home, it has to be owned. The land has to be owned. Otherwise, I'm not. And I strongly recommend you don't purchase anything like that too. Again, if you could get have you ever seen like a double wide or like a mobile home, but it comes with the land, I'm not opposed to that. I would buy one of those. But if it's like a mobile home and you have to pay a land lease, it's not. It's a whole different investment. Netflix, I think it could be good. I mean, I think they sandbagged and they killed it last time. Same thing even with Facebook too. That's one thing. Facebook might do bad again, but then Facebook, they may very well be sandbagging because their earnings were so bad last time. Land and mobile home to Airbnb, yeah. And certain, depending on the area, if it's like super hippie and travel-y, they love that shit. You can run it, man. You just put like a metal bucket and fill it up with water and just call it a hot tub, and they'll be like, "Oh man, it's so, I love it. It's so hipster. This is great. This is great." You start prepping for earnings. I say after CPI, even a little bit now. I mean, I went for the banks. If the banks didn't rocket up this morning, I think they've kind of chilled out a little bit. But I would set up with the banks. You can make your determination and then just go from there. Help you finance the land. I mean, what's with it? I mean, if I could always reference you to people who do loans, if you want me to invest in it, I mean, personally, unless there's like already plans in place and there's like a really solid plan, I'm very hesitant towards land. I like lands with either the actual stuff in it, like plans and ready to go, or like an actual structure. Sandbagging is where you like report lower and guide lower so that it seems worse than it's going to be, so then it's easier to beat. It's like playing, like, imagine we played 2 games of basketball, and then the first game I play really bad, so then you think my baseline, you don't think I'm a good player, and then the next game I say, let's bet $100, and then you think I'm bad, and then I play, and then I'm wet with it, and then all of a sudden I start playing good. That's sandbagging. Snap. I think Snap is going to be very pivotal. They have to do very, very good. Oh, mobile home, and they want $20K. If it's in good condition, if you're saying $20K for the land and mobile home, I mean, you could probably get a loan on that very easy. It'd be like $2,000, $4,000 down, 20%. So I don't even think you need assistance getting it funded. But just make sure it's a good area and that it's not going to cost more than $20 to get that mobile home and livable. Yes, I gave him the example was the plot from White Man Can't Jump. Exactly. They know. See? The good old sandbag. If then banks do good, it could affect UMC or any of the banks that are related to mortgages, because not every bank does mortgages and home mortgages like UWMC. Again, banks are very diversified, but I do think once the banks actually report, then we're really going to get a new idea of like what's going on. And I think they'll be able to move a lot better, especially in relation to bonds. Damn, LAC came down. It sold off the Elon news. It's 30-year anniversary of that movie. No way. The banks, I like it just because yields are high. I'm just kidding. And then they were a really good outperformer. They're a good value play. They have a lot of yield. So, and I think with bonds and interest rates this high, I mean, they should do a lot better. But I think since the earnings were kind of mixed from last quarter and then everything with the bonds, we're going to see what happens. But I do think I'm feeling the banks will be a little bit bigger, but better. But it's an uphill battle. Like, again, their last earnings were very, very difficult. So we'll see if they could turn it around. APM always tanks on earnings. I think of the last ones, I don't think they've done bad prior to that. I think the last one was bad. The last, was it? Yeah, this one was the last one. And then the ones before that, they actually did. They had one tank and then they'd go up. They like tank and then they go up the next day. Did you add to the long-term AT&T? No, but we got our. You should have got your WBD shares. So we got the growth shares of Warner Bros. Discovery. If you own AT&T, you got a dividend. We got 31 shares of the new company. You lost money on because AT&T dropped today, but kind of evens out pretty much. We're down. We got half of our losses back, but then you added half of the losses today. So it's pretty much the same profit and loss scenario, give or take. But then the new AT&T shares are actually getting a bid. That's what people are talking about today. About New Jersey. I got that one. I'm going to get back to you later today. I remember seeing that one, but I didn't have time to like check the numbers on that. But I remember seeing Bloomfield, New Jersey. I haven't got it. Depends on the broker. I mean, we've been waiting for it. They just came in this morning. A lot of people brought it up, so they're like, yalla. AT&T will pay dividends now, but it's going to be 4% instead of 8%, and then now you get the new shares. So they cut your dividend in half, but then they gave you a new position on a brand new company with growth. So it's like do you remember Amazon to sell $12 billion of bonds, 7-part deal? It's like what Disney did. So you guys remember when Disney cut dividends? So what did Disney do? Disney, they wanted to pursue streaming and growth to grow out their business. So they decided that they were going to cut their dividend and make it a growth stock. They wanted to start reinvesting the money into their growth business, right? So they cut their dividend. So what AT&T did, instead of cutting their dividend fully, they cut the dividend in half, and then they spun off the growth company into a brand new company. And then they did that so that they can now still offer a dividend, have their core business, but then they have now the growth segment related to streaming and everything else. Can you check Bloomberg if WBD has HBO Max? Everyone today is going back and forth with it. My initial, what I believe through reading, I thought that they don't have HBO Max, but I'm sure we could find out pretty easily. I don't know if I think you could just Google it. Bros Discovery own HBO Max. Let's see. Warner Media it owns HBO, TNT, TBS, and stream. It says HBO Max, but do they get the streaming numbers? Let's see. I thought they were just gonna to combine everything and then that's it, except for the streaming service. Let me see. As owns sibling streamer. Discovery, I think. Well, no, Discovery may. I forgot again because there's Discovery and Discovery Plus and all that. Newly created corporation is still weeks. It'll be the biggest. It will become the respective HBO and Discovery Plus. HBO Max, CNN, Warner Brothers. Yeah, but that's not HBO Plus. HBO Max. But that's what I'm saying. I think the streaming service might be owned by Discovery. Or they're doing. I remember I read it once, though, a couple weeks ago. And I was like, this is stupid. Because I was kind of shocked. But let's find out. Digital Warner Brothers companies worldwide. There's no HBO Plus. It's only HBO Max. Oh, yeah. What's the other one? There's CNN Plus and Disney Plus. Warner Bros. Discovery. They've closed their transaction on Warner Media Brothers. Yeah, it says HBO Max. That'd be dope. Fertilizer. That's honestly, if it has it, even better. I'm really down with that, but hesitate. I think they might have it. I think the Ummu's still running. AMAO. MOS on the high. Ummu on the high. HBO Max. Yeah, I remember that. I thought HBO Max is going to be DirecTV or somebody. I don't know. But it says on here, it says they own HBO Max and all these other channels, so we'll see. I think it's still very up in the air. But a lot of headline, it says HBO Max shows up on every single one. UNG coming up. What time is it? 11? Still got a decent amount of time left, and we've been just literally chilling at the lows all day. I don't know. Maybe Biden comes on, sends things up. MOS is about to go positive. EXC still guttered all day today. He's renting them to me or lease to own till I get that lump sum from the DP. I'd be down to lease it. I mean, lease to own would be a little bit more difficult just in the sense that most people right now in this market, it's not there unless it's like a crazy interest rate. But I'd always be down to rent it. You know, instead of trying to, I wouldn't want to tell you yes and then we wouldn't be able to do it because it's kind of more difficult now. But definitely lease it. If you found a good one and we know, put a tenant in there and we definitely hook that up. Especially, if anything, it'd probably be your compensation on the deal. Like if you found a good deal with a lot of equity, instead of giving you $10K, $15K for the wholesale, if it makes sense with the property, we could let you live in there for a year. Would one buy growth stocks? Yeah, Fubo came up a lot today, man. I like Fubo. More data. You do have what's it called data here tonight, or right at close there. The USDA, more crop stuff. Fubo. I like Fubo, but everything else is so cheap though. Now Fubo's at $5, but now look at the price of everything else. That's the only thing that sucks about it all. MOS went green. Let's see, AFL on the low. No, but Fubo's good, but let's wait till JP's earnings, and then we go from there, because I want JP Morgan. I mean, again, like I said, if JP Morgan, if they have bad earnings and then the stock comes down, I mean, I would want more. I think that one's just the easy one. Not hold yet. Corn went down. Fubo's in ATL. I don't understand what you like about it compared to competitors. I like its soccer. And I already like their market presence. I like it's like, I don't know, they offer something very, very exclusive, which I like it about it. But again, I mean, I don't like it. I don't own the stock. I think it's compelling, and it's one to keep your eye on. But I have not been swayed to purchase it. I liked it the first time I ever said I liked it. It was $13. It was $16. So I was like, word, I like it. Then it went up to $40, $50. I said it's still too expensive to me. They haven't proven themselves. They came back down now. I still like the company, but valuation's still all over the place. So waiting for it. But then it's like, again, if everything was up still and Fubo was at $5, I would buy it. That's the best way to describe it. It's like if Uber was still at $60, if Roblox was still at $70, $80, everything like that. It's like, and then they just came down, I would buy it. But now with everything long duration, growth related selling off, it's like everything's just equivalent. So I'm just gonna go for the ones I really like. I mean, at the same time, Fubo was at the price I liked it, but was still expensive. Uber was at $60, but now Uber's back at $30, and now Fubo's down to $5. It's like I'm still gonna pick Uber until it kind of really becomes such a deal. DraftKings Sports, it's international. They have good things going on for them. That's what I'm saying. It's very, very good to see. What's CLX? Clorox? Clorox just popped here at the top. I mean, let's keep an eye on any of the value inflation plays. See if they kind of come back to life. Walgreens sold off. They show me? Or those could probably decay a little bit harder. MQ on watch after a firm spike. UNG hitting the best play, the slow move. Bro, that play's crazy. Bro, UNG is like working it for us, man. That's 170%. And that's just in a couple days. It's still holding up. A firm is popping right now. Big pop on a firm. It weirds you that CLX owns Ranch. Really? You telling me they own that, what's it called, Farms, Pepperidge Farms or some shit? Or the buttermilk one, you know, or what's it, Hidden Valley? Oh, man, bro, if Clorox owns Hidden Valley, you just ruined my childhood. Oh, no, they own Hidden Valley. Oh, no, that's disgusting. That's nasty, bro. That's nasty, bro. Oh, that's crazy. I'm done. I'm done, too. That's crazy. What? How do they own that? I don't even think that should be allowed. Cool. They like, yeah, we like to make our 99 bacteria wipes. We got a bunch of toilet sprays, great for the toilet bowl. And then if you ever want some ranch, we got Hidden Valley Ranch. We thought we use some of the same byproducts. It's a very economical business between alcohol products and ranch. At least the bottles are clean, I guess. That's it. Anyways, I made a play. I grabbed Abivide next week contracts. Don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I spent about $44 for 2 contracts just to call. Ex-dividend. Even though they're sold off today, it's an inflation play. If they kind of make a little pop back up here with ex-divvy, we hit. If not, we lose. So that's it. We will see what happens. I thought Pepsi owned them. I thought they did too. I thought anybody but Clorox did. That was wild. That was a wild one. It's ranch dressing. It's a disinfectant. It's both. Hidden Valley Ranch, brought to you by Clorox. I could not. Well, at least we own HBO Max now. Maybe that's good. Hopefully. Dow for earnings. I think it'll be difficult. But airlines, I mean, I think travel was hot. I'm hoping. But then that's the thing. Are you ready? Depending on airlines, you may even get a sympathy through Airbnb. Low key. Do I obliterate my 108 average on Abivide? I just played an option for 2 weeks. Don't get it twisted. Don't make a long-term decision based on a $40 play that, after a couple days, it's either going to get clapped or work. But, I mean, again, Abivide chasing the value plays when they're up, not a big fan. If you don't remember last year, if you chased value late, you got squashed on it even then and up until now. But I like it. I like Abivide a lot. One of my favorite stocks, but I'm not, rushing to add a position at 170. If everything else was more expensive and we had limited options, I feel you. But right now, nah. Shares wise, well, I'm saying I just put down an option play. I don't know if you want to go. I don't know if you are in at 108 and you want to go for 170. I mean, I guess if you want the dividend in the next couple of days, that's the only thing. But other than that, that's the only way you could justify. But even then, you're going to get 1%, if that. So it's just a risk up here. It's higher. I just don't want. I don't like to foster the attitude of chasing, value plays after they're up, because if they come down, and remember, it's a slow grind up, it's a slow grind down. So that's it. UNG holding July 30 calls up 70%. I've already made mine free and riding out. I think it's, again, they have yet to chill out, which is kind of wild because it's been about 2 or 3 weeks now of going straight up. So we will see. And I think oil is going to be weak this week, but it depends on everything that happens. And then Lowell, I'll get back to you on the email. Otherwise, I mean, just, contact me through the email. Like I said, we got yours. We responded back. Let's just keep the conversation in there. And it's easier to follow along because if I can't, with the chat and then back and forth, and then if you talk to me in the chat, but it's not in the email, you know what I'm saying? But I'll definitely get back to you, get that information for me, and then we will go from there. But just keep it on the email. If you don't hear from me, I will give me 24 to 48 hours. Or if you have any updates in the meantime, send them. Lady at grocery store said mayonnaise is 11. No. Do you know gas is $6? Just maybe you didn't know. SPY coming down. A couple of big cheek lays right here. Airbnb, we'll give it like a week or two. We'll ride those out for. I'm going to buy more. I'm going to buy a lot more Airbnb. SPY's coming down. One more at the low. I got an Abivi call for next week. It's a risky play. It's a gamble. Yeah, gas is $6 apparently. It's crazy. Until wheat gets to $11. That's the big one. Again, end of the day or 4 p.m. today, we have another report. What time is it? 11. We still have a lot of time. SPY new low, but again, it's doing what it did last week where it would fight with 445.50 or whatever. Or 450. Remember, it was like 450.50 and then 450, then it would come back up. So I guess that's crazy that that's 10 points lower, low key. But we're slowly doing that. I need 440 flat. Whoa, you guys see this? Would this be cool? We should do this to the SPY, bro. I like this. We should just like switch it up for you guys. You know what I'm saying? Different type of. See what I'm saying? You could party. We could party here. We could make it look like crypto charts. Tripping out. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know if I pressed up, it'll do that. New butterfly plays. Yeah, I kind of want to do them now. I mean, my plan was let them expire and see, but like it looks like we're about to come down after. I feel like right after we expire, I wouldn't be surprised. But then again, that will still give me till the end of the week. So let's see what happens there. Can we talk about the candle vid? Bro, TikTok took it down. Bro, it went viral and then TikTok said it violated community. I'm like, bro, the shit I've seen on TikTok and then the video of my house almost getting burned down is harmful content. I was like, what? So, yeah, I wish more of you got to see it, but TikTok took it down. It was pretty wild. I'm glad you got to see it. We'll see. We'll see if they ever let me get it on there. Why were you burning your house? I didn't mean to. I left the candle on. So I left the candle on, and then I come home and the candle is like it's just a fireball, and it cracked the glass like container. So like even if I couldn't really even put the lid on it or anything, I tried to blow it out. It didn't work. And then I made the mistake of pouring water on a candle fire, and then it created like a 5-10 foot flame, and it was bad. And then it just went away. It was good. Can you post it on IG Reel? I will. I'll post it on IG for you. How did it break? It's because it got so hot. It was just sitting there for like 15 minutes. It was actually my girlfriend's fault because she left it lit, and then she was on like a call, and she was in the other room, and I left. I wasn't there. And then I came back, and then I walk into the house, and I just see this fireball. And I'm like, yo, what? And I even go to see when she's still just on the phone. She's like, no. She has no idea what's going on. So I'm like, oh my gosh. And then, yeah, and then that's it. And then we both had poor planning on how to put it out. And then God is good. That's it. I used to think, bro, anybody who like, I was like, why would, like, when they were like, oh, candles cause fires, I was like, what kind of idiot? I was like, I said, how do you wind up starting a fire with the candle? I was like, you deserve it if that's you. And then I understand now. I've not used the candle since. I have not used the candle since. They are terrifying. I understand now the dangers of said candle and will not partake in any of those activities. The Lord has humbled me. Amen. Nah, fucking stress relief. Bro, candles give me stress now. Now when I look at them, bro, I'm like, man, like y'all be like, oh, the government silencing us. Oh, the government this. Oh, these people are doing this. I'm like, nah, man. I'm like, yo, nobody is accurately disclosing the risk of these candles. Okay? That's the real conspiracy I think is going on right now, is nobody is touching on the true dangers of these candles. Because, like, bro, I have never been that close to burning down a house ever in my life, and I live in California. And I'm just saying, I feel like nobody is talking about the candles and the real risk. It seems very suspicious to me that no one is talking about that. Honestly, if you really ask me, like, come on. You think the Hallmark candle company is in cahoots with the house insurance? Maybe. I don't know what it is, man. I don't know who. Somebody's probably George Soros, honestly. I bet you he owns all the wax in the world, and that's why no one accurately discloses these risks. Other than that, I'm clueless. Yeah, I feel like I've always heard about it, but I've never been close. That's what I'm saying. Everybody, it's like the Mandela effect, bro. You've all heard about the risks, but have you seen the risks? And then TikTok bans you for posting it. Think about it. Well, bro, I've seen the craziest shit on TikTok. And my video of a 10-foot candle flame. When was the last time you've seen, in the world of social media, we have never seen a candle fire? You don't think that's suspicious? They show you everything on TikTok, bro. I've never seen a candle fire. It's never no viral video about a candle fire. Somebody is trying to stop that. This is all a joke too. If you think I'm being serious, God bless your soul. Someone's gonna be like, yeah, man, Josh has this really good theory on candles and candles in the candle industry. Either you know who George Soros is. Apparently, he owns a lot of candle wax, and then they censor it on TikTok. It's like, okay, no, I'm just saying. Josh be nimble, Josh be quick, Josh jumped over the candlestick. Nah, bro. When you see this video, you're going to be like, Josh dumb as hell. Josh has zero survival skills. Man, good thing he read a lot of history books and could read really fast and could get you news real quick and could understand how mortgage and amortization works. But Josh has zero survival skills because, dog, I tried to blow out the fucking fire. What do you mean, bro? My Egyptian ass, the first thing I said, easy, fire, blow it out. I went... I said, okay, next, get the water. Very simple. I went through a simple checklist, bro. Even then, I was like, what do we do? That's how you know I was panicking. I was like, what do we do? I'm out there just like, what the hell do we do right now? I'm talking out loud. I'm thinking out loud. I have zero survival skills when it comes to that. Nah, man. If I can't shoot at it, I have zero survival skills. That's it. I think that's it. I can handle a firearm safely. I know the checklist. I'm licensed, everything, bonded, whatever. We got all of it, baby. If I can't shoot at the problem and I can't run from it, I have no idea how to survive. Hell nah. Hell nah, bro. That fire was just, I met my match that day. Very Arab of me, if you think about it. Man, if that happened, I was about to record the watch list. My house would have been on fire if I recorded the watch list. It sounds like you were calm and did every possible solution till it got worse. Yeah, it's exactly what happened. 100%. I was chill. I thought it was light work. That's why I was like, even I have another video from first person. I have a video of me filming my girlfriend because I was like, I just filmed the fire and then I walk over to see what she's doing. I'm like, you don't see this? And she's just in a whole nother world, just on a phone call or on a Zoom call. I'm like, oh my gosh. And then I thought I was going to handle it. And before I know it, I had a 10-foot fire in my living room. It was crazy. So look at. Are you ready for this? We already got a meme. Smells like a conspiracy. I feel you, bro. I feel you. Yeah, anything is damn. Nah, it burned like a book. I had like a gift someone got me. It was a nice like book. And that just got like damaged, but nothing got. No, it was supposed to be a lot worse, bro. Like if the Lord was not in my corner, oh, it could have been so worse. I just got lucky, man. I got real lucky. God is good. A good old burning book. UNG's all right. It's good. The premiums are up a lot. Nothing was bad. It was wild. I'll post it on once I get the long term. So after I get the earnings, I'll post it on Instagram since TikTok won't let us post it. What time is it? You still got time? Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. The classic story, bro. One of my favorites. There's a fun fact with that one. I remember my mom told me something about it. It's like trippy. Oh, I'll remember it. Good story, though. Heavy call. A lot of Affirm activity. Remember, didn't Affirm do good on earnings and then Amazon partnership? I mean, a lot of financials and fintech is doing good today, though. ONDS, base, MOS. Let's see, where are those premiums at? I know the NTRs kind of sucked. MOS, damn, MOS is still up 140%. Oh, I'm tripping then. This drop is not that bad. Let me check NTR. If NTR keeps going up, that could be the perfect lag that we need. NTR, 35% on the one. Oh, no, we're up on both. Oh, no. The 130s are still down. But the average down went up 35%. So those are still kind of expensive. But the first ones for May are still down. China's, oh, I verified it too. My boy even, let me see what he said. He wasn't like tripping out, but he said all of it's true. And then I sent him videos. I was like, is this like what's popping? And he's like, yeah. And then he said his family, they went back to LA. So they're not there. They were in China for a long time. That's why I was asking. I was like, yo, bro, I was like, are you guys still out? He's in New York, but what'd he say? Yeah, he said lockdown. He said they're just being forced to stay in their apartments, and it's like on and off, but that's it. But he said the videos are real. Do you guys want to see them? I could get them for you. This is how I could get all of you guys TikTok videos. See, that's what I'm saying, bro. You'll get some shit on TikTok, and I'm like, where in the world do you find this? Wait, here, I'll send you them. I'll get them on stream for you. Since I know some of you don't want the China on you. Let's see. What is it? You have to give me a sec. Yeah, Twitter has a lot of those videos, though, too, actually. Wait, where's the other one? I'll send you that one. Yeah, we did do our PHILO. Some will be fake. Yeah, that's why I tried to, what's it called? Verify it. SPY coming down now. Amazon, even NTR. Bonds might make another decline here. UNG gassing, pun intended. Biden live again. I think they should be announcing that thing. Okay, here, I don't know how loud this is. Here's the first video. But literally, it's like just like what we've seen here. It's just wild because it's China, and then you don't really get to see the videos as much. That's the Colombia, Sri Lanka. But no, this one, I think there's one more. I need the other one. There's like the videos. I have one more video. Let me see if I could get you it. But it's like, there's one of the apartment buildings. Yeah, here it is. Is it real? I mean, that video, I do not know if that is real or not. Again, that's why all I did is I have a friend in China. Again, his family's there and all that. They even left, but I was like, is this real? Like, I was like, what's going on? I was like, is this actually like somewhat similar? And he said it's about on par. Like he said, it's wild, but he even just refers to it as lockdowns. Like, but it's just very, very aggressive, more or less. Here, I'll show you the other one. This one is more accurate and it's less dramatic. The other one was just crazy because, like, bro, I've never seen. Have any of you ever seen a protest in China? I mean, we've seen Hong Kong, but they got rid of that one quick. But I don't know. Besides, Tiananmen Square. I mean, you have not seen a protest like that or like people looting in China like that in a while. Aren't they? They could sleep in their own homes unless they test positive. Then they get taken to a quarantine center, and then they've advocated that people just stay at their work. So instead of moving around, they're saying, hey, you should just stay at your work and sleep in your office, and we'll bring you guys food and everything, and then you guys just stay at work. So then that way you could keep working and then just live at your office. It's a different work from home type of thing. Okay, yeah, here's the other video. This one's real. Again, remember I showed you guys the streets were empty? But like this is what they're saying. They're saying people are just locked down. They can't leave the apartments, and then people are just going nuts. I think the sound is on. They're like screaming, but they're just trying to they're just wilding out. You know what I'm saying? It's not like they're like, help me. It's just like they're getting frustrated. And they're hungry.
到了屋里想，不能出门啊，不是说不能出小区啊，这不行的，马上弄开就出事情。
No, you can't go right now, bro. China's on full lockdown. So it's like you can't go out and get food. They're delivering a bag of vegetables and other stuff to your door. And then they're doing that for all these buildings. You saw those big buildings, and they're dropping off bags of food for everybody, and then that's it. And then, but that's why people are saying, dude, we can't eat, can't go anywhere. If you're even, some people are stuck at their office, living in their office, like all of that. Yeah, but yeah, apparently it's getting pretty crazy there. In 2020 is that one? I don't think it is. I mean, that's the one I sent, and he was saying it's very similar. He said right now, but he didn't seem as dramatic. But I mean, he lives a different life, more or less. But like they were able to leave. There's this one from 2020. So there's another video like this in 2020. So there is a video, but I don't know if it's the same. We're just listening to a bunch of people scream. That's a very good take on that, though. We would have to compare. It could be. None of those exact clips, but it kind of looks the same. This was January 28th, 2020. Again, January 28th. Town, though. Billy. But China, again, that's why, like we said, we're just looking at the ships. This is why I think oil is like now, the longer this stays on in China, oil is actually going to come down a little bit. But again, all of these boats right now, bro, it's like absolutely wild. How many of these just aren't moving, anchored, everything. This is just off the coast of China again, Shanghai. It's like right around there. And then to none of the wheat. Wow, look at the Black Sea. Oh, no, that's right next to this. I was like, wait, hold up. So they got some stuff moving there, but most of these are actually not moving at all. These are moving over here. And then the wheat ships have not moved once. You guys remember this? It's the same exact map. Isn't that crazy? This ship is still just chilling over here. This guy's chilling over here. Nothing else has moved. There's still this one guy. And then there's no other ships around the world that are destined to go to Ukraine or any of these ports right now. No one's even heading over there. Maybe they don't update it. Well, it's real time. I mean, this is based off of like transponders and like this is public data. What time is it? I don't know. Right now it's 11:38. Maybe they're all sleeping. No, it's been like that all, again, from the first time I showed you that map, it stayed the same. Nothing has moved. So if you guys would go watch the first video I showed, actually, the last time we saw, remember there was like 2 or 3 ships in the middle? They've disappeared, or I think they pretty much hit one of the ports. But all of these ships, nothing is moving at all. Most of them should be, they should be either anchored or moored. Yeah, there's 1, 2, there's maybe 3 ships that say they're moving, but not really. Again, I think we've seen most of them. Where's this cortisol? The cortisol is what brought us home. Yeah, but it says it's active, but it's not even, there's no data showing it's moving. This is off of the Bloomberg terminal. There's like shipmaps.com if you want to track ships. I'm pretty sure it's the same, just a little different. You think it's probably? I think the lockdowns are starting to affect oil now, and they're coming down, and all of the actions that we made over the last 2 weeks. Again, we just dumped the most amount of oil ever. Relatively speaking, we practically, with the help of everybody else, we pretty much dropped our, we pretty much dumped the whole amount of the United States reserves on the global market. If you think about it, we still have like 100-something million left, or 200. But then after we announced that half of the release from ours, and then the rest of the world came in with the other half, we've dumped over 240 million barrels, or at least have plans to, over the next 6 months. Coin partnering with Bored Ape. Oh. Ooh. That's good. I think it's more better for, what's her name? I think it's better for Bored Ape than them, but still. That should help ApeCoin, I'd assume. I mean, they got ApeCoin on there pretty easy and fast. Philadelphia, first city to impose mask mandate. I still have a little bit of Ape, yeah. Got like $3,000 of it, or $4,000, I don't know. Oh, and then is Biden still on with that thing? I don't know if it's gonna. I just see if he takes the market up, because I kind of need to go to the bathroom. So Biden.
Ever to hold office, President Joe Biden.
Oh, what timing! Oh, he got the shades on, bro. That's great. Oh, they had to switch the speeches. Okay, okay. I don't want to get political, but that hug, if y'all ever meet me and you hug me like that, I'm going to slap you. Okay? Don't ever hug me like that. Ever. Ever. You got that? That's not how our hug is going to go down. Just telling you now.
General Monaco. And Mia, you're an incredible young woman. We spoke for a moment inside the Oval Office. And a lot of people here who have lost someone, and too many here have lost someone, know that no matter what the occasion, how celebratory or not it is, when you have to repeat it, you relive it like it just happened a moment ago. Your poise, your confidence, and your intellect are really impressive, honey. I mean, they really are. And you know, I think most people here can tell you've gone through serious loss, that the best way to deal with it is to find purpose. And you found real purpose. And you are impressive. And thank you for sharing your strength, for helping us remember your friend Dominic Blackwell and Gracie Muehlberger. You know, Dominic and Gracie's parents are with us today. Are you prepared to stand up? If I don't want to embarrass you, but would you stand up? If you have a moment afterwards, maybe you can come in the Oval with me if you wouldn't mind. I'd love to talk to you. Frank and Nancy, Brian and Cindy, everyone here, as they say, feels your pain a little bit, particularly if they've suffered a serious loss. You've now joined a terrible fellowship of loss that many people have experienced. There are too many survivors and advocates here for me to name everyone today, but let me say The loss in this crowd is incalculable, but so is the strength. So is the strength. I believe our nation will be safer for your bravery, and I really mean that. Survivors like me and Manny and Claudia, Los Angeles Deputy Sheriff who survived an ambush by a shooter with a ghost gun, represent individuals and families all across this country whose lives have been forever changed by a ghost gun. Some made national headlines, many others did not. Today we honor your strength and your action. A year ago this week, standing here with many of you, I instructed the Attorney General to write a regulation that would rein in the proliferation of ghost guns because I was having trouble getting anything passed in the Congress. But I used what we call regulatory authority. A year later, we're here, we keep that promise. The gun lobby tried to tie up the regulators and paperwork for a long, long time. The NRA called this rule I'm about to announce extreme. Extreme. But let me ask you, is it extreme to protect police officers? Extreme to protect our children? Extreme to keep guns out of the hands of people who couldn't even pass a background check? Look, the idea that someone on a terrorist list could purchase one of these guns is extreme. It isn't extreme, just basic common sense. You know, if you buy a couch you have to assemble, it's still a couch. If you order a package like this one over here that includes the parts you need, the direction of assembling a functioning firearm, you bought a gun. Take a look. Take a look at this. It comes in this package. You can see the picture down here maybe. This is the gun. It's not hard to put together. A little drill, hand drill at home. Doesn't take very long. Anyone can order it in the mail. Anyone. Folks, a felon, a terrorist, a domestic abuser can go from a gun kit to a gun in as little as 30 minutes. Buyers aren't required to pass background checks because guns have no serial numbers, these guns. When they show up at a crime scene, they can't be traced. Harder to find and prove who used them. Meaning you can't connect the gun to the shooter and hold them accountable. In fact, the ATF reports that they've been able to trace less than 1% of ghost guns reported by law enforcement. So it makes sense that police across the country are increasingly finding ghost guns at crime scenes. And by the way, ghost guns can be, quote, rifles, essentially assault weapons as well. This is just one version of the kit you can buy. Last year alone, law enforcement reported approximately 20,000 suspected ghost guns to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. That's a 10-fold increase in these ghost guns from 2016. 10-fold in 5 years. These guns are weapons of choice for many criminals. We're going to do everything we can to deprive them of that choice. And when we find them, put them in jail for a long, long time. Law enforcement is sounding the alarm. Our communities are paying the price, and we're acting. Today, the United States Department of Justice is making it illegal for a business to manufacture one of these kits without a serial number. Illegal. Illegal for a licensed gun dealer to sell them without a background check. And starting today, weapons like the one used in Saugus High School and to ambush deputies with us that are here with us today are being treated like the deadly firearms they are. And if somebody sells a ghost gun to a federally licensed dealer, for example, a pawn shop, that dealer must make the firearm and mark it with a serial number before reselling it. All of a sudden, it's no longer a ghost. It has a return address. It's going to help save lives, reduce crime, and get more criminals off the streets. And this rule is only part of our strategy to go after ghost guns. In February, the Department of Justice launched a national gun Ghost Gun Enforcement Initiative, intensifying our efforts to bring cases against those who use ghost guns illegally. We're teaching investigators and prosecutors best practices, how to build these cases, and assigning a coordinator in each of the ATF field divisions to serve as a point person for helping federal, state, and local law enforcement go after ghost guns. If you commit a crime with a ghost gun, expect federal prosecution. Not just state, expect federal prosecution. This rule is an important step. It's going to make a difference, I promise you. And there are a lot of other things we know work to reduce gun violence and other violent crimes and save lives. That's why I put together a comprehensive strategy to supercharge what works while continuing to push Congress to act on sensible legislation to prevent gun violence. In addition to today's rule, we're working on 4 areas. First, we're going after rogue gun dealers. The last time we had data on this was more than 20 years ago.
That was good. I just needed to go to the bathroom. Sorry for that temporary break there. I don't think the ghost gun legislation is going to, I don't think it'll drive the market. I mean, watch for the Biden blast. We see it a lot. Every time he talks, it kind of goes up. Today's been one of those. It was like did last Monday start like this? The bathroom was good. It was great, actually. I needed that. It was, feel relaxed, man. I feel relaxed. You know what I'm saying? Feel ready to go. I think, was it your last Tuesday? I think we were kind of down all day. And then even like Thursday a little bit. And then we had that end of the day pop there. So maybe we will see. We will see. I did wash my hands. It was a good one. Had a lot of time. It was great. It was great. So we're back. I mean, just waiting. Again, I think oil, there was even that Coinbase news, but I think we were talking about oil right before, just getting ready for this week, and even commodities. And remember, today at close, you're getting another agriculture report, USDA, and then earnings and CPIs tomorrow morning. I don't know. So whatever plays you guys want to make, inflation related, whatever it may be, I mean, speak now or forever hold your peace, more or less. This is going to be your opportunity. Again, CPI is first thing in the morning. Yeah, I saw the WBD shares. We talked about them a little bit. It's very, very exciting. WBD, bro, it's going to, I mean, I kind of like it now. I mean, we were trying to figure out whether or not it owns HBO Max, like the streaming service. I think it does, because they may just own the content and not the subscribers. I don't know how it's going to play out, or they're doing something with it. Still in UNG, that plays up like 170% now. So remember, we made them free. So whatever I'm holding is free, but yes, I'm still in that one. And then we talked a little bit about China, and that's good. Name of the song, that's the option trading anthem. And then earnings season, I think, was the lineup we had today. Yeah, UNG's up 172. It's doing very well. Very surprising. It doesn't. That's what we were talking about today. But if you look at the PR that came out, and they said that it closed, it just everything says they own HBO Max, but we're kind of debating here today whether or not they own HBO Max streaming service, or if it's kind of they're just doing it weird with they own this but not that, or that but not this, if that makes any sense. Do you think CPI is priced in? I think to a degree, and there's going to be a lot of talking points for tomorrow, but I think it just really depends on the report if it goes higher than 8.3 or not. But pretty much, I mean, I don't know if this has been made clear. Otherwise, you're a watch hole. If it's not clear, you didn't watch the watch hole. You asked, I'm going to... Anyways, no, I'm just kidding, man. It's not that deep. Don't worry. We love you. But pretty much economists are expecting that tomorrow is going to be the highest CPI of the year. So if the economists are right, they were not right last year at March and April. But if the economists are correct and the rest of the market gets, that's what tomorrow's number is really going to signal for us. Depending on how the higher it is, the more likely it will be the peak. You see what I'm saying? So everybody, though, is expecting that tomorrow, the economists, not everybody, the economists, they are expecting that inflation report tomorrow will be the highest for the year, for all of 2022. So we will see. We will see. But any other plays you're going to make, you're going to want to make them now. Would wheat be affected? A little bit. I mean, we'll see the impact of food, and even the data today, after hours, will also affect it. Said selling 90 million on April. If demand is not high, TBT should skyrocket. Yes, or I don't know if they're selling as much as they're just not going to reinvest it, I believe. So I think they are, I don't think they're going to be, I think the selling pressure, you're probably seeing it right now, but they're just not reinvesting. So, and that's how the balance sheet is going to go down. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if they're going to become an actual seller selling, but pretty much they're going to get back 60 billion in that period. And then instead of reinvesting it and showing up as a buyer with 60 billion, 90 billion, I believe they are just going to let it ride through and just not reinvest. And that's how they will go about the balance sheet reduction. And that's the thing, because technically until May, we don't even know if we don't really know their plan or how they're, it's still premature, believe it or not. Lebanon out of wheat reserve. Last shipment from Ukraine had too much moisture and it spoiled. And then TLT's coming down. Decent volume. I wanted to look at Baba and Yang. I just don't like China now, but that might still take another week to develop, probably after the 14th. Sour hour, a little bit. I literally haven't had a dream, but I still believe. I still have all the shares. Why is my platform not loading? Yo, E-Trade. I like the things you do. E-Trade. TMF, what is TMF? Retail marijuana approved in New Jersey. Treasury bulls, 3-time levered? Maybe. Abby, bro, my shit's not loading. There it is. Possible stimulus bill coming. Let's go. Would you guys be hyped at that? I would not be hyped. But I think a lot of people would genuinely get hyped. I think we still haven't there hasn't been a negative response yet. I feel like half of y'all would be hyped. Who'd be like, let's go, baby. Stimulus for what? You're asking too many questions, Pixie. Okay? Why can't you just be happy? Stimulus bill is all we need. Why does there have to be a reason? How about the fact that we're live? Okay, maybe we should get a stimulus because the prices are so high. Maybe we should, because the last stimulus led to higher prices, we should get a stimulus because we didn't know that. So, No, I'm kidding. Hopefully you know I'm kidding. But inflation, it's a stimulus for inflation that will bring on less inflation if we spend a lot the right way, I think. I'm the economists. But I don't know. I feel like some people would get hyped. He said stimulus bill. Let's go. That's all we need. If you were to buy bonds, how would you buy them? You could go through your brokerage, or you could go through ETFs in other ways that are more easier to get it without less of the steps. What if they stimulated and reduced the balance sheet at the same time? They've talked about that. I think that's Operation Twist. They've talked about many things. They could do stuff like that where they try to stimulate certain parts of the bonds and then while kind of shunning away from other parts of the curve. Pretty much yield curve control. Futures for bonds. It's expensive though. I think I like TLT a lot. Just because TLT, you could always get a bond play representative to a wide exposure of longer dated bonds, and then you could do it with what's it called? You could do it with options or even just normal. What's up, Kaushik? I'm just scared because last time somebody said that to me, they got hella weird with me, so I feel like what you're saying is a trap. I feel like Kaushik is like a trap. I'm not understanding. Because last time someone said the exact same thing, and I was like, yo, what's up, man? Glad to have you, bro. You know what I'm saying? My Bengali brother. Like, we got mad love for India, bro. Like, for real. We could break it down. But then last time I said that, they got hella weird with me. And before I knew it, it was just like, it just got really weird, man. It got really, really weird. So I love you, though. But welcome. Just don't flip the script on me. Just don't get weird with me. I'm your fan from your ceiling. Okay, what's up, guys? What's up? Nice to see all of you. What's up, Kevin, Jeremy? It's good, man. What's up, man? MRK, Lottos, Abibai. Those plays moved 20% from there. I guess they did small. They were cheap. The Deutsche Banks came down. Those are up a lot more. Tesla was up in the morning, came down. The Morgan Stanleys came down. That was nice, 100%. And then... What a day. MOS. ATR. On eBay getting NFTs. No, I mean, we'll see if Coinbase comes out with any NFT news and how that plays out. But besides TCAT the other day, I don't know if you're going to see any like NFT drivers on the stock market, if that makes sense. Not until something goes crazy again. Power hour, baby. Oh, we're here. Back up to VWAP. Is Biden still speaking? It may be if Vertex wins U.S. Navy contract for $800 million, VRTX. Stock's not moving, but I'm seeing that across the wire. Now it's starting to move up a little bit. Vertex Navy contract, $850 million. Aircraft maintenance. Wait, why? I thought Vertex was a pharmaceutical. Hold up. Is this a different the Veritex or Veritex? Or Vertex? No, this is the same what? Who is this? It's not showing the ticker. The Vertex company. Is it a different ticker? To support test aircraft will provide aircraft maintenance to Naval Testing Wing. Is it VTNR? It might be. Vertex Energy? I don't know. Is it It's something called Vertex. I don't have a ticker yet. The TXCO.com. Is it It's VERX? Are you sure? Double check. They're in King of Prussia of Pencil. I see TXCO when you go to TXC.com where the headline comes from. Is it It could be Verx. I don't know. Somebody just got a damn. What's it called? They just got a damn $850 million government contract. Why do so many people use this name? Is this it? Vertex Inc.? But that didn't show up. Bro, even Bloomberg Automation, it could be VERX, but hold on. No, bro, Bloomberg Automation is thinking it's Vertex Pharmaceuticals. Yo, bro, this thing is wild. It could be VERX. Is it VBTX? Oh, this shit's good. This one's messy. VRX is tax services. This is great. Bro, nobody knows this dude. Something's going on. No, VBTX is a bank. There's a company named Vertex that is doing military testing for planes right here. Okay? And they have an $850 million contract. Bloomberg thinks it's a pharmaceutical. Verx is taxes. VBTX is banking. Bro. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Nobody knows. Yeah, Vertex is that. VERX is tax compliance. It's VTNR. I can't even type it in. Vertex. It's not Vertex Energy. I don't think it is. That's an energy company. Thank you for the 100th time, though. Yeah, middle market. That's an oil refiner. I don't know if they're testing planes for the Navy. Vertex Aerospace is an American industrial. Are they public or no? Oh, it's that's the same logo. It's these guys. VRTX. VRTX is what Bloomberg says, but I don't know. I think it's this one right here. Mosby just sent this. This is that logo I saw from the press release. Yeah, I don't think they're publicly traded. Check VEC. I think all of them, we're just going to buy some Vertex that does tax. That's Vectrus. No, yeah, I think that they're just not public. That would make the most sense after this little run through. Yeah, it's just not public. It can't be. That would have been great news. That's why I was like, bro, an $850 million contract is huge. That's why I'm like, come on, let me get some. LHX, L3 Harris Technologies. Are you sure? I don't think so. Yeah, the Bloomberg automation didn't have any. Nobody knew. Bloomberg, look at, they gave like a whole report on Vertex Pharmaceuticals. Usually this thing is right. That's why I'm like, yo, bro. Let's see. Verx is popping. Well, yeah, if you want to get your fucking taxes done. So that is not an $800 million contract. If you need some tax software, I feel you. Everyone's like, I'm down. Might be isn't that Virtue Financial? It's going up a little bit though. We'll see. How do you know they don't do your taxes and make planes? I don't know. Maybe I'm just being judgmental. You're right. I don't know. That'd be fucking dope. You know what I'm saying? Like, that'd be cool. I'd be so impressed. I'd be like, y'all started a tax company and then pivoted into airplanes. And now you got an almost $1 billion government contract and y'all still doing taxes? Says, you guys are good. How much time we got? 50 minutes. AMC sells movie tickets and mines minerals. You're right, bro. Shit, I didn't think about it. You're right. Anything could happen. Three-year yields. We had that. Investors fade sharp bearish steepening in the yield curve. The massive shift on the curve and rise in outright yields mean investors could see this as a ripe opportunity to fade the moves. More than 11 basis point widening in spreads on 5 and 30s, 9 basis point rise in 10-year on Monday. With no economic data and little fresh news from Federal Reserve suggests today's steepening might be overdone. In fact, multiple dealers confirmed fast money faded the steepening in 5 to 30s at the Ys on an outright basis. Several investors bought 10 years on the dip. Though size was not large, brokers saw the flow confirm. 7-part back-end loaded Amazon deal logged block trades and looming 20 billion 30 bond reopening sale all contributed to the curve steepening today. So these are all reasons why yields went up. Yields went up and then down in the right places. Bitcoin at the low. SPY's coming down again. I mean, let's take some of this energy. Still mollywopped. They might try to come up end of the day. Some materials came back up, which is good. Let's see where the NUE's at. Everybody in the NUE. New cores. That plays break even, down 3%. Widespread. iVidia slope. That was that other runner. It looks like NVIDIA. Oh, that thing came right back down. NVIDIA. Micron was killing it. AMD kind of bounced a little bit. Oil is closed right now, but it did good or decent. Still above 100 for oil, but red day or down 4. When I say good, I mean above above 100, but or near it, but down 4%. Pretty bad. All other commodities seem to do pretty well today. And that's it. And then get ready. I spell wheat with 2 E's. We have earnings. CPIs tomorrow morning. You'll get a couple of earnings. I think after hours and even maybe some pre-market. Nothing big. But then Wednesday, bank earnings kick off, and then it gets crazy. What was the word on the Rona? Just China shut down. I mean, some places, I think Nancy Pelosi is still sick. I'm not too sure. But I mean, right now, the real big issue, anything corona-related or virus-related, how all has to do with, what's it called? Young China and their lockdown. VEX. UEC and I think EXC kind of just chilling out because they kind of massively ran up. We've seen that before on some of those days. I mean, I'm glad. I think we took profit very, very well on those plays. So we already have some. Still holding the free ones, but letting it do its thing. Oil, I think it's going to be a slow week. I think if we get more bad China news, it's a short week, everything, and depending on some of the earnings, I think commodities and agriculture might do good this week. But after looking at today, I mean, and even just seeing oil even continue the onslaught downwards and all of the headlines, I think oil might be a little weaker this week. So we'll see. I think it'll eventually come back up here maybe after this week, but I mean, it's not looking good with how some of the momentum's slowing down right now. But I don't think it'll stop all the commodities. That's what I think is going to be interesting. I think depending on the earnings, we'll see, or maybe tech starts to do good later in the week. But if for the most part it seems like tech and energy might be going hand in hand this week, and it's going to be interesting. Oxy, I think those plays. I mean, which ones do we have? We made those free the other day. They were up 100%. Those are down 23% now. So it's cheaper than last week. And again, but with oil, you're just going to, it's really if you think oil is going to be able to go up or not. That's like really going to be the big thing. Why is iPod? A lot of companies have not de-SPAC lately, but we'll find out. I mean, very shortly. Just because a lot of things are about to flip, in the terms of SPAC world, they're actually like low key cracking down. Clorox, I put that issue on everything. That was the fun fact today that we learned. That Clorox owns Hidden Valley Ranch. First time homebuyer grants. Not currently. I think there's some that exist. I think it really just depends on your what's it called? Your area. And like certain locations and different things offer different, like different places have different incentives there for like both first time home buyers and even just trying to like entice people to go there. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. VRCH Valley Ranch, not airplanes type of day. Someone's like, so maybe that's, bro, that Vertex thing was funny. There you go. I hit him with it though. Yeah. Yeah, they updated. I emailed the lady on there. And I was like, yo, bro, you just messed this up. It's not Vertex. They still have it. I think, wait, no. Yeah, see, they updated it. Vertex company wins, new contract period of performance, but that's it. Corrects to remove Vertex Pharmaceuticals. There you go. There you go. See, Chad, we even helping out Bloomberg, Chad. We helping out Bloomberg. You see, we doing good work there. Good work, Chad. Good work. Electric Tesla accelerates hiring for Optimus robot project. Plays all week. Just the shares. Waiting on the options. Again, another USDA report today. USDA, just America. And we're going to see what we're doing with the wheat. We get other data today too. But there's something about the Ukraine shipments to certain countries. And then we're going to see how that plays out. I think it'll be a good week for agriculture. But we'll find out. It's already been like a 2-week gain there for wheat. So we'll find out very shortly. I'm not really expecting much from the USDA report. I think it can move it, but I think the ones we got yesterday or on Friday were more important. Bouts of volatility tend to be unique. Let's see what they got.
You have this VIX back above 20, but not overly so. So it almost suggests that investors are prepared. They're not complacent, but they're not panicked. What do you make of this picture right now?
Hi, Abigail. Thanks for having me. Look, I think you're going to continue to see volatility. The problem with the volatility is it's based on geopolitical issues. It's based on non-fundamental issues. And most of that is short-lived and more short-term. Rates were so low for so long, it was inevitable that they were going to go up. And I don't think people expected them to go up that fast and that much. But again, a 3% 10-year, that's pretty reasonable looking back historically. So we were speaking obviously before this call, but most of what you're going to try to do is generate some option return in the short term to deal with this volatility, but position a portfolio for long-term, long capital, and looking to fundamentals, because we've gotten away from fundamentals once again in the volatile markets.
Yeah, that's true. Everybody's so focused on Fed liquidity and what's next. And you make a very interesting point in terms of the 10-year yield, that if it goes to 3% in the terms of history, that's not so high. However, it is very interesting because you have that 10-year yield backing up against the trend line that marks the great bond bull market. Ever so slightly above it. It could be below it, right on it, depending on how you draw it. But we do have this chart here in the Bloomberg terminal showing that, if this breaks, you could have even more volatility. Well, frankly, either way that it goes, it's going to drive more volatility. Do you think rates are going higher from here? And what does that mean for other risk assets? And what are you telling your clients? I'm sure that they're pretty concerned about this.
Yeah, you bring up multiple good points. But right now, rates are probably going higher. I think it's just trying to settle down after. There's so much going on after the pandemic. There was such an unknown for, let's call it 2 years, just given easy numbers, and across equities, across fixed income, across everything that matters to the fundamentals of the market. And I think right now we're trying to position clients in a way that stick to the long term. It becomes cliche, but it's really not. Be in the right investments, be in the right structures, have alternatives available to you, market neutral, non-correlated, something 20 to 25% that doesn't correlate to the markets, but also engage in active management in equities and fixed income, because in these markets, good managers and good structures really generate positive returns. And I think we've lost touch with that segment of the market. It's so focused on the volatility and outside factors that long term really don't play into returns. Now, I don't want to take anything away from what's going on in our world and the seriousness of what's going on geopolitically, but if we just take it to a fundamental standpoint, that's what's going to outperform. Now, we are an emotional society, and rightfully so. So that
like this guy
is going to play in the short term, which is why you mentioned something alternatively to options or something where in the short term you can generate returns.
Well, speaking of fundamentals, and in about 30 seconds or so, Michael, we of course have the big banks kicking off earnings season in earnest midweek with JP Morgan. And even though you have this massive backup in yields and the yield curve now steeper, you have the banks down on the year. Make sense of that.
It doesn't make sense.
Oh, there you go.
I think
hey man, tell him, baby,
to outperform, and they're much better.
I think I'm playing with you.
Structured than they were in 2008. I don't think it's even an issue, going forward for the next couple of years. And you mentioned earnings. It's going to matter. The banks and the companies that come out and really can show their earnings are positive over the past quarter and the future quarters. They're the ones that are be outperforming, and I think you're gonna see good companies rise to the top right now. Yeah, certainly a critical earnings season indeed. Michael,
there it is. I didn't even know he was going to talk. That was a great 1-2 punch.
Joining us for Options Insight today.
They just talked about everything we wanted right there. He said bonds, yields. He said, it's the long term at the end of the day, fundamentals, and then they said, bang, it doesn't make sense that the banks are down. Thank you. And then that's it. But like we were talking about yesterday on the watch list, that this bank earnings, that was the theory I was having. So it's good to see some other people in the market are feeling the same way. And just get ready. I mean, that's going to happen next 48 hours. 48 hours. Oh, man. 48 hours. Isn't that crazy? 48 hours. So let's see. Yeah, good companies will rise. The bad ones will drop, and we'll go from there. So let's see what happens. Let's see how it kicks off. BZ, I know 4% is big. And again, I think it's China. Again, more boats, More headlines out of China, just continued lockdown, more cases. But I think now, China lockdown plus 200 million barrels is a very good combination. It was looking weak at first with like one SPR, 50 barrels here, 100 barrels there. But now an additional 200 barrels plus China, 450 boats parked outside of Shanghai, not moving. I mean, it's a perfect combo. But that's a big surpriser today, in terms of oil. I didn't expect that one to open up the week like that. Let's see what's about to happen next. Okay, let's see. You got about 40 minutes or so, give or take, and we're about to test that 440 again. If we make it close below 440, that's not going to be good. But we will see what happens with with the CPI tomorrow. Again, anything by the end of the day, that's you got to finalize your play, because tomorrow morning the CPI comes out an hour before markets. So keep that in mind. Would I buy SNDL right now? I'm not really. I mean, if I'm going to buy anything for the long term, I'm looking more at like Uber, all the way down to DraftKings for growth. Otherwise, I'm going to be looking at JP Morgan, and depending on how they do with earnings, we'll be able to hopefully take advantage of that. But those are what I'm kind of eyeing now. SPY coming down. So watch 441. Watch for the butter here. Apple's testing lows. I had Biogen up there. That was going down. But yeah, Apple. And then remember, Microsoft was like 3% today. 3.4. 3.6. Grab some Uber. I'm waiting. I just need to wait for young JP Morgan. And then we'll be good. But if JP Morgan does good and rips, we ride our shares. And then I'm probably going to grab Uber or something else. But Uber, I want it below 20. I want $30, man. I don't know. I'm on California time zone. The Pacifica. How you gonna put an embargo on yourself? Because it's good. Because then they can have a reason when they say, "Oh, economic activity dropped 92%." They're like, "Yeah, it's because we locked down." You know what I'm saying? It's not because of natural economic forces that would cause a slowdown or anything. Nah. It's simple. It's because the lockdown we had to prevent from COVID to the lockdown. That's how we did it. Oh, it's only $2 away. It was just at $30. That's why I'm saying I wanted at 30. Then it hit 31 right here. It's still low. I'm not tripping too hard on it. Don't worry. UNG. I already sold one of them. So we made it free last week, and now I'm still holding the rest. So it's up to you at that point. I mean, I've already taken profits. The play is entirely free. Whatever we're holding is 172%. I do not have JP Morgan calls. I grab Morgan Stanley calls in the morning. Remember, Morgan Stanley, this is why I went for Morgan Stanley this morning. They're the best bank so far. I mean, I don't know if you could see it as much, but like compare them to any of the other banks. I think Goldman and Morgan Stanley are the killers, but like JP Morgan's still at 2020 levels. You know what I'm saying? Like Wells Fargo, 2020 level. Oh, they're not hearing me right now. Bank of America did a little bit better, but it's kind of close to 2020 levels. Do you see what I'm saying? And then Deutsche Bank is just trash, even though they're up. I don't know how they are. Credit Suisse probably trashed. Any of the Europe banks, anything with that exposure is not good. But do you guys see that? Morgan Stanley, Goldman, those are the best performing banks, if you can't tell by looking at the chart. Do you think this will be the year for UWMC? I don't know. That's not in my control. That is up to what's his name? What's the CEO's name? Mr. Ashiba. SPY is selling off 440.98. See if we go straight to like 440.75 or 440.50. But that's what we're waiting on. Let's find out. Well, it looks good currently for the long term. Just those companies we just mentioned, JP Morgan, Uber, Roblox, DraftKings, maybe even Airbnb, but we'd have to wait. But if you want to buy sooner than later, the list is more limited, but there's still some good options. I'm looking for growth, but it depends on what happens with JP Morgan's earnings. So yeah, a lot of things are coming out. Deutsche Bank is dropping again. SPY 440.89. Let's see how low it goes. Starbucks is on that list too. but I don't know when they report and where we go. But yeah, Starbucks is, but I don't like that they got rid of the buyback and that they got Howard Schultz. They may be in for another flush, low key. But they are pretty low. I do like them at these prices. I do like Starbucks, but we'll see. I grabbed a MS in the morning for like May, I think, or next week, April 22nd. Overstock. I'm going to get DraftKings first. It's Overstock's just it's in between. It's in between Uber and in between DraftKings. It's like if I'm going to go on that list of anything that performed worse than 40%, I'm probably going to grab DraftKings just because I'm down 60, 70% on it. I could literally get 100 shares, change my whole entire average, even sell covered calls on it. So I'm like, I would have to go with DraftKings, unfortunately. I do like Overstock. That's the thing. Overstock is just not bad enough for me to buy it yet. JP Morgan, we'll see if it's up there. I still have the deposit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm waiting on this deposit to see what happens with JP Morgan. So I got $2,600. We have a little cash left over from last month. Still got the deposit. Things are looking nice. You see, like Uber kind of came down. I like that, but like it's in between. You see like Overstock, like BigCommerce. I'm not gonna, really touch. DraftKings is the worst one. Overstock's not the worst. Coinbase, we've added to it, but I think Coinbase, I'm gonna wait a little bit. Again, still kind of in the middle. Everything else, like Uber, is the only other one besides like AT&T that I would touch. So otherwise, Uber, Roblox is on this list too. We've just never added to it, but it just depends. It just depends on the earnings, where things are at, and then we'll go from there. But I don't have a gun to my head to purchase anything just yet. Goldman's a winner. Goldman, Morgan Stanley, those are winners. JP Morgan, they were a winner turned loser. So that one's like kind of in the middle. And then we see what happens. JP Morgan 5. If you want to, I got Morgan Stanley calls. Gonna see what happens with the first reports, and then maybe we go from there. But I can take a look at the JP Morgan calls and see. Long-term. I did. The last long-term pickup we got was JP Morgan. So we're still up on it. That's why I'm saying I'm waiting till their earnings, because then if I go negative on this, this has been the value play I've liked this year. I'd be willing to buy back in on it. If not, if it gets up and they have good earnings, it'll rip and do very, very well. And then we'll have to add a growth name, but then we'll have our value name working for us. Oh, yeah, I do have the Wells Fargo calls as well. I did forget. Those are up like 100, I think. Fubo, I like it, but I don't think realistically it's not on my list for this month. At the end of the day, if I'm going to buy any stock, I like Fubo. I want to keep watching it, but it has not hit my, like I'm saying, I just have so many other names I'd want first. And remember, we're not done building them on any of the names. Even DraftKings, again, these are names we believe in for a long time. So I'm going to be slow. Why do you like it? It has promising features. You know what I'm saying? That's it. It's just it's a good college draft pick, but he's not. I need to see him. I'll let somebody else draft him, or we'll see if he's cheap enough in the first round. You see what I'm saying? When everything else gets a little bit more premium and other growth names bounce up, and if he's still cheap in the first round, I'll take him. But right now, he's a good college player, but he's not. He doesn't have the NBA qualities just yet. But I think we're gonna see. And that's why if he could do good and get into it, I think Fubu would, it's a good name. Do you believe in DraftKings? Because that's the word Kings. I believe in DraftKings because I use it. And I know a lot of people that use it, and people, I think they go on and off. 440.50. We're going straight to 440, ladies and gentlemen. Uh-oh. Yeah, wheat is going in heavy. That's going up, but watch out. Watch if Microsoft sells off, but nah, you're selling. Even the banks are starting to go down here too, even despite the earnings. Is Biden live? I don't know if he finished or not, but it did not hold up there. Qualcomm, potential chemical weapons? What are you saying? Let's see what we got. Welcome, hear me out. Azov are claiming that Russians have dropped a poisonous substance in Mariupol from a drone, causing respiratory failure and vestibuloactatic syndrome. More reports were released, maybe. But EWG is leading the way. But Twitter, I don't see that on the wire just yet. Let's see if people that one's going to take a little bit more time to verify. That's coming from a Twitter. It could be, but I don't know. It's not like it's hitting the wire. But they're saying poisonous substance. It's a report. Give that one won't be verified till after hours if it's true. Microsoft selling off now. EWG going down. Weird. Our market's closed Friday. Yes, we have no stock trading on Friday. Last day of the market is Thursday. Oh, they just scammed those? Damn it. Egypt seeks wheat for European origins. Kerm, that's no bueno. I think we'll have a negative reaction, but then I even think the CPI will get over it there. I think you'll get a reaction where it's like a day or two, maybe, but then I still, even then, I don't know if it's gonna, I don't know if it would clap too hard, honestly. We're gonna see. Oil embargo next. I think that is, I would just watch Europe too. I think we'll see them react there too. But remember, I mean, we have a lot of domestic stuff that's about to happen here in the next week or so. So that's why it's really going to depend on what level it is, the information, all that. If I'm wrong, I mean, we're already in the place. I mean, it's not, if I'm wrong and everything gets clapped, my EWG, my VGK, my EWJ, those are going to make us a lot of money. Our oil commodity plays, our wheat plays, it's going to make us a lot of money. Chemical weapons would mean a bunch of money for commodities. Why do you think I'm in corn and all the other stuff? Again, I'm not worried about a war headline. I'm more worried about what the war would affect. And that's the thing. The market's going to react to headlines here and there, but you have to think about it. It's what the war is going to affect. That's going to be how I'm reacting to every piece of news. So, but I'm not too that's what I'm saying. Every news headline that's fighting related, it's going to be, it's just going to hit a little different. So SPY's coming down, though, bro. We almost buttered that 441. You kind of pretty much did. So see what happens here. A close below 440 is ugly. 23 minutes left. McDonald's, they could be a good one. I actually like McDonald's. I'm down with McDonald's. I'll still eat McDonald's. So Walgreens down too. It's a lot of candles. A little bounce here at 440.30, but see, I mean, that's a number you want to flush, though. That's a weird if we bounce there, but even maybe we go to 440.50. Markets have been liking that range, but if we go below here, it's going to 439. That's crazy. VGK. EWG's going down. Some of the premiums moved. They just kind of scammed it there, but we're going to see. The premiums just instantly woke up on them. Chemical or confirm, what's the move? Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, think about it. If chemical weapons were confirmed, people would freak out. But would the stock market react in this, or would oil and commodities react more? And then the market responds to that. Then a day or two, we still have to respond to CPI. And then then you're going to spend 4 days waiting for the response. Does that make sense? So even if they did chemical weapons, you have to think about it. What's going to move things is the expectation of more actions, or what wherever the attack was, what it affected. So that's why I'm like, it would still take some time, if anything. I don't have any JP Morgan calls. All I have is JP Morgan shares. NATO will respond if Russia uses chemical weapons. So, yeah, but then we'd have to wait till that happens. But, I mean, if they have not even, like, is NATO going to attack Russia? Maybe, but at this point, so far, almost 2 months in the situation, Germany is not even willing to ban their coal for another 4 months. So that's why it's like, I don't know if I think it's just going to be a lag time between responses and not, but we'll see how everything else plays out. Last down, Bitcoin down 5%. Bloom, bloom. Let's see. Those Boeing puts held very well, surprisingly. They're down 15% from that one move. I don't know if wheat's staying up. Redfin I like at $16. I actually do like that one a lot, but again, I still have other names I want, unfortunately, because I remember buying this $20 at IPO or some shit, 20 or 30. But no, I do like, actually, these prices are low. Now that I'm looking at it, 16, 15, I love it, actually. I would love to own. What's that valuation? It's not even that high, I don't even think. $1 billion for Redfin? But they're about to have bad guidance. I mean, if real estate slows down, that's not bad, honestly. I like that a lot. I like that a lot, but there's just so many things that are cheap still. That's why I'm like, he's a good player, but I mean, we'll see. Let's see where he's at in a month. You know what I'm saying? If he could wait a month, I could wait a month. I mean, let's see where he's at. Maybe he gets some earnings. I could pay a little premium. I mean, it's not too bad, but I do like Redfin a lot. I mean, for the long term, it's going to be there. $1 billion? I don't know. They have a lot of debt. Yeah, EWJ is because the damn, go look at the Japanese yen. That thing's crazy. Could get you 105. That's depending what you pay. If we talking about the bonds, then this really ain't fair. But no, look at the yen. It's at 125, but that's the crazy part. It should be going down. The yen weakening right now is honestly somebody brought it up. China dropping, that's not good, but this going up, like the weakening in the yen is wild. That is wild. Honestly, this could even, a lot of things are pointing towards the dollar here. They're going down a little bit more. It's just crazy. Like Malibu's most wanted. Thank you. I like that comparison. I appreciate it. I'm more like the Middle Eastern one from there, but I feel you. I'm down to be the main character. ATHX, Athersis, ATHX. Weak calls expire. Can't bring this sell with everything going on. I mean, if they expire on the 14th, though, it's going to be tough. It'll push it till the end of the week. It's going to be risky. You can't always roll over though. If you have premium now, take whatever money you have now and go to something else, maybe even shares. But that's always the tough decision there coming into final week, and then the plays like right there or not. 440.31 again. This is that interesting level. We're going to see how it holds up from here. Chapstick. There's a 4 Maverick. It's a classic. Engages in discovery of therapies designed to enhance and extend quality of human life. Multi-cell stem cell provides biological potency and therapeutic effects for distinct diseases and conditions in the cardiovascular, neurological, inflammatory, and immune disease areas. That sounded like a commercial. But that, dude, so many biotechs. UVXY, though, we're coming down. What? Bro, they have new acknowledgements. This is crazy. Bro, even to trade certain plays. Oh my gosh. What the hell is this? I have to accept new acknowledgements for a damn ETN. That's crazy. I think after the one thing. Oh, come on. Hold on. Josh goes. I'm trying to get a play. Let's see. ATHX, you're up on that 100. Nice, nice, nice. Spy butter. It's holding 422. It bounced a little bit there. Stab penny boy ripping. What did you say to me? $25. It's $4.40. Yeah, we're bouncing a little PRTK, bro. It looks like a lot of other ones. Another biotech PRTK. That's popping off. I'm literally trying to get another play on here, but that thing's moving. Another chemical weapon name? What do you mean chemical weapon name? Let's see what we got. Yeah, PRTK. $15. Moscow to remove Protec from indexes July 20th. What? That's the only news I see on this thing. But it showed me a Russian stock when I put it on the news thing. Paratech engages in development of therapies based on tetracycline chemistry. Product includes omadosaline and sericylene. How can we say this? Interesting. But they make drugs to help respiratory issues. That's an interesting play. If we start seeing those go up now, that one would be very interesting. Let's see. I'm waiting for the final. We only got a 10-minute rig coming in. Euro 073. SPY looks like it's kind of bouncing here. Let me see. I just have one more play for the end of the day. I just got to wait. iBio touch 440. JP earnings is Wednesday, yeah. I think before market. Yeah, I think it is before market. And SPY at 440.22, WBD crazy pop. 10-minute rigged. It already looks like it's kind of like making them fight. Yeah, W Warner, let's go, baby. Oh, Warner's Discovery. Look at, he's a new guy, new kid in town. I think I got enough, but I want it. We'll do it. Okay. Alt ALT on the high. Okay. iBio UNG new high of the day. MS call premium holding positive. Okay. So I did do one more play. I think I'm early on this one. Don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. This one, I think I'm early on it. I don't want to do it, but I wanted to do it, but I'm worried that when it's going to come down. Pretty much there's a lot of premium with it, but I like how it's kind of there. Obviously, I could wait to get it on like a low, but it's honestly not that high there. So I thought I'd get it with time, but I do think there's opportunity to get these at a different moment. So be careful with how you go about it, and don't trade anything. Pretty much watch out for the $5 increments on the option chain. But I grabbed a Yang July call. So it's a 3-time leverage short on China, and it's still July, which is kind of weird. That's what I'm saying. You can go for the short-term ones, but we'll see what happens. But that's why I'm like, I think China in general and how this thing moves, but they all look the same. You'll see it. All the options are like 5 cents apart from each other and all that. It's Yang, Y-A-N-G. SPY's coming down, 439. That's 439.50 for. Oh, there you go. It's flushing below 440. That's it. It was expensive. It was like $180 something. Honestly, just don't go above 25 on that chain. Any option above 25, you're getting scammed, because those are $5 increments. After it goes like 24, 25, then it goes up to 30, and then it goes $1 at a time. Like, they're honestly trying to scam you on that one. So, like, you see what I'm saying? It goes all $1 increments, and then look, 25 to 30, and then 31, 32, 33. It's a scam. You see what I'm saying? So just don't, because anything for $100 above 25 is just a pure scam, because it's not going to move like that. That's from when it went crazy that last time. So that's the only way you could go about that play right there. But yeah, the Russian chemical stuff we've heard a couple of times. We got 5 minutes left. We're going to see. Again, I'd be watching commodities. Keep an eye on oil and any of that coming into the rest of the week, or even tomorrow. And again, tomorrow, CPI in the morning. No, CPI. I don't think the CPI got leaked. I don't know. Some people were saying that in the chat. They're saying some people expect a monster print. Even the White House did a warning again, but I don't know. I don't think it's leaked. I think just people are talking about it and kind of, I think people are just trying to expecting it now. If people say it's bad and crazy now, it won't hit as hard. Flash crash. It depends how bad it is. If it's like a 15% CPI, then yeah. But we'll see what happens here with China, everything else, and everything else we got going on with the data and earnings. But it would probably take Europe to have everything. HTBX, another chemical play. Heat Biologics. Dang, Wall Street, y'all picking up on this quick. You're up 170 on EWJ. I don't know if they gone that high. But if you have more than one, you could always sell it, ride it out, make the other ones free. Or you could ghetto spread it. Yeah, ours are up 100% now. I only have 3 of them. I haven't made them free. I'm going to ride them out for a little bit. They have short amount of time. So if it's May, don't be afraid to make those free sooner than later, if anything. Let's see. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in overhead bins below, or above, and we'll be making our final approach coming through a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 5 p.m. Pacific at the Trading Fraternity Terminal. And then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m., 6:15 out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 62 degrees, mostly cloudy. Was a little bit hot there. Should be a good weekend, and depending on what happens with that CPI, maybe we'll see things heat up a little bit sooner. But as always, we appreciate your guys' business. We are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in a Cole Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Bring it home. Tomorrow, tomorrow. CPI tomorrow. It's only a day away. 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Bring it home, baby. Bring it home. Finalize it. Are you going for the banks? How are you going to play the CPI? Tomorrow is your moment. If you don't know it, tomorrow's your moment. That's it. If you don't know it, tomorrow's your moment. Say it out loud. There you go. Bring it home. Finalize it. CPI 1 hour before market open. So that's up to you, baby boy. You better finalize it. Got a lot of things moving. Bring it home. It's all about the bonds. That's what people are tripping out. Oil does not look too good. You know what I'm saying? So it's very, very good. So we're going to see what happens. But ladies and gentlemen, bring it home. God bless you. We are excited. Let's go. Let's go. There it is. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Ladies and gentlemen, 7 hours in the books. How do you feel? Oh, wait, we don't even have a screen. How do you feel? 7. Oh, my gosh. 2.2 thousand. Give him another horn. Oh, God bless you. Shout out to Chad. Shout out to Chad. I love you. God bless you. Thank you for liking the video. Thank you for being here, but we did it. We made it. Oh, let's go. Come on. I need the GGs. I need the GGs, Chad. Where's my GGs? Oh, there it is. GG, baby. GG, baby. GG, baby. Everybody, I don't care if you made money or lost money. I don't care if you're happy or sad. I don't care if you're positive or negative. If you were in the heat of the battle and you made it all day, 7 hours or 7 minutes, it does not matter. I need a GG. Let's go. Cleanse your sins. A lot of y'all say some things throughout the day. Today was actually very chill, though. I feel like everybody was vibing today, baby. But still, GG, baby. GG, everybody. I need that GG. Let's go. Let's go. Happy Monday. It's a short week. You better get double your money for the GG, because we ain't doing this on Friday, son. I need a G. Good morning. Happy Monday. Good start of the week, baby. Hey, man. Hey, man. We did it, baby. Give me another one. Give me another one. Cleanse those sins, baby. Hey, man. God bless you, Chad. Wow. Wow. Cut it. No. Cut it. That's the day. Oh, my gosh. How do you feel, Chad? Monday. Oh, I'm hyped. Why am I so hyped? I've been hyped on these Mondays, bro. These Mondays been getting me hyped. But ladies and gentlemen, God bless you. That's the day. God bless all of you. So before you get going, I hope you know how much the code appreciates you, and we appreciate your service, your time, your effort, your energy, your positivity. For real, it is very appreciated, and from the bottom of my heart, thank you all for being here, especially if you even listen to the ending. You know what I'm saying? Even double for you, man. I like to treat everybody equally, but double for you, honestly, because God bless you. But for real, if you clicked on the video today, you gave me an opportunity. I don't care if you liked me or not, whether you were positive or not, it don't matter, because you gave me an opportunity, so I'm grateful for it. Thank you to every single one of you, especially those who were positive, all the people who shared this stream, held it down. Just, y'all came in with how you come in. You brought what you got to bring to the table, so that can mean a lot of things, but we are thankful. So God bless you, baby. We love you. And even on top of that, baby, shout out the members. You know that I love it because I know we said for 1 week I didn't like the political stuff, but even then I think I could just go members only. And not only are they respectful, they respect my wishes from time to time, but there's just so many things. But I hope you know, man, without the members and without this core group of amazing people who treat this the same way that I treat it, man, we would not be here. So members, every single day, I hope you know, man, this thank you, it means a lot, because y'all support the channel when y'all don't have to. Y'all hold it down, and a lot of y'all, your membership badge says it. You've been through all of it. You know what I'm saying? You've seen a lot of it. So you got to be here for years. You know what it is, baby. So God bless you, and thank you for your support, baby. Oh, yeah. Amen. And just double shout out if you're positive. You know what I'm saying? For real. I said it many times, man. $4.99. It just don't give you a good attitude. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. Like, I hope I never give you the impression, like, seriously, I think some of you know me enough by this point. Like, if you think I'm gonna vibe with you just because of $4.99, you got it twisted, dog, okay? Because I don't get down like that. And honestly, so I'll be like, hell no. I do not want to deal with some people for $4.99. So I just hope you know it does not make your attitude better. And that's why I got to thank the people who come in every day with that good vibe, that good attitude, ready to play, ready to contribute in a way that is just so, again, y'all match me, and that's all that's all I'm ever looking for. You know what I'm saying? But for real, bro, God bless you, and big shout out to all the members out there. And again, just making it look good. I appreciate all of you, and thank you. Big shout out to the stream alerts, baby. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. That's called the stream insurance, okay? We make sure they don't miss it, but honestly, if you got stream alerts in the membership badge, God bless you. I love you and thank you. You holding it down. You doing the most. And again, bro, if I'm doing it, you doing it. You holding it down like that, baby. But God bless you. Even then, I don't know if some of y'all got work or not. It's up to you. Again, everything is free 99. But like we say, bro, it's very simple, man. We just appreciate everybody here. And again, everybody, you ain't gonna miss anything if you really in the game and watching the watch list, okay? But big shout out to the stream alerts. We make sure y'all don't miss it. And we love your support. And for real, thank you guys for doing what you do on that end too. And finally, it don't matter if you have stream alerts or you have a membership. All that matters is your attitude is not shit. Hey, I understand with the stream alerts, you got membership, but we're just glad that you don't have a shitty attitude. Hey, okay, kind of rhymed the first time. I forgot it. But listen, man, you know what it is. Or your attitude's not shit. There you go. That rhymes. Amen. Thank you. Snaps all around. Nah, but for real, bro, all the people who show up every day, ready, baby. You know what I'm talking about? No, so I don't want to start yelling at you again. I want to get hyped in the mic. I've been doing this because every day, at the end of the day, I'm hyped on Monday. I'm hyped on Friday. I'm hyped on Tuesday, bro. I don't know what it is about these weeks. You know what I'm saying? So all I'm just trying to say, bro, if you come in with that same energy, ready to go, you know what I'm going to tell you? The people who work on their craft. Oh, y'all don't. The people who had one talent, two talent, it don't matter how many talents they had. They showed up every day ready to work at their craft. That's it. They knew every single interaction, even in the chat. They were here for a bigger purpose. It didn't matter. They didn't let politics get in the way. They didn't let anything get in the way. Having too much fun didn't get in the way. Oh, no. They came here. The attitude, it didn't matter. Up or down, win or loss. They were still in the game, ready to show. Oh, y'all don't feel me. The people who work on their craft. That's it. Oh, I love it. The people who work on their craft. Oh, nothing got in the way. I mean, it didn't mean that there wasn't nothing in the way. They just chose not to. Oh, y'all don't feel me. This mic is not on. This ain't working. They don't feel me, bro. There ain't no way they gonna feel me. I'm just saying, it's not saying nothing was going on. Bro, I've been getting sick. I could get sick. I could get this. I could get that. Oh, going through, I got like, how many times are y'all, Josh, oh, you like, Josh got a girlfriend? Josh had to go here. I'm just not saying nothing came up. I'm just saying. Oh, we chose not. If things got in the way, but we just made a decision. They don't feel me. The mic not on, bro. This mic's not on. The mic's not on, bro. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Woo! So, Chad, I love you, and God bless you, and thank you for being here. Again, especially those rare attitudes and those rare souls. The people who got soul. The people who come to play. Membership, stream alerts, non-membership, it don't matter. You know how we get down, baby. You know, not because, again, every culture, every religion, it don't matter where you look at it. It don't matter what it is. Hard work is always looked up at. You know that? No society or culture, beliefs aside, religion, culture, put all of it aside. Everybody loves a hard worker. You know what I'm saying? So that's it, Chad. I hope you like it. God bless you all. Thank you again for being here. Shout out the likes again. Make sure you check out the link. First link, Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate Course. These two things we have not added to the long term. I'm telling you when I'm going to add to it, but if you don't want to miss it, well, there you go. Get a text message. Cost you nothing. Second link, Nightly Watchlist and main channel. A lot is on here. Again, you might even hear what's on here may come up somewhere on the news a couple days later. I'm just saying, if you watch it, you watch it. But guess what? Shout out to the main people. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the 10,000 people who are beating everybody else to the punch. They don't feel me, though. That's all I'm saying. So listen, if you a watch hoe, it's cool. We gonna joke around. We gonna make fun of you. I may tease you here and there, but at the end of the day, if you want the info, you want an idea, maybe I can spark. I'm good at sparking ideas. That's the problem. Some people think I'm trying to be Nostradamus. Fuck you. I'm not. Okay? I'm just saying I can spark a good idea from time to time. That's the whole point of the watch list. If you know how to use it, if you know how to learn on with this, I'm just saying I can spark an idea. I could give you a seed. I don't know how you gonna water it, how you gonna grow it, but I'm just saying so shout out to Watchlist, baby. Don't get beat to the punch. It's right there. Second link. Third link for that membership badge. Shout out all the members. If the link doesn't work for you, you just go to the channel and put /join, and then that's it, man. That's it. That's all you got to do. Fourth link for that merch, baby. If you want that merch, maybe you want to see my beautiful face. Here you go. This was me before the long term, so that's why you get the free long-term alerts and go to the gym, okay? We love you. Check out the new channels, Code Real Estate, Code Cars, Code PHILO. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Maybe you're too worried about getting the long-term alerts. Maybe you procrastinate, but you like looking at hoes on Instagram. Then just follow me on Instagram, so then that way the long-term will show up while you're sinning, okay? I'm just messing with you. It's okay. I know some of y'all do other things on Instagram. Some of y'all follow hella weird accounts and shit like that, but I'm just saying, if you like pretty pictures, I'm just saying, follow me on Instagram, and then you'll get what you need to get, and I got you, bro, okay? It's simple as that. I just wanted to make sure you were paying attention, okay? Making sure y'all were, while you were sinning, they were paying attention. I'm just making sure you still with me. Just making sure you still with me. Okay, how option pricing works. If you watch this, you will learn something. Best place to start for options. Right there, right here, right now. If you don't learn anything, I'll give you, and then that's it, okay? And then how to set up the long-term portfolio. Very good one. And then finally, the prayer request wall, baby. Amen. 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 Prayer request wall, baby. Prayer request wall. You want to look at, you said, it's been 2 years and I left your IG message on red 2 years later. You know what I read once a week? But don't be that guy though, honestly, because honestly, I ignore it. It's the same way. Don't hit up. I read the prayer request wall though, at least once a week, if not multiple times a week. I'm just saying, I pray for y'all more than I read a message. I pray for you. I pray for some of y'all more by name than I have ever even contacted you. Y'all don't feel me, bro. Oh, I'm clapping for. They don't feel me. Oh, they don't feel me. No, they really don't feel me, bro. They really don't feel me. They really don't feel me. That's it. Y'all 2022 on some internet shit all the time. I know we on the internet all the time too, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying. That's where it's going down, baby. So listen, me and my mom like to pray for you. I said, I never said I was going to message you on Instagram. I never said I was going to chat. I said I would give you information, and we are going to be here, and we will be here every day. You need help with the property. You need help with the long term. I will be here. We are ready to go. I am ready to go for that. I never said I'm going to respond on Instagram, but I did say we will pray for you, baby. And honestly, I believe this goes a long way, for real. I believe for anything, I hope you don't ever have to give me anything. For real, bro. Thank you to all the donations each and every day. Thank you to every member, every person on the stream alert. But for real, man, if you ever want to do anything for me, you ever want to give me anything, you ever want to just show love and appreciation, man, I'm telling you, a constant and consistent prayer, even one prayer, it goes a long way. And I really believe in it, man. And that's what I'm saying. I'm giving you what I do do. What I do best, bro. This is what I think is best. I'm going to do the same thing for you, bro. And we just want to root for you. Me and my mom, we pray for people. It's not that deep. And we just want to put your jersey on our back and root for you. And we hope you all do the same for everybody in here, man. Because if it can't flow through you, it ain't flowing to you. That's it. I firmly believe in that. And honestly, I see my life change just by praying for a lot of people, man. It's kind of crazy to think about it. It's kind of crazy to think about it, man. And God is good. And I wouldn't have it any other way, man. And this is what we believe in here. And I hope we could always just don't forget that at the end of the day. I know you may hear a lot of stuff. You may hear a lot of news. You may hear a lot of jokes. I know you may want to judge me at many various times or this and that. And we go through a lot of things, ups and downs, whatever it may be. But I just hope you don't forget, man, at the end of the day, we are still going to be that group that prays for people and that prays over each and every person. And that's one thing I will tell you. Compare us to the next or this or that. You could put us in a room. You could put us in the jungle. You could put us in the desert. And I'm just saying, though, there is a group here and we operate a little differently. And that's a different type of competitive advantage I'm speaking on. You know what I'm saying? They don't feel me, bro. They don't feel me. So it's important, bro, because that's the attitude we want here. And that's the attitude that we foster. That's what I know at the very least. Bare minimum, I know 1,000 people feel me on that. I know I got at least 1,000 prayer warriors. We've gotten well over 1,000 prayer requests. Literally, I think it's almost... No, it's definitely already in the 5 figures. So I'm just saying, but I know at the very least, you got at least 1,000 prayer warriors in here. I can say that without a doubt in my mind. I know there's at least 1,000 of y'all who are in there like swimwear, ready to go, praying. Y'all know what I'm about. That's why I'm saying, go. Give me that group. Give me that group anywhere in the world and in any circumstance. And God willing, inshallah, finger to the sky, bro. We good. You know, they don't. They don't feel me, man. Oh, man. So I'm just saying, we love y'all, and we going to pray for y'all, and just shout out to all of you who are doing it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out my prayer warriors. That's just for you. That's just for you, baby. That's just for you. That's not everybody, but that's just, they know who it is. I'm just saying, at least 1,000. And that's a lot of people, bro. Stop playing with me. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of Bible-wielding, prayer-throwing, just warriors. I'm just saying, bro. Oh, man, they got love, too. Imagine if that's 1,000 people and they could listen to me for all day. That means they could judge me on so many things. They could be I've said enough to offend everybody, everywhere. I've done enough to get demonetized, to get in banned, baby. It's okay. I'm just saying, and I just know they always got love and prayer in their hearts. Oh, y'all don't feel me. I just spun around in my chair. I don't know if you heard that. I'm just saying, they don't feel me, bro. I said, they don't feel me, bro. They don't feel me. They don't feel me, bro. Oh, it's beautiful. But Chad, I love you. That's the day. And let me just leave you with the little PHILO, man. Don't let me go too crazy. Honestly, if you didn't listen to the Friday after hours, you should probably go listen to it. That was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun talking to you guys on Friday, and I think it was it was a really good talk. And I just really wish everybody could hear it. And it was very genuine. And I think we got to talk about a lot of things, man. And you should go listen to it. But today's PHILO, man, for real. Like, come on. Today's PHILO was very, very deep. The talents, man. The parable of the talents. You know what I'm saying? The parable of the talents. The parable of the talents. Okay? The parable of the talent. I can't stop saying it, for real, man. I don't care what you think it is, but you got to watch out for doing nothing. Don't ever be too scared. Don't be scared of the external is what I'm trying to tell you. That's the Epictetus translation. But for real, bro, even the Bible, like, think about that, bro. On some God, beep. You know what I'm saying? Even he's saying, what little you have will be taken away from you if you sit there and act scared and do nothing. Isn't that wild? That's in red writing from the lips of Jesus Christ is what they say for that. But you know what I'm saying? I don't know. You don't even got to get religious about it. I'm just saying back then till today, and I think we've seen it a lot. He said, oh, but this guy, he's a harsh person. Nah, you know how the world works. Stop judging other people and finding reasons to do nothing. Nah. I'm serious. Don't be timid. I'm giving you this PHILO, but that's what this is saying. But honestly, man, I really hope some of y'all, the next time you're worried about the market crashing, The next time you're worried about real estate crashing, the next time you're worried about this imaginary thing that's going to sweep you away and get rid of you, next time you're worried about the lion that's outside, so you refuse to go outside. Oh, only the real ones know what I'm saying. I'm just saying, the next time you worry about those things, I hope that you could equally worry about doing nothing. And remember what even Epictetus will tell you. You should be more worried about what you are worrying about. Your worries are probably your biggest worry if you think about it. So again, this is on that have no fear. Beep. You know what I'm saying? But nah. I'm just saying, bro. Seriously. The next time you have a thought of, oh wow, this something bad could happen, I just want you to think of what bad happens from doing nothing. Okay? Okay, that's all I'm looking for. But that's it. But seriously, if this could be a wake-up call, I hope some of you have the wisdom to keep going. Isn't that funny? Bro, the parable of the bridesmaid, did you not get it? Come on. Did you not get it? They didn't get it. Bro, right before the parable of the talents, it's the parable of the bridesmaid. Do you want me to simplify that parable for you? All he said was have money for the next move. Oh my gosh. Bro, thousands of years ago, the Bible, it literally, in parable format, it literally says, half of you understand to have money for the next move, the other half of you don't. Tell me that's not what it said. Tell me that's not what it said. Go, read Matthew 25 and tell me that's not what it said, please. It said be ready. It said always be ready. It said you got to be wise. You better have enough oil. Have enough oil to keep it going, right? Oh, come on. Bro, that's in the Bible. Just written, this strategy. Oh my God. 2,000 years ago, they didn't even have money for the next move. They were all like, nah, we good. We got enough oil. No. I really think this is the time he's going to pop out. We going to be good. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. 2 years in the cold, baby. Oh my gosh, can't wait to grow alongside Chad, just warming up. No other place I'd rather be. Amen. Hard, bro. Honestly, I didn't realize this, man. That's amazing. 2 years. I'm going to have to I want to see if we could get the new badges. We might need to get off a lot more. You know what I'm saying? We are going to need to get a lot more. Because some of y'all are pushing it. Y'all pushing 24. That's crazy. We hit it. Yeah, we're going to have to get them out. No, we're going to have to. Hopefully they let us add more. I hope they will. That's crazy. But man, have money for the next move. Isn't that crazy? That's what it said. Have money for the next move. And then that's it. Be more afraid of doing nothing. That's it. Stop. Next time you're worried, I want, if you just gave as much worry to what would happen in your life if you were just timid and did nothing as you did all of these other imaginary problems, wow, I think we would start taking control of a lot more things that is in our control, because that is in your control. Doing nothing is always in your control. Isn't that funny? Come on. People get mad at people for doing nothing. You see it all the time. They're like, oh, you saw that and did nothing? Uh-huh. Stop playing with me. Come on, Chad. So let's go. Basically, scared money don't make money. Yeah, kind of, sadly. But it's not even, I don't even know if it was, it's just, there's so much to it. As much as, yeah, kind of. It's there, but it's a different type of scared, I feel like. You know what I'm saying? But that's why, isn't that funny why he prefaces it? Why it is scared money don't make money, but it starts off by saying have money for the next move. Isn't that funny? So I'm just saying, if we gonna talk about it, I'm just saying, but think about it. So it really did come down to scared money don't make money, but before telling you that, he tells you, hold up though. He's just saying, just make sure you have enough money for the next move and be wise. And then it goes into scared money don't make money. A little bit. But all I'm saying, man, for real, I don't want any of y'all getting caught letting fear take over and leading you into doing nothing with all of the talent that you have, okay? So I think it's very simple, Chad. I hope you take it. I hope you guys are all at peace, man, and just get ready. And get ready for another exciting season. Tomorrow's going to be exciting, and then another one is going to also be young, young earnings. So get ready. We got a lot. We'll see what happens with the news, but Chad, that is the day. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World, okay? And then Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale if you're feeling extra. Don't forget to crack open that Proverbs, you know what I'm saying? Get that Bible open. It's okay. Don't be shy. You ain't going to turn to Saul, baby boy. It's fine. You're going to be okay. And just know that the cult loves you. And keep that long term, okay? Remember, that's going to make you a lot of money in your lifetime. Remember, the long term is not just today. I could go on for days, bro. I could go on for days. Well, I'll give it to y'all. They told me what's impossible. I told them alone. Just water the tree.
Baby.
Crazy.
Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me, y'all weak. I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved. They think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel out Tom Cruise. I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me, y'all weak. I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved, they think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin', feel out Tom Cruise. I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. Tryna hit big, but it's SGD. I can hit 100 layers before you hit that 3. I ain't do no innovating, I just watered that tree. Got a little bit of Vegas, got a little Wall Street. On my band ground, got some buffets on the team. I can kick a couple theories, I'm the modern main case. Why the people never bring it, always asking what to eat. Thought you told me you was leaving, but I see you every week. All good, I said show them the loss. Men lie, women lie, the premium don't. No trend lines, my mind really just know. I exercise my time cause I'm trying to take hold. Poet and philosopher, I feel like the road. They told me what's impossible, I told them alone. Cause even though it's there, I can stay on the road. Cause little after little, it's gon' turn into growth. Whoa. Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me, y'all weak. I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved. They think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel
Oh damn, that probably was banging. The sound was up.
Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me, y'all weak. I think they speak more than they do and live it.
I can't be moved. Are you gonna be moved? I don't know, Chad. I don't think you will be. Honestly, I'm very impressed with a lot of you. You know that? I'm very impressed, Chad. Some of y'all, I think a couple of y'all, I mean a good amount who have made it just past even a couple of years. I think some of y'all are just slowly being molded into something that cannot be moved. Honest, I'm just saying, you guys are all, you're pretty much becoming as much of a sicko as I am, if you think about it. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm very impressed. I'm just saying, it's just like, well, it's gonna be it's a different type of lifestyle. I promise you that much. You know what I'm saying? But like, some of y'all are very well like getting to that. Like, honestly, it's like it's full sicko mode. Like, you just have to be like just psycho. Like, I'm just saying, I don't know. Maybe it's the cult. Maybe I don't know if it's good or bad. But I'm just saying. Some of y'all are just being shaped into unmovable objects. And it's very, very just awesome to see, baby. I'm excited. I've been, amen. Amen to that. That's not even a bad statement, bro. You know that? I think we've all been humbled, and that's why. But that's why I'm saying it's just to have intensity, to have drive, to be in the game, even after being humbled, to not knowing how the story goes, but still being involved in the story every single chapter of the way. You know what I'm... That's not for everybody, man. I'm just saying. Some people, bro, dude, we live in a very entitled generation. I'm just saying. I've grown up through a lot, and so have a lot of you. And I'm just saying, it gets, woo! So to just, some of y'all are very just, it's like, I don't know. I want to play the eye of the tiger, to be honest. We could call it many things. I'm going to get too hyped, man. I love Monday. I'm excited. It's a good Monday, bro. So let's get it, man. Just get ready for the end of the year. Get ready for this next week. Get ready for these next couple weeks. We got earnings, baby. So get ready. Have money for the next move. But don't forget, man, we always get plays in earnings, whether it's pre-run-ups or it's big hits off of the plays. You know what I'm saying? Off of the actual earnings hits. But either way, I know pre and post earnings, there will be a lot of plays coming around here in the next 2 weeks. So don't get too caught up with the CPI and everything, but have money for the next move and just get ready. I mean, we got some things, and it's a good season. This is a good, I'm telling you, this is a good earnings season. There's a lot of expectations. It's like beginning, middle of the year. Woo! I'm just saying, I hope you hear me, Chad. So let's go, baby. But I love you all, Chad. Have a wonderful evening, a wonderful night. I will see you on the watch list, and I will see you in the morning, baby. God bless you, and peace out. Goodbye. Oh, hey, wait, Josh, hold on, wait. I want an earnings pony. Okay, love you. Bye. That was weird. I think I farted. No, okay, bye.